At the job advancement ceremony square, everyone longed to obtain an overpowered class, shining wherever they sat, and this young man was no exception. Many years had passed since the boundary between the world and reality was suddenly shattered. A series of dangerous dungeons appeared, bringing countless monsters flooding into the human world. Humans gradually awakened their power, becoming superior, and were called job advancers. Duong dreamed of obtaining a top-tier class, but ironically he received a class even worse than the lowest rank warrior. Warriors in the early stage had to fight in close combat, with a high risk of death, requiring great effort in training while their later strength still lagged behind other classes. The moment they learned of Duong's class, his classmates burst into laughter as if their stomachs would split. Acting arrogantly and looking down on him, they pretended to pity him, but were actually mocking and despising him. Duong did not bother with them, bluntly replying, "Where did you crawl out from?" "Oh, so it is Vuong Phi. I heard you just advanced into the rare ice mage. Congratulations. But I heard newly advanced mages are quite weak. How about we test it right now?" Vuong Phi grew furious, adjusting his clothes and preparing to charge into battle. Before he could act, his lackeys shouted in panic, "Boss, look over there." Duong immediately turned his head to observe. It turned out to be the raid team of Lin Thur Guild, one of the strongest rank guilds in Donglin City. Hearing that they planned to attack Athos's lair today left Duong extremely shocked, because the H-Long lair was the largest S-rank dungeon in the city, not only filled with monsters, but also packed with extremely powerful elites, especially the terrifying level 99 boss Black Dragon Athos, who had once defeated even the strongest S-rank guild. However, Lin Thur Guild had many members above 4th advancement and had never failed a raid. Perhaps they truly had the power to defeat Athos. This world truly belonged only to the strong. Could it be that his life would forever remain as a lowly person trampled by the strong? Duong clenched his fists in anger. Suddenly a blue notification appeared. All difficulties would be handled by the system. System detected a perfect host soul, preparing to activate boss dual role mode. A beam of light enveloped Duong, accompanied by a notification that boss dual role binding was successful. He was stunned and fell back, not expecting the system to have such a function. But what was boss dual role? Before he could find an answer, the system continued, requiring the host to act as a boss to block players from entering the dungeon, eliminate them to gain experience, and dropped equipment. Does the host wish to begin? Duong's eyes widened in extreme shock. Players usually formed teams of 4 to 8 people when entering dungeons, sometimes even groups of hundreds. If he defeated them, then the experience and equipment would be extremely abundant, allowing him to leap from level 1 to advancement level in an instant. If so, even the weakest warrior could quickly become strong. Duong grew excited but still worried. If he was killed by players, what would become of him? Seeing the host hesitate, the system urged him. If there was no response, it would automatically cancel after the countdown ended. Duong panicked and shouted, "What is this even happening?" Countdown time slowly passed. There was no chance to hesitate. Benefits always came with risks. Even if he was defeated while acting as a boss, he did not want to live forever being trampled by others. If he wanted to become stronger, this was likely the only path. Duong decisively accepted, hoping to become a truly overpowered boss. System immediately activated. The teleportation process proceeded rapidly. After being transported, Duong slowly opened his eyes. Before him were numerous elite dragonkin above level 80, leaving him confused about where he was. They were all dragon race monsters, but why were they smaller than expected? In his memory, dragons were enormous. While he was thinking, a figure below spoke, calling the king to awaken, making Duong stunned in disbelief. Could it be they were calling him the king of the dragon race? Could it be that the boss he possessed was the level 99 black flame wing of the dragon race? Duong's guess was quickly confirmed by the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully assuming the role of level 99 boss Black Flame Wing at HLH Lair. He was still in shock, looking around as an information panel appeared before his eyes. Level 99 boss Black Flame Wing, Black Dragon Athos in juvenile form, HP 5 million, Dark Dragon Attribute, Strength 3221, Speed 1102, Spirit 1321. Giant Dragon Bloodline Talent grants immunity to 80% of physical and magical damage. Possesses destructive black flame with no energy consumption. Dragon Pressure reduces 20% of weaker enemies' attributes, along with attack skills, roar, stun, and full map vision. Duong was stunned. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This was the power of Black Flame Wing. Even level 99 players with 4th advancement rarely exceeded 1,000 in attributes. Yet that man far surpassed it. Strength alone exceeded 3,000. but the most terrifying was still the talent. Resisting 80% of damage while also reducing 20% of opponents' attributes, combined with exclusive skills, almost no one could confront that man. Massive surge of power was flowing within his body. Unprecedented feeling of excitement spread throughout him. Duong could not help but laugh loudly in excitement. The subordinates below immediately knelt, begging the king to calm his anger. Only then did he realize he had accidentally activated the dragon roar skill that frightened them. "Stand up, you useless ones." He raised his head and coldly commanded. The subordinates immediately flattered him. Truly worthy of the king, only in juvenile form yet already so imposing. Once fully grown, he would surely be able to flatten the human world. Only then did Duong pay close attention. The information mentioned it as well, but he still found it hard to understand. Normally bosses in dungeons all had fixed levels. Could it be that Black Flame Wing could still level up? Before he could think it through, someone below interrupted. "Damned evil dragon, what madness is this? If you know what is good for you, then release me at once. Otherwise the elf race will surely make you pay." Duong stared in shock, wondering if this was a real elf or just an NPC in the dungeon. After the world changed, many imaginary races appeared, but this was the first time he had seen an elf in reality. Curious, he lifted the cage to observe. At that moment, a violent tremor echoed from outside. Female elf immediately rejoiced, letting out a breath of relief. "The players have arrived. Someone has finally come to save me. Evil dragon, you are finished." But when she turned back and still saw the giant dragon staring, she immediately shuddered. Duong also noticed the disturbance and immediately activated Dragon Eye to check the situation. Even as a level 99 boss, when facing enemies he still had to prioritize safety. The raid team of Lin Thurgild looked extremely confident, their words full of momentum. Leading them was Lei Sun, level 99 4th advancement lightning type. Guild master of Lin Thur, beside him was Lai Dan, level 98 holy light type. Next was Tyne Nguyen, level 96 healing paladin, and Triu Min, level 95 storm archer. To test them, Duong sent a few minor monsters charging forward. They completely ignored them, letting the tanker stand at the front to provoke. The fire-type members at the back unleashed their skills simultaneously at maximum speed. Truly a powerful guild, their firepower and coordination were extremely precise. The minor monsters could not force them to reveal their full strength. Since they were a professional team, Duong decided to raise the difficulty. Immediately after, panic shouts erupted from their side. "Guild master, what is happening? Why are monsters falling from the sky? Everyone look at their stats. What is this?" Before they could understand, level 99 Dragonkin warriors had already rushed in to attack. Lei Sun immediately calmed down and commanded defense, while using Blink to unleash a critical strike. Ice Guild Master Triu Min quickly applied damage immunity buffs to the whole team and stepped forward to command. "Do not panic, fall back and keep distance. Melee move to the front, time the buffs and focus damage, concentrate on targets." As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a storm arrow from above. The Dragonkin was struck and instantly defeated. Duong witnessed it and had to admit they had strength. A single Dragonkin was not enough to pressure Lin Thur. If that was the case, then there was no need to hold back. He directly threw an entire group of monsters at them. He had just finished dealing with one elite. Before they could rest, 6 more appeared and surrounded them. Triu Min held his bow at the front, asking in panic that he had never encountered such a situation. What should they do now? Lei Sun cursed and shouted to stabilize the formation. Why was there so much trouble today? "We are only elite monsters. We are elites too. Move forward. Adjust the formation, prioritize healing. Tanker, hold the front line, watch the attack directions." Attacks were unleashed continuously. The monsters fell one after another, quickly becoming stepping stones for their advance. Duong was secretly astonished. His plan to use elite monsters to break their formation failed. He did not expect them to be so daring. This level was still not enough to defeat a boss. Another thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps they still had a trump card they had not used. After clearing the monsters, Lin Thur did not move toward the boss. Instead, they turned in another direction, making Duong suspect something important was there. He immediately checked the entire dungeon. The result surprised him. There was a Dragon Slayer tomb containing the item Dragon Slayer Heart, something that could nullify the skills and talents of the dragon race. Duong's gaze turned sharp, beginning to calculate. He understood. When facing an overly powerful boss, players would use mechanics or items to reduce the boss's strength. If his talent was nullified, then he could also be defeated. The more he thought, the less he could accept it. He absolutely could not allow Lin Thurgild to obtain that item. He immediately shot into the sky and rushed toward the tomb, ignoring the cries of his subordinates below. Lei Sun continued leading the team deeper. Triu Min, heavily injured, asked in doubt whether they had been deceived by Tian Jai Pavilion. since the consumption exceeded expectations. Lei Sun said seriously it was impossible. Tianjai Pavilion was a long-established organization. Moreover, this information was exchanged with a treasure, so it must be accurate. Even so, some were still worried. Lei Sun reassured them that dungeon mechanics could not be wrong. Boss Athos would not leave his lair. After speaking, he gritted his teeth. Once they obtained Dragon Slayer Heart, he would definitely deal with Athos. To ease the guild master's anger, Tyne Nguyen joked that there was a young elf maiden in the dungeon. If they rescued her, they would not only gain passage to the elf nation, but also meet countless beauties. Lei Sun sneered and said as long as they obtained Dragon Slayer Heart, it would be enough. After that, they could do anything. Just a few seconds later, the shadow of the boss swept across above their heads. The group did not notice, thinking it was just a small wyvern-type monster. But suddenly something happened. Duong stopped midair, widening his eyes as he looked down below. The entire Lin Thur team panicked and shouted, "This is not right, Guild Master. This form is not a wyvern. It is that large. Could it be Boss Athos Kai Duck? Impossible. How could the boss appear here?" The critical moment, Trio Min still managed to curse. Those people from Tian Ko Pavilion dared to deceive us. Tyne Nguyen urged a retreat in fear, while Duong stood watching with disdain. Without Dragon Slayer Heart, you do not dare to fight. The undefeated guild is only this much, but that is fine. I will deal with all of you and level up. Thinking this made him even more excited. Duong prepared to unleash an area attack. Lei Sun grew furious, charging forward to strike the boss's head and shouted his command. "No one is allowed to retreat. Hold your positions. After so much preparation, how can we give up? We still have a trump card. Regain your spirit immediately. Defeating Athos will bring great rewards." Hearing this, the entire team immediately regained morale. First, Duong had intended to hold back, but now there was no need. "HMPH, I will not give you the chance to prepare." After saying that, he swung his massive tail down fiercely. The entire Lin Thur team hurriedly dropped to the ground to dodge. Lai Dan immediately raised a defensive barrier to protect the entire team for 3 minutes. Nguyen added holy light buffs, increasing stats by 30%. Lei Sun saw that some were still alive and shouted loudly, ordering an immediate counterattack. Trio Min quickly added more buffs and launched a full assault. A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, shaking the ground. Lei Sun secretly hoped it would at least reduce about 5% of the boss's health. Reality made him scream in panic. All their strongest skills only dealt minimal damage, but as the leader, he still ordered them to maintain formation and continue attacking. Athos's health had not even dropped by a quarter. It had not used all its skills yet. Continue focusing damage. Duong looked at them still trying to fight and felt annoyed. It was like being bitten by mosquitoes. Ignored their attacks, as they caused no significant impact. Bored, he shot up into the sky, activating the Dragon Roar skill. He spewed a sea of flames that incinerated everything. "It is over. It seems even a rank guild cannot do anything to me." Lei Sun crawled out from the ruins, ordering everyone to recover quickly. After the boss uses a skill, there will be an opening. Continue the attack. Look toward Black Flame Wing, forcing himself to say continue. They were disappointed. Duong had no skill limitations. He opened his massive mouth and continued to spew another stream of flames. Lei Sun only had time to shout, "Athos, you damn. This is not over," before being burned to ashes. System immediately announced that the intruders had been eliminated, beginning conversion of experience for the host. A massive amount of experience poured in. His level rose continuously without stopping. Duong received a total of 990,000 experience, from level 1 to level 20, reaching the early stage cap. Due to excess experience, 40% was lost, leaving 430,000. The system reminded him to quickly advance his class. Then came the loot drop. Numerous diamond weapons along with several platinum items appeared, giving Duong great gains. There were speed potions, strength potions, flame skill scrolls, magma shields, and many other valuable items. But the biggest surprise was the infinite magma fragment, an extremely rare special item. When attached to equipment, it ignored level limits, applicable up to platinum gear, allowing a level 1 to use level 61 equipment. Duong was extremely excited. He immediately used it on the flame sword. Even at only level 20, he could already use platinum equipment. After clearing all intruders, the mission was completed. The system announced a 5-minute countdown to return or confirm immediately. Eager to advance his class, Duong immediately chose to return. A flash of light appeared. He was teleported straight back home. He thought he would return to the job advancement square. He did not expect the system to be this considerate. Duong silently marveled. Only then did he realize it was already 19 in the evening. There was no time left to advance his class. He had to wait until the next morning to go to the temple to receive the mission and complete the process. Next morning at the hall of the Soul Hunter Guild, Guild Master, everyone returned so quickly. Is the dungeon already cleared? The guards at the entrance eagerly asked as soon as they saw the team return, but the scene before them left them stunned. Lei Sun looked utterly miserable. his level dropping straight down to 90. Triomin was unconscious, foam at his mouth, his clothes torn to shreds, his level reduced to 86. Even his diamond weapon was destroyed. My diamond boots, my elf harem, Tyne Nguyen cried out in despair. Lei Sun clenched his fists in fury, determined to settle accounts with Tian Ko Pavilion, an S-rank guild daring to sell false information. I must reclaim justice. If I cannot defeat Athos, then I will never let this matter go. After selling all the equipment he had picked up, Duong immediately became wealthy. With money in hand, he did not hesitate to spend freely. He bought a pile of items and brought them back to the orphanage, so the children could enjoy themselves. His grandfather saw him carrying goods and happily asked, "You have grown stronger. What class did you advance to?" Duong scratched his head awkwardly and replied that he had just advanced yesterday and earned some money. Hearing this, his grandfather grew worried and advised him to be careful because the monsters in the dungeon were very dangerous. Duong only smiled it off, thinking that he himself was the most terrifying. After chatting, he bid everyone farewell and went to the temple. His grandfather still felt confused. He had just awakened, yet already advanced his class. As soon as he entered the advancement hall, Duong heard countless discussions about Lin Thur Guild failing against Athos yesterday. Even the branch of Tin Ko Pavilion was in chaos due to being questioned for responsibility. Duong walked while secretly smiling. It seemed the news had spread everywhere. So Lin Thur had bought information from Tin Ko Pavilion to dare challenge Athos. If this guild had issues, then it would soon become his next target. Tin Ko Pavilion was not easy to deal with, but if there was a chance, it should be handled early, before he could finish thinking someone interrupted him. Duong Fai stepped forward from behind and mocked. Duong, why is it you? You have already advanced your class, so what are you doing here? Seeing him silent, he assumed he was timid and continued to sneer. No guild would accept you, so you came here to try your luck, right? Yesterday, I did not get to teach you a lesson. Today, I will make you understand. After speaking, he prepared to cast magic. But before he could touch Duong, he was struck and lost his teeth, blood splattering everywhere. Lackeys following him panicked, shaking Vuong Fai and calling for him to wake up. Duong looked at them coldly with a threatening gaze. There was a fly on his face, so I conveniently dealt with it. What about your faces? Others understood immediately and rolled away to keep their distance. No need for him to act, we will handle ourselves. The temple guide enthusiastically clapped to welcome him, praising him and asking how she could assist. While leading him to the advancement area, she secretly observed and calculated. He looked like someone who had just advanced, but his strength just now resembled level 20. Perhaps he was from a great family. Standing before the divine statue, she began explaining that it would assess level and class. At the same time, it would assign the corresponding advancement mission after completion. Looking at the massive statue, Duong felt slightly overwhelmed. According to her, the missions were divided into 4 tiers. Before starting, the temple advised him to choose a 3-star mission based on his current performance. Duong asked why not a 4-star mission. He smiled and explained that 4-star missions were very difficult. For a weak warrior doing it solo, the risk of failure was extremely high, even leading to being unable to advance for life. Duong remained calm after hearing this, checking his strength while replying casually. The divine statue completed its assessment and began presenting missions from 1 to 5 stars. Duong was quite surprised to see a 5-star mission appear. The requirement was to eliminate normal wolves, elite wolves, and the level 20 boss Wolf King. The reward was unlocking Magic Warrior and many special benefits, with the condition of not forming a team or using traded items. Duong asked why there was a 5-star mission when it was said there were only 4 tiers. The guide explained that this mission was extremely difficult, and no one had dared to accept it for a long time. The specific privileges were only known to high-level officials. He also apologized for not mentioning it earlier due to regulations. Since the beginning of the advancement era, nations wanted to limit talented individuals from making mistakes, so they encouraged choosing safe missions for long-term development. Duong nodded slightly, calculating that the 5-star mission was indeed extremely difficult since it required solo play without support items. If he failed, he would be stuck at level 20, forever unable to progress further. But the reward of greatly increasing spirit and unlocking Magic Warrior was extremely attractive to Duong. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Duong decided to accept the 5-star mission despite the guide's warning of danger. The 5-star mission was accepted with a completion time limit of 72 hours. Mission map was immediately issued, along with a system notification. The guide instantly panicked, her expression changing. Someone actually dared to accept a 5-star mission. I must report this to the High Priest immediately. Duong quickly went to the teleportation center of Donglin City to begin his journey. People often say a good start leads to a good ending. Right at the beginning, he ran into bad luck when the teleportation gate was under maintenance, and he had to wait. While waiting, many people around began to complain. Among them, two Enhan of the B-rank Guild Yuvu spoke disdainfully about the small city. Even the teleportation malfunctioned, while reminding Tyat Thien to stay close. Tyat Thien behind hurriedly followed, not daring to lag behind. The young men around lit up at the sight of the two beauties, staring without blinking. Tyat Thien suddenly noticed to Duong and blushed. Teased by Tu Enhan, she explained that he was a classmate who had just advanced yesterday. Tu Enhan found it strange since that forest was full of level 20 monsters. Why would a newcomer go there? That moment the teleportation gate resumed operation. Tyat Thien thought to Duong had gone to the wrong place. Just as she was about to remind him, he had already stepped into the gate and disappeared. Cold Moon Forest. As soon as he landed, to Duong confidently muttered, "There is no one around. They must have spread out to hunt monsters." Before he could finish speaking, a monster rushed from behind. He quickly dodged and stood observing. Right upon entering, he encountered mission monsters. If relying only on his own strength without equipment, it would truly be difficult to deal with. These equipments were all obtained through his own effort. As he spoke, he proudly displayed the Platinum Tier Flame Sword. While the monsters attacked continuously, he raised an energy shield capable of withstanding up to 50,000 damage. When the shield dissipated, it was also when the wolves were completely wiped out. If they come to me on their own, then even better. No need to search one by one. After saying that, he threw monster lure stones everywhere. Monster lure stones were items from low-level bosses, capable of attracting normal and elite monsters. The effect was excellent. In less than 5 minutes, all kinds of wolves gathered in large numbers. Duong stood at the center, taking out a large number of one-time scrolls to fight. The normal monsters were burned by flames, their numbers rapidly decreasing. Experience points continuously surged on the status bar. Still coming, there are already over 100. Could it be the entire forest has been drawn here? If so, then I will crush them with sheer numbers. He continued to unleash all the scrolls. In the distance, other players on missions kept walking without encountering monsters and began to complain. One person said he had just found a monster, but it ran away. Very strange, since the monsters here were usually very aggressive. Another suddenly realized the issue. Someone must be using monster lure stones to gather all the monsters in one place. The others nodded in agreement. They angrily claimed that person was shameless for monopolizing resources and went to find him. But before reaching the place, they were frozen by the tremor ahead. My God, such a scale of magic must be from a third advancement mage. Each expert came to a low-level area to farm materials. The entire zone is about to be cleared. The three immediately made excuses to retreat, agreeing to do the mission another day. After the slaughter, the monster elimination mission was completed. Only the final boss remained. Strode toward the boss lair, feeling that this mission was quite easy even with a bit of trickery. The Wolf King lair. Besides to Duong, there was also a 3-person team lying in ambush. They were fully prepared with equipment and plans, extremely confident. But what they did not expect was that all preparations would become meaningless. Duong casually carried his sword and walked in. The three thought he was just a lost newcomer. They intended to use him as bait to attract the boss's first attack before seizing the reward. Wolf King was enraged because its pack had been exterminated. Its power increased by 30%, but whether it increased by 30 or 50, to Duong did not care. Confidently walked straight toward it without hesitation. Immediately after, the system announced that the boss had been successfully eliminated. You have gained 30,000 points. The class advancement quest is complete. Please return to the temple immediately to proceed with the class advancement step. Those people widened their eyes, mouths agape, so shocked they nearly fell off their horses. Duong gripped his sword tightly, standing proudly atop the boss corpse, coldly uttering 3 words, "Is that all?" Notification appeared, Azure Wolf King Core, a monster core containing magical power used to enhance silver weapons. Duong picked it up and smiled. That was easy. Time to head back. That man stepped forward, bowing his head flatteringly. "Sir, if you do not need the Azure Wolf King Core, then could you?" Sword slash tore through the air, passing by Truong Lai's face so fast he could not react in time. He stabbed the sword into the ground, sneering as he asked, "Who said earlier they wanted to turn me into bait?" Truong Lai collapsed, trembling as he denied it desperately. "Not me. I would never dare think that." Duong responded with a punch. "If you want to, then try it yourself." That man was knocked flying aside, trembling as he muttered, "Good thing I did not make a move earlier. I almost died of fright." Truong and Gu stared at the scene in confusion. Am I not dreaming? Lai Tam was also stunned. One strike to kill the boss. Who is he? When they returned to the palace, a surprised voice rang out. "You came back so quickly. Do you need to ask anything else?" Duong said. "I have completed the quest, preparing to advance my class." The other person quickly replied, "So it is already done. Please wait a moment." Yu Mak widened her eyes in shock. "You have completed the 5-star quest." Duong nodded in confirmation. "That is right." She looked at the information panel in disbelief. "Impossible. You only accepted the quest this morning, just a few hours, and it is already done." Player to Duong has completed the 5-star first-class advancement quest. It is really completed. Mac thought to herself, completing it within a day is truly unbelievable. But the system does not make mistakes, which proves he has officially passed the quest, and was not even injured. Duong grew impatient from waiting and asked, "Can the class advancement begin now?" She smiled awkwardly and led the way, sorry for the oversight. "Please come inside." She secretly sighed in relief. "Luckily, I informed the high priest beforehand. Such a talent must be recruited by the temple." Thinking further made her feel shy. Someone both strong and handsome. Should I ask for his contact information? She stopped in the main hall. "Please step forward. The temple will automatically verify the quest." Duong nodded, "All right." Stream of energy poured down from above, enveloping Duong's entire body. A notification appeared, verifying class advancement quest. Normal Azure Wolves 100-100, Elite Violent Wolves 10-10, Azure Wolf King Boss 1-1, verification complete, quest meets requirements. Felt a surge of power rising within his body, information updated. The class advancement aura is a special reward. Depending on quest level, the color and additional attributes differ. White aura for 1-star quests increases attributes by 2%. Green aura for 2 stars increases by 4%. Blue aura for 3 stars increases by 6%. Purple aura for 4 stars increases by 10%. 5-star quests, only you receive the top-tier orange aura, increasing base attributes by 25%. Player to Duong has advanced to Demon Warrior, completed 5-star quest, activated orange aura, increased by 25%. Demon Warrior is a special class combining melee and magic, possessing superior strength. Level up, first-class advancement complete. Level cap increased to 40, checking excess experience 446,000. Raised to level 34, received 210 attribute points. Please allocate immediately. A golden light burst around Duong. He was shocked as both strength and spirit reached 90, speed 30, instantly reaching level 34, plus the orange aura and flame greatsword. These are not stats of an ordinary player. This feels incredible. Information updated. Duong level 34, Demon Warrior, strength 569, speed 123, spirit 339, received epic skill book reward. A book appeared in his hand, Demon Blade skill, uses magic power to condense into a weapon dealing magic damage. Damage depends on strength and spirit. Duong tested it. A powerful force surged in his palm, surrounding space filled with energy. He marveled that the skill was excellent, controlled by thought. No shape limitation, useful for both melee and ambush. Most importantly, it can be upgraded like possessing a permanent weapon with no cost. He felt delighted as expected of a 5-star quest. The reward is extremely generous. Next class advancement, I will definitely choose 5 stars. Mac congratulated. Your reputation will be recorded, and you will become a VIP guest of the temple. Duong suddenly remembered, what benefits does VIP have? She smiled professionally. Please wait a moment. I will check immediately. Lin stepped forward, calmly saying nothing comes for free. She took over explaining the VIP benefits. Hello, I am Lin, a high-level priest of the class advancement temple. Mac bowed. The high priest personally came. She replied, such a distinguished guest must be received by me personally. You may step back. Her appearance made Duong realize she was the head of the temple. Mac felt like crying inside from losing the chance to get close to a handsome man, but outwardly remained calm. Yes. Lin invited. It is not convenient to talk here. Please come to the VIP room to discuss. Duong took that soft hand. All right. A teleportation portal appeared above. The two were instantly transported elsewhere. He thought to himself, spatial teleportation. A level 3 priest can have such high-level skills. The temple truly exceeds imagination. Lin smiled. I am not that strong. I am only borrowing the power of the gods within the temple. The one who amazes others is you. Donglin City has never had anyone complete a 5-star quest. Even Tianling City only has one every 10 years. According to Duong's understanding, Tianling is far more developed than Donglin. Only one person in 10 years shows how rare it is. Lin continued, according to regulations, those who complete 5-star quests receive benefits. First, a national subsidy of 10 million yuan per month. Second, a black gold card of Alliance X, granting a 20% discount in transactions. Duong was inwardly shocked. The benefits are enormous. He did not expect to receive so many benefits. The temple is truly overpowered. Lin reminded, the subsidy and card have automatically been linked to your ID. No procedures required. Additionally, you can join any A-rank guild. Duong asked, is it mandatory? She replied, no. But being alone always has limitations. Joining a guild helps increase experience, gain buffs, and receive protection. This is a better choice. Duong understood clearly, playing solo makes it easy to be targeted, especially when leveling quickly, even if he is not afraid of equal-level opponents. Encountering stronger ones would be dangerous. Having guild protection is also good. Moreover, his goal does not stop at Donglin. He wants to use this as a stepping stone to develop his power, one day becoming the ruler of the world. He asked, which guild should I choose? She suggested. Donglin currently has 2 A-rank guilds. The most suitable for you is Spirit Beast. Hearing that name, Duong's expression darkened. He asked, what about the other guild? Lin replied, the other guild is Dark Cloud, always competing with Spirit Beast. Its strength is solid but more low profile. Duong did not hesitate. I choose Dark Cloud. She was surprised why, but she did not ask further, saying she would handle the joining procedures. However, there is something you should know. Dark Cloud is an all-female guild. Duong was stunned upon hearing this. At Tianling City, where the headquarters of Dark Cloud Guild is located, Yuvu lay sprawled on a chair, complaining in boredom. There is nothing interesting to do. She is Lam Yuvu level 85, guild leader of a B-rank guild. Opposite her, Lam Yuvan sipped tea and asked, not staying in your own guild but coming here to eat and drink and still complaining. This person is Lam Yuvan level 99, guild leader of the rank guild Dark Cloud. She said irritably, guild matters are too troublesome. I do not want to manage them anymore. Hu Enhan pushed the door open and stepped in, reminding that he could not just ask casually and then avoid work. New guild members should be met in person. Thyatine peeked her head out, shyly greeting everyone. She introduced herself as an ice mage. Yuvu praised her for being cute. Considering it a pass, she awkwardly repeated the word cute. That moment Yuvan received a message. Startled as she exclaimed, the people around curiously asked what had happened. She announced that a male had suddenly appeared in the guild. Yuvu looked at the system panel and exclaimed in shock. She was worried as the guild was in chaos, everyone discussing where that person came from. Messages flooded in, but no one could explain. Upon checking, they found it was a male student. The members kept asking the guild leader. Yuvan replied that he was assigned by the temple, having completed a 5-star quest, so he had the right to join. She could not refuse. Thyatine covered her mouth in shock. A 5-star quest can actually be completed by someone. That is incredible. Tu Enhan wondered why he did not choose Spirit Beast. Yuvan replied she did not know either. For now they would meet Duong in person later. If he caused trouble, there were still ways to expel him. Thyatine was surprised upon hearing the name and asked again. She noticed the strange expression and asked if she knew him. Thyatine said she had a friend with the same name but had just advanced class yesterday, probably only low level. Yuvan assumed it was just a coincidence. Outside, Dung Tyat reported that Spirit Beast was wiped out in the Athos dungeon, shocking everyone. She added that although it was unclear what they did, being completely wiped out was certain. Yuvan thought she did not expect Spirit Beast to fail as well. Their plan needed to be more cautious. Dung Tyat added that Triumin's weapon had also been lost. In the 9 Treasures Pavilion, a treasured sword was being auctioned. Only members of Spirit Beast were participating. She asked everyone to guess what she had done. He smiled mischievously, saying she had raised the price extremely high. She and Dung Tyat kept bidding against each other, pushing the price to tens of billions, causing heavy losses to Spirit Beast. Yuvu praised her while Triumin was so angry he spat out water. He was furious to the point of tears, swearing never to coexist under the same sky with the Ice Witch. Loi Sun regretted the money because he could not contact the seller. Tai Nguyen believed the news of the weapon being destroyed spreading everywhere was clearly malicious competition. He angrily kicked Triumin, forcing him to stand up. Triumin begged. Loi Sun turned away, saying the equipment had been bought. Now they had to discuss the main matter. In the meeting, Chu Tai level 110 spoke up, saying that calling their plan wrong was ridiculous. He analyzed that they had cleared Athos many times to compile the guide. Every step was carefully checked, asking whether they had followed the instructions correctly. Loi Sun said they had followed correctly, but Boss Athos showed unusual behavior. He insisted he was not lying. Lu Tu threw his sword, mocking them for being weak and still daring to come cause trouble for the expedition team. He coldly reminded the other party to watch their words. That man remained arrogant, saying if they lost they should train more, if they could not handle it then stop playing. Chu Tai interrupted and demanded they stop. Chu Tai slammed the table, asserting that Tianji Pavilion always maintained credibility. He would send a team to recheck Athos. If Spirit Beast was right, they would take responsibility. Otherwise, it was Spirit Beast's fault. Everyone agreed. Trang Chan level 104 also nodded in agreement with the plan. Lu Tu leaned back in his chair, saying he had no objections. Suddenly, a chill spread through the air, making everyone alert. Loi Sun asked if someone was there. Chu Tai reassured them, introducing that this was Tran Luan from the Tianji Pavilion headquarters. Everyone was shocked. Tran Luan level 115 reminded Chu Tai to report before going to Athos, his cold voice full of pressure. Chu Tai apologized, saying it was only a logistics task so he did not want to disturb. Tran Luan ordered that he would go along. He agreed. Tran Luan murmured about harvesting souls, sounding eerie. Chu Tai stood at a distance trembling, unable to endure that man's twisted nature. Loi Sun thought that with such a strong lineup, clearing the dungeon would be easy. This time they would definitely succeed. He secretly calculated that if they defeated Athos, it would be good. If that other team was wiped out, then they deserved it. Right or wrong, he still wanted them to pay the price. Duong lay resting on the bed, scrolling through the system and seeing the guild full of women chatting non-stop. The topics all revolved around him, so he closed it. A notification appeared. The diamond weapon you sold has received a new bid. He curiously checked and was shocked to see two people bidding continuously dozens of times with prices skyrocketing. Price had exceeded 1.4 billion. The system asked for confirmation to sell. Duong immediately agreed and silently thanked the one raising the price. The transaction was completed. Thanks to guild member benefits, he was exempt from fees and received an extra 5% bonus. The total amount received exceeded 1.5 billion. He calculated the profit was enormous and felt extremely satisfied. He lay resting, looking forward to continuing tomorrow. This way of making money made him addicted. The next morning, the system reported the boss had respawned. The system detected an expedition team consisting of 5 S-Rank members and 1 from Spirit Beast, asking whether to connect. Duong got off the bed and put on his slippers. Looked at the information, recognizing this as a famous expedition team specializing in clearing secret realms. Many experts above level 100. They likely returned because of the previous failure. He decided to connect. Notification confirmed successful boss connection. Duong eagerly prepared for the second battle. Facing the monster, he realized it had respawned. This was normal because Athos was only a diamond-level secret realm, different from higher levels. Its red eyes stared intently. Lilith asked in displeasure about his purpose. Duong understood from the boss' perspective and wondered why this elf was imprisoned. He glanced at the mirror to observe the expedition team. Tran Luan's image appeared clearly. Below was Loi Sun's team along with Chu Tai. Duong was not surprised to see many experts. They returned to fix their mistake. He speculated that without obtaining the Dragon Heart item, it would be hard to deal heavy damage. To be safe, he decided to probe first. He could not underestimate high-level opponents. In Athos' form, he ordered the monsters to deal with the intruders. They responded in unison. He kept one back. It asked in surprise if it was being called. Meanwhile, the expedition team had already begun fighting. One person said everything was still normal. Doubting Spirit Beast told the truth. Another thought they were deliberately causing trouble. Kahan reminded them to maintain the barrier. Lu Tu vigilantly looked into the distance, asking what was happening. Dust rose as monsters poured down from the mountainside. The entire group was horrified by the massive numbers. The lead monster roared loudly, "Do not let a single intruder escape. Kill them all." Loi Sun pointed ahead and shouted, "We encountered this situation last time as well, but this time the number of monsters has clearly increased." Chu Tai calmly replied, "Although unexpected, it is still not enough to threaten us." He ordered them to form up. He would hold back the elite monsters. The others should eliminate the smaller ones first, and then focus their fire. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Tu made his move, unleashing his sword to form sharp slashing shadows. Below, Trang Chan erected a solid mountain barrier. At the rear, Chu Tai activated Holy Light Blessing combined with a critical strike skill. A brilliant golden light erupted, sweeping away the monsters. He sighed and told them to continue forward. Duong observed in admiration, truly worthy of 5th advancement, strength like a god. Moreover, that mage had not even acted yet. The situation was not simple. It seemed he had to enter the battle himself. Lilith suddenly spoke with irritation. The monsters cheered as he flew up. Lord Athos has returned to battle, but some were doubtful as they had never seen this before. It felt both familiar and strange. Lilith frowned, thinking that something was wrong with this Athos. His actions were completely different from before. When he was captured, he was not like this. Below, Loi Sun praised the expedition team for being strong, but noticed the situation did not match the guide. Chu Tai replied they would deal with it after finishing. Tran Luan stood nearby and sneered. Struggling with a few small monsters, yet calling yourselves undefeated is laughable. He only wanted to harvest more dragon corpses. Loi Sun felt displeased hearing this, saying that although his guild might not seem strong in his eyes, this time there was clearly a problem. He hoped Tran Luan would be fair. His gaze turned cold, warning that if they spoke further, he would turn them into experimental material. The terrifying pressure made Loi Sun tremble in fear. Chu Tai hurriedly stepped in front, calming things down and saying not to joke like that. Loi Sun was still frightened, while Chu Tai silently cursed that old pervert for not knowing the consequences. Loi Sun held a grudge, thinking once they faced Athos he would see if he could still laugh. Sky darkened. He looked up and trembled. Athos. Loi's son fell to the ground, pointing upward and shouting. Chu Tai was surprised. The boss is taking the initiative to attack. Trang Chan was shocked. It seems Spirit Beast did not lie. He immediately ordered them to hold formation, maintain the barrier, prepare for changes, support healing properly. Everyone responded at once. System displayed the Berserk Blood Warrior talent. When HP is below 30%, attributes greatly increase and damage is reduced. Duong flew closer to observe as attacks continuously dealt damage. Streams of attacks surged into the air. Duong realized the damage was insignificant. With damage reduction, even 5th advancement would struggle to break through. Chu Tai dodged a tail strike, saying this was the boss damage reduction mechanism and needed to be handled slowly. Lu Tu closed in from below. Duong thought to himself whether they could guess his intention. Trang Chan realized that when the boss flew away, it was targeting the rear line. Shock attack aimed at Ka Han was blocked by Chu Tai. Duong felt regret for missing the chance to eliminate the backline. Someone from behind launched a sneak attack, activating a state that greatly boosted attack, speed, and critical rate, along with dark damage. Lu Tu slashed Athos's back, dealing considerable physical and dark damage. He was shocked. His strongest skill, which could normally kill high-level bosses, now felt so weak. The damage reduction was too unreasonable. Duong counterattacked, causing his HP and shield to nearly deplete. Only 1% health remained. Chu Tai immediately provided support while everyone assisted with recovery. Ka Han stood frozen, staring at the scene before her. To Duong's mouth, massive energy began to gather. They recognized it as destructive breath. Chu Tai was shocked because this move should only be used when the boss was at 70% HP. A terrifying blast of fire erupted. Duong felt they were still alive thanks to their defenses. If another strike followed, it would definitely wipe them out. They hid in a cave. Chu Tai could not understand why the boss was not following patterns and even seemed to have tactical intelligence. This was unreasonable for a diamond boss. Mountain Barrier activated its ultimate skill, reducing damage by 90% and restoring health. Tran Luan decided to act, mocking them as useless. He chanted, summoning souls from the abyss and ordering them to eliminate the enemy. Tran Luan summoned the Bone Dragon Demon Elses. Bone Dragon's appearance surprised Duong. He deduced this was a rare necromancer capable of summoning boss-level entities, likely possessing strength comparable to his own. Tran Luan ordered the Bone Dragon to crush the opponent. The Bone Dragon immediately attacked. Duong realized its power far exceeded its appearance. Duong knocked the Bone Dragon away. It crashed down and roared loudly. Its mouth burst forth a dark flame filled with deathly energy. Duong responded with destructive breath. He showed no fear. Two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. Loi Sun was shocked while Chu Tai admitted Tran Luan's strength was real. Duong's eyes flashed, acknowledging the opponent was not weak, but he had not used his full strength yet. Far more powerful blaze erupted from Athos's body. The heat spread, burning the Bone Dragon as flames surged violently. Seeing only a skeleton left, Duong looked down on it, thinking the opponent was too weak. But the Bone Dragon's claw suddenly rose and grabbed him tightly. Duong was surprised, thinking it was already dead. Yet the Bone Dragon still dragged his leg, seemingly able to revive. Tran Luan ordered it to continue fighting. Duong realized this was the ability of a necromancer. The Bone Dragon immediately revived and stood up in an instant. The Bone Dragon charged and struck Duong, dealing 59,418 physical damage. He inwardly cursed that this was bad. The relentless attacks reduced his HP to 81%. He realized this level of damage far exceeded pseudo-class advancement. If it dragged on, it would be disadvantageous. Duong swung his tail, smashing it hard into the Bone Dragon's body. He spread his wings and shot upward, taking the chance to regain his breath as the opponent chased closely behind. Bone Dragon was knocked to the ground, dust and smoke filling the air. Watching it roar below, Duong realized it seemed unable to fly. Tran Luan noticed this weakness and immediately ordered the Bone Dragon to use ranged attacks. Bone Dragon instantly launched fireballs toward Duong. Dodged flexibly, thinking this kind of attack was not threatening enough. Moreover, at this height, the summoner would also struggle to protect himself. Tran Luan seemed to understand Duong's intention. He immediately ordered the Bone Dragon to return and protect him. Waiting for this exact moment, Duong rushed forward, grabbed the Bone Dragon and sneered that it had fallen into his trap, then threw it down to the ground. The Bone Dragon crashed into Tran Luan, reducing his HP to 20%. Duong was surprised. He did not expect him to still have so much health. He thought a mage with low HP would have died instantly. He glanced at the other team. Trang Chan raised a shield and ordered a retreat. Ka Han acknowledged. System displayed the shared fate skill, sharing damage and reducing harm. Duong realized Chu Tai was the one always saving his teammates in time. Tran Luan noticed that Lu Tu had not returned yet. Chu Tai reassured that he would arrive soon. Hearing Lu Tu's name, Duong remembered that assassin had disappeared. Perhaps he had gone to retrieve the dragon heart. Kahan reported that Lu Tu had returned. Everyone sighed in relief. Seeing him return, Duong thought his guess was correct, but they were celebrating too early. The monster controlled by Duong reported it had returned. It raised a glowing object, the dragon heart. Duong praised it. The item emitted a dazzling light. Chutai exclaimed in shock that it was impossible. Duong declared that fortunately, he had prepared in advance so victory belonged to him. When he touched the dragon heart, a burst of light exploded, surprising him. System notified that an anomaly had occurred. The Athos dungeon began to change its level. The dungeon was upgraded to Radiant Tier. Outside, the tower shook violently, causing panic. Bok Lin sensed a powerful aura from the dungeon spreading across the world. Watching the erupting light, she predicted that a major event was about to occur. Loi Sun was stunned, unable to believe that a dungeon could level up. Trang Chan had also never heard of such a thing. Duong was upgraded into Radiant Athos. The system notified that he reached level 100 and unlocked a new skill. Checked his attributes. All stats increased greatly, gaining the skill Infernal Annihilation that deals massive damage and prevents resurrection. A red warning appeared. Anyone killed by this skill cannot be revived. Duong asked the system and was told that due to obtaining the dragon heart, the dungeon had restored its true level. Although he did not fully understand the pre-maturation state, the situation had completely changed. While thinking, Lu Tu ran over. Duong looked at him. Lu Tu said he could not find the dragon heart, then suddenly realized the boss had changed form. Seeing the item in Athos's hand, he was confused why it was here. Chu Tai shouted to stop him from acting recklessly, inwardly cursing him for not reading the notifications. Lu Tu trusted his speed and charged forward, but was blocked by Duong. He was crushed beneath Duong's foot. Chu Tai called out his name, but the system reported that Lu Tu was dead. Loi Sun anxiously asked what to do. Chu Tai judged that they could not win and decided to retreat. He believed retreating was a wise choice, not cowardice. Duong acknowledged the decision was reasonable, but had no intention of letting them leave. He immediately gave chase, not allowing anyone to escape. A teleportation gate appeared ahead. Loi Sun felt a gust of energy brush past his body. Duong blocked the escape route, throwing them into panic. Chu Tai ordered everyone to go all out to break through. Duong unleashed destructive breath, leaving the entire team exhausted. They realized the boss damage was overwhelming. Chu Tai told everyone to store important items in their spatial bag to reduce losses. Tran Luan refused to give up, declaring he had killed Athos many times and could do it again. He summoned an undead army from the Lan and Gayat River. System described the summoning skill, transforming dead creatures into subordinates with unlimited duration, but continuously consuming mana and HP. He ordered the undead to charge forward and tear the opponent apart. The bone dragon immediately rushed to confront Duong. Duong casually waved his hand, speaking with disdain toward the rabble. Watching the bone dragon spit fire, he scoffed that such firepower was insignificant. Bone dragon's purple flames erupted, blazing across the entire space. Duong grew irritated and threw a punch, smashing it flat into the ground. He grabbed the bone dragon by the head and lifted it up, leaving Tran Luan speechless. He angrily cursed that even in defeat he would annihilate Duong's soul completely. He regretted that the Radiant Dungeon could not be reset to take revenge multiple times. Those words enraged Duong. He declared he would not let him escape. Duong flew upward, intending to test a new skill. The annihilating flames poured down like hell. The flames engulfed everything. Agonized screams echoed. All undead were burned away without a trace. Tran Luan was also burned in agony yet still threatened revenge. Duong firmly said there would be no next time, causing him to panic. Tran Luan was horrified as his HP dropped to 0 without being teleported or disintegrated. Duong revealed he had lost the chance to revive. The final flames completely incinerated him. System continuously notified targets eliminated and the massive experience gained. He reached level 40 and hit the second-class advancement limit. The door opened. Truong Kahan stepped in announcing she had returned. Chu Tai hurriedly asked if she had found any information about Master Tran. He reported there was no trace. All information had disappeared. This shocked everyone. Chu Tai recalled the terrifying scene, unable to understand what kind of boss Athos was to be so frightening. He trembled as he said this. Matter exceeded their ability to handle and must be reported to headquarters. Fear rose within him, suspecting the boss had intentionally spared them. Meanwhile, at Duong's home, sunlight streamed in. He picked up a can of drink and finished it in one gulp, and lay down on the sofa, sighing as he felt the previous battle was exhausting. Looking at the equipment panel, Duong was satisfied with the abundant spoils from the S-Rank guild. Weapon information displayed detailed data about a radiant dagger with attributes and special skills. The legendary skill scroll Storm Thunder Heavenly Blade can store multiple uses. Duong was delighted at his great fortune, gaining both a powerful weapon and a rare skill, at the same time realizing he had reached level 40 and needed to advance class. He suddenly thought of Tran Luan, wondering whether he could revive or not. System confirmed Tran Luan had been completely eliminated and analyzed the risk if he had not been killed. Duong sighed in relief, realizing his decision was correct. He speculated the expedition team would not dare return anytime soon. He grew curious about the Radiant Boss mechanics and their behavior when not controlled. Information about the Dragon Heart displayed its power and special usage conditions. Duong decided to go accept the next second-class advancement quest. At the temple, Bok Lin drew attention with her beauty and special presence. People around whispered and admired her. Bok Lin greeted Duong with the title Hero, surprising him. She explained this was the temple's designation for VIPs. Duong felt slightly embarrassed. System issued a 5-star second-class advancement quest with extremely strict requirements. Bok Lin praised him. Duong remained humble and asked about dungeon maps. She handed him a map containing full information of the dungeons. Before leaving, Bok Lin warned about recent dangers in the dungeons. Duong thanked her and thought about finding a suitable dungeon. Upon arriving, he was surprised by the large crowd. After running around many places and still having it taken, he complained about his bad luck. Looking at the dungeon gate crowded with people, he felt helpless. He realized someone familiar was among them. Duong saw Tiat Thien arguing with Vuong Phi over the right to enter the dungeon. Thought about the relationship between the two guilds and decided to wait for the right moment. Then Duong decided to join the competition for the dungeon. He appeared and declared he would not yield the dungeon, causing the opposing side to immediately provoke him. While he was still posturing, a blade suddenly blocked a cross in front of La Sun. Ha Lam, level 61, a third advancement wandering swordsman of the Yu Vu Guild, coldly warned him to watch his mouth and keep it clean. Otherwise, do not blame her for showing no mercy. That man stammered about third advancement. Vuong Phi snorted coldly, showing no fear, because their side also had someone who had reached third advancement. Lai Tran, level 60. A martial artist of Than Sun Pavilion arrogantly said that people of Yu Vu had no right to cause trouble here. Ha Lam mocked him for being uneducated or having a head full of muscles, not even understanding the rule of first come first serve. He replied that he only believed in his fists. If they wanted to fight, then wait until he called more people, and do not cry for the ones behind. He glanced over the formation. Most were low-level rookies. If they forced a fight, it could be disadvantageous. But if they yielded, the opponent might not stop. Ha Lam hesitated and looked at Lai Tran, wondering whether to strike first. Right then, Duong appeared and stepped in, saying if it was about strength, then he also had a say here. The other side was surprised and did not know who he was. Tiat Thien recognized Duong from the teleportation center. Luckily, he was still fine, but why had he come here and even provoked both sides? Vuong Phi irritably asked why it had to be Duong. He replied that wherever he went, he ran into troublesome types like him, then pointed behind and mentioned there was a third advancement expert here. Lai Tran threatened to make Duong kneel and beg for mercy. Duong stepped forward to greet Tiat Thien. She responded a bit shyly since it had been a long time. Vuong Phi angrily stepped forward to question him. Ha Lam quietly asked if the two knew each other. Tiat Thien nodded and said they used to be classmates. Ha Lam was surprised and thought if they were from the same time, then how did he dare to provoke? Ha Lam asked about the advancement quest. This was a silver dungeon, so could there be a mistake? Duong said the second advancement quest required clearing this dungeon. She was shocked that he leveled up so fast. Vuong Phi mocked Duong for thinking himself capable, just a weak warrior pretending. He demanded he open his status panel to prove his strength. Duong coldly said if it were only level 10, then it would not be worth making a move. But now it was different. System warned that those below level 10 who died would suffer heavy level loss. Vuong Phi raised his hand, preparing to attack Duong. He condensed an ice orb and launched it forward. Duong calmly told him to go back to the city and rest. A single slash reduced Vuong Phi HP to 0. He did not even understand what had happened. The system reported the elimination of a level 5 ice mage. His teammates panicked and rushed over calling Vuong Phi name. Lai Tran angrily rushed forward, throwing a punch. Duong stepped back and mocked him for sneak attacking without honor. He roared in anger at being provoked. There was no way he would let Duong go. Duong drew his blade and said let him see his ability, then turned to Ha Lam and asked if she wanted to join as well. Ha Lam grew angry and thought he was too arrogant for daring to challenge 2 third advancements at once. She suggested temporarily setting aside conflict with Lai Tran to teach Taduong a lesson. He coldly said he would deal with her afterward as well. Lai Tran leapt into the air and lunged down to attack. At the same time, Ha Lam also struck from another direction. Taduong moved extremely fast and dealt with Lai Tran first, leaving him shocked at the speed. Lai Tran activated Thunder Tiger Fist with disbelief. Powerful punch surged forward. Taduong used his sword to block, his gaze calm. He used the recoil to swing his sword and send his opponent flying far away. Ha Lam's sneak attacked from behind but was blocked by a shield. Taduong mocked their fighting style. The system displayed that the crystal shield absorbed a large amount of damage. Ha Lam was shocked that her attack could not break it. She realized Taduong equipment was extremely high tier and his strength far beyond imagination. Suddenly the stone quarry ahead shook violently, rocks scattering everywhere. Lai Tran shouted that today he would definitely kill Taduong. Duong raised his sword, flames erupted. He was pressed by the incoming fire with a panicked expression. He decisively finished him. Only embers remained before his eyes. The system announced the elimination of Lai Tran level 60 and a large amount of experience gained. Taduong looked at Ha Lam and asked if she still wanted to fight. She only gave a forced smile knowing she could not win. She was satisfied that the opponent knew her place, saying they were all from the same guild, so there was no need to go too far. Taduong told her to pass along an apology to the guild leader, and that he would take this dungeon. Information appeared showing Taduong level 40 magic warrior of the Yu Van Guild. The system reported entering the Cave of Agony, and the mission began. He stepped into the dungeon with a recommended level of 20 to 40 and a player limit. As he walked, he thought this was his first official time entering a dungeon outside Athos. The feeling was quite novel. Seeing the gatekeeping monster, Taduong wondered why there was only one. It was a level 35 Earth Divine Archer. He drew his sword and felt the first monster was a bit weak. After defeating it, monsters immediately ambushed from behind. Taduong quickly grabbed its neck to control it and threw it away. The sword swung decisively, eliminating 2 monsters in succession and gaining experience. He looked around disdainfully after being ambushed, realizing this dungeon was somewhat dangerous. Taduong recalled the fight with Lai Tran. Before he had won thanks to attributes, but against stronger enemies he had to rely on skill. He decided to train his demonic blade here. As he went deeper into the darker cave, strange sounds echoed along the rock walls. Immediately 2 monsters leapt down from above to attack. The 2 monsters were knocked far away by the shield behind Taduong. The demonic weapon immediately transformed into a heavy hammer in his hand. Taduong slammed the hammer hard onto the ground. The monsters howled in pain repeatedly. On the high rock ledges, the archers had already drawn their bows and aimed straight at him. Waves of arrows rained down. Dust and smoke filled the air. The demonic blade transformed into a crossbow. Taduong immediately aimed at the ambushers. Each shot caused the archers above to explode before they could react. He realized the situation was not good. Staying passive was uncomfortable. He might as well gather them all and deal with them at once. Duong accelerated forward without hesitation. The monsters behind chased closely. He guessed he was about to reach the boss, so he decided to resolve it immediately. As he turned back, a double-ended spear had already appeared in his hand. The giant spear shot forward. Everything along its path burst into fierce flames. Let them try this move. When the monsters behind were wiped out, he showed satisfaction. Such flexible offense and defense was extremely convenient. It made him even more eager for the skill after the 5th advancement. At this moment, a cold gaze locked onto Taduong. It was a level 40 ice-bone giant tiger, the boss of the dungeon. Looking at its mighty body, he was slightly surprised. The final boss was actually a tiger. This design was somewhat strange. The giant tiger roared disdainfully. Foolish human daring to invade my territory. It dashed forward at extreme speed in challenge. Taduong remained calm and observed, realizing bosses below high level usually did not possess true intelligence. His massive claws slammed down at his position, but all attacks were reflected back. The giant tiger was continuously slashed while Taduong remained unharmed. The system reported the boss defeated and a large amount of experience gained. He muttered it did not even take 3 minutes. Moved toward the teleport gate preparing for the next dungeon. Outside, he saw Ha Lin group hiding behind rocks and asked the reason in surprise. They told him to ignore them. He nodded and left. Ha Lin looked on in shock. Only 5 minutes to complete the dungeon. Tayat Thien sighed at how vast the gap between them and Taduong had become. Entering the next dungeon, the system reported the boss had been defeated and additional experience was granted. After completing both dungeons, the 5-star advancement quest was finished. The system continuously notified activation of a hidden quest, surprising to Taduong. Hidden quest phase 1 appeared. The marked location had a ferocious beast sleeping while guarding something. The reward included a 5% attribute increase, a special class, and a legendary skill. The hidden quest only unlocked after completing 5 stars. It had multiple phases. It could be skipped without affecting the main quest. The time limit was 48 hours. Looking at the rewards, Taduong smiled. The 5% attribute alone was already worth it. There was also a legendary skill. He decided to accept immediately and check the quest location. Taduong took out his sword, thinking it was time to unlock the exquisite weapon, but he needed a Grandmaster blacksmith which Dong Lin City did not have. He remembered the Thien Ko Pavilion in Thien Lin City, a place that even sold information. Perhaps he should go there. Moreover, Thien Ko Pavilion belonged to Alliance X. Taduong held his membership card and was curious about their reaction. Arriving at Thien Lin City, he was surprised by the crowd. Taduong thought he had just become a wealthy person, so he felt a bit awkward. The system displayed the boundless gem and a large balance. Inside, the headquarters was packed. Everyone was impatiently waiting. Staff continuously reassured them. Taduong remarked it was too crowded. He suddenly saw Chu Tai and Lu Tu. Lu Tu asked whether there would be compensation for the weapon. Chu Tai looked helpless. Chu Tai said it was already fortunate that the headquarters did not pursue the matter. Lu Tu angrily kicked nearby objects. He was annoyed that he had to continue farming dungeons for a long time. A piece of wood flew toward Taduong. He caught it and coldly asked who caused trouble. Lu Tu arrogantly stepped forward asking if he had any issue. Taduong replied, of course. He grabbed Taduong's collar to threaten him. Taduong remained calm. He angrily warned that next time they met he would deal with him. Chu Tai intervened. Taduong adjusted his clothes and criticized the service of Thien Ko Pavilion. Chu Tai said they only served high-level clients. Lu Tu suggested throwing him out. Taduong took out his membership card and told them to open their eyes and look clearly. Lu Tu did not believe it and threw the card away. Another person picked it up and recognized its value. Chief Manager appeared, making Chu Tai worry. Lu Tu was surprised and called him brother-in-law. One who arrived was Jia Viet level 120, Chief Manager of Vinh Phong City. He immediately slapped Lu Tu to the ground. He did not understand what was happening. Jia Viet returned the card respectfully and apologized for his subordinate misconduct. Taduong accepted it and found it interesting. He asked about the black membership card in the 5-star quest. Taduong confirmed. Jia Viet instructed Chu Tai to serve attentively while dragging Lu Tu away. He still uttered threats. Chu Tai changed his attitude and asked about his needs. Taduong asked for information on a blacksmith and to buy gems. Chu Tai said it was available but expensive. Taduong snapped his fingers and said money was not a problem. A bag of gold was placed down, making Chu Tai immediately change his attitude and go to fetch the goods. Taduong grew even more curious about the forces behind this. Holding the map, he headed toward the forge, surprised that a Grandmaster blacksmith was in such a simple place. On the way, he heard others discussing the Athos expedition. Everyone was afraid because people had already died. No one dared to participate. Duong arrived at the forge, pushed the door open, stepped inside and called out looking for Mr. Duong. Inside, Dung Tiat and an Ngu were already standing there. Master Duong was working and raised his head to ask if he was a customer. Duong recognized the two as members of Yu Van, so he greeted them. An Ngu immediately ran over and bombarded him with questions about his age and relationship status, leaving him no time to react. Dung Tiat stepped forward and raised her hand to cover her face. She pulled an Ngu behind her and asked Duong. This place was for Grandmaster level. His level did not need to be here yet. An Ngu still reacted noisily. Duong sighed and said this was the second time he had heard that today. He took out his sword and asked if this weapon qualified. Master Duong lifted the heavy hammer high. One strike down caused brilliant sparks of fire to burst out. Dung Tiat observed closely. This was the effect of an exquisite weapon. An Ngu also marveled at how beautiful the scene was. She glanced at Duong and saw him calm, as if he had long been used to this scene. An Ngu teased Dung Tiat for staring at him too long. She immediately denied it and became irritated. Duong felt the atmosphere was a bit strange and began to suspect he had chosen the wrong guild. After a few hours, Master Duong raised the sword and announced it was complete. He secretly admired it, finished in just one attempt, completely different from when he did it before and wasted many materials. Duong took the sword and asked the fee. Master Duong said it normally cost 1 billion, but today it was free because he was in a good mood. Duong refused to accept it for free and voluntarily gave 1 billion out of respect for the craftsmanship. Master Duong praised his spirit and accepted. Ngu stared in shock. He refused a free service and even paid such a large amount. Dung Tiat began to doubt his identity. On the outskirts of Thien Lin, a barren mountain range appeared. Duong arrived and confirmed this was the quest area. Redistributed his attributes and used potions to increase stats. The system displayed his current attributes. After increasing his speed, He was confident he had reached a level comparable to high-level experts. Duong rushed straight into the mountain range, with surging momentum. Two monster shadows appeared and lunged at him. They were level 44 and 45 monsters. Skill information appeared, helping him increase speed and temporarily enter stealth. One slash caused both monsters to fall to the ground. He used double slash to finish them, and thought the power of an exquisite weapon was truly astonishing. Behind him were countless eyes in the darkness watching. Duong decided not to clear everything, and moved straight toward the objective. A loud explosion echoed at the foot of the mountain. He entered the cave where the ferocious beast resided. Space inside was eerily silent. No minor monsters appeared. The light ahead gradually appeared, making him realize he had arrived. Duong widened his eyes upon seeing the ferocious beast curled up sleeping. System displayed a level 55 boss, but with almost no detailed information, surprising him. He took the initiative to attack because he knew bosses like this were very dangerous. One sword strike dealt massive damage, thanks to the bonus damage effect when attacking from stealth. The monster sprang up, making him realize he could not finish it quickly. Its mouth released violent streams of energy. Spikes rose from the ground. Duong jumped to evade and counterattack. The monster roared after being struck. Duong gripped his sword tightly and rushed forward, giving the opponent no chance. He poured on damage and defeated it. The system reported experience and item rewards. The item information displayed included an old key and a strange piece of meat of unknown origin. Duong wondered about the meat. It felt like it once belonged to an extremely powerful creature. Temporarily ignored it and continued the quest. The system confirmed completion of the 5-star advancement and granted a new skill. The dual trigger effect activates, adding 10% spirit based on strength, while converting 10% strength based on spirit cannot be activated repeatedly in rotation. The hidden class change mission is being verified and confirmed complete. Rewards are granted, including a 5% increase to all attributes, unlocking the special class Demon Battle Warrior, obtaining a legendary skill book, breaking the level cap, recalculating stored experience, rising from level 40 to 58, and gaining an additional 360 attribute points. He decided to distribute points evenly between strength and spirit, thinking to himself that this base attribute amount had already far surpassed the standard of third-turn players. If equipment is included, then he could directly confront those spirit beast hunters. Just thinking about defeating a fourth turn at second turn already made him excited. A new status panel appeared, completing attribute distribution. His current stats were fully upgraded in strength, speed, and spirit. Duong looked at the sword in his hand with satisfaction. It had doubled in power and also carried an undead mark. From now on, even Platinum E-Dungeon bosses would struggle to withstand it. Truly worthy of a legendary skill. The system notification sounded. Demon Battle Warrior obtained the legendary skill Dual Destruction Blade, merging magic power with the weapon into one, consuming 50% mana to unleash a powerful strike, dealing 200% physical damage and an additional 200% spirit damage. Upon returning, Bok Lin immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. The brave lord had completed a 5-star second turn. VIP privileges were being updated. Monthly allowance increased from 10 million to 50 million. Alliance Black Card discount increased from 20% to 30%. He only responded briefly, but thought that with his current strength, these benefits were no longer anything special. She curiously asked about his next plan. Duong said the past few days had been exhausting, so he wanted to rest for 2 days, combining relaxation and preparation. Bok Lin nodded in agreement. Rest was necessary. Even so, he still planned to visit Thien Ko Pavilion to shop and prepare for the dragon hunting plan. The headquarters of Thien Ko Pavilion in Jia Viet's office, he assigned a mission to Chu Tai. For this secret realm expedition, he would lead 30 people, likely enough to clear it. Chu Tai confirmed that number was fine, only worried that the no-revival mechanism was quite dangerous. Jia Viet took out a ring, reassuring that the headquarters had fully prepared. Each person would receive a jade life ring to ensure survival. Chu Tai happily realized it was a rare item and immediately thanked him. Jia Viet said if he were not busy, he would personally go slay the dragon to relieve boredom. At that moment, someone interrupted and the door burst open. Chu Tai turned around cautiously, asking who had arrived. Seeing Lin and Hai, Lu Tu stammered, calling her eldest young lady, not understanding why she appeared. The one who appeared was Lac Lin and Hai, a level 130 beast tamer, daughter of the masters of Thien Ko Pavilion. She reminded everyone to quickly bow and welcome her. Jia Viet immediately knelt down, apologizing for not greeting her from afar, hoping for forgiveness. She said to dispense with formalities and ordered that this trip remain secret. A flash of light flickered as if something passed by. Lin and Hai sat down and ordered that from now on no one was allowed to enter Athos City without her permission, because she wanted to personally tame it. Jia Viet hesitated, asking if this was the master's decision. She coldly replied that even if it was not, he was still not allowed to oppose her. He hurriedly accepted the order and went to prepare. Lin Nhi turned and left, requesting documents about Athos and arresting room. After seeing her off, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting the eldest young lady to appear suddenly. Lu Tu behind him was shocked, realizing she was the youngest genius of the Global Beast Tamer Association. Gia Viet confirmed it. This association was a top organization on par with the Alliance, specializing in hunting rare beasts worldwide. From dungeon bosses to wild elites, all were targets. With her outstanding talent, Lin Nhi had long joined and almost had no peers. The eldest young lady secretly coming here was surely to seize Athos before other beast tamers. If successful, she would stand at the top of the continent, and the reputation of Thien Ko Pavilion would soar. Chu Tai emphasized that everyone must obey orders, especially the final blow on Athos must belong to her. No one was allowed to compete. When Chu Tai checked the documents, he found they had been purchased since yesterday. The buyer was to Duong, making Lu Tu angry, thinking that man was deliberately causing trouble. Gia Viet felt uneasy but thought it was just coincidence. That man could not know the eldest young lady was coming. However, Chu Tai worried whether they should request the book back. He decided not to cause trouble with the temple VIP, telling Chu Tai to find other documents. Meanwhile, at Duong's home, he had already sat in his usual place. He opened the Dragon Guidebook worth 510 gold coins, sighing that Thien Ko Pavilion truly knew how to make money, and hoping the content was worthwhile. Duong muttered, reading dragon types such as Red Dragon and White Dragon, then found Athos. The information showed it was a violent, bloodthirsty dragon. Its development stages corresponded to levels from Radiant to Blazing Sun. It had mutation increasing power and possessed black fire along with dragon pressure. Wondered why there was no mention of damage reduction. With the professionalism of Thien Ko Pavilion, it could not be an omission. Or perhaps the expedition team could not see detailed information, like when he encountered the mysterious monster before. The note stated that within Long Ha territory, a secret realm containing Athos had been discovered. The northwest region at Lac Tayat City in Anbac Province once defeated Athos in its larval stage in a void stone dungeon at Long Ngam Cave. Central region at Da Mo City in Linjiang Province defeated Athos in its pre-adult stage at Bright Moon level, while the southeast region at Vin Phong City in Thien Lin Province had not yet defeated it, difficulty at Radiant level. Turning the next page, Duong realized only 3 Athos had been discovered so far. 2 had been eliminated. Only the boss he was handling remained, but the level information did not match, making him suspicious. Tales showed that because the dungeon was classified as Radiant, Athos was initially misjudged as post-adult. After defeat and analysis using Dragon Heart, it was reclassified as pre-adult. The reason was it had eaten an unknown rotten meat that greatly boosted its power. A special note stated that this strange meat was purchased by Thien Ko Pavilion at a very high price. Duong immediately became delighted upon discovering the value of that piece of meat, understanding it was a rare treasure. If fed to Athos, it could upgrade to Bright Moon. At that point, even a 5th turn team could not resist, and he himself would have a chance to advance straight to 4th turn. Lying on the bed, he thought that later it would be difficult to continue using this method because Thien Ko Pavilion would not allow exploitation. Even so, it was time to hunt Athos, though somewhat regretful. The system notified that when killing a concurrent boss, it would become his loyal subordinate. Hearing that, Duong was extremely shocked. He jumped up asking if he could own Athos as a pet. The system confirmed it was a normal mechanism, making him extremely excited because dragons were rare, powerful creatures. Even major associations had few who could tame them. Imagining summoning Athos in battle made him even more eager. However, he also understood that with his current strength, even with Dragon Heart, it would be difficult to quickly defeat Athos. If attacked by others during battle, it would be very disadvantageous. Putting on slippers and stepping down, he reconsidered that leveling still depended on concurrent bosses. Without challengers, progress would be slow and consume much experience. He needed to find ways to level faster, such as hunting wild monsters or high-level dungeons. Then suddenly remembered the guild message. Opening the system to check, he realized the forest giant was also a void stone secret realm. A good opportunity, so he decided to join and sent a short confirmation message. Dung Tayat and Yu Van received the message and immediately gathered everyone. The entire guild erupted in cheers, and Ngu happily messaged teasing. Tu Enhan reminded her to maintain her image. Duong Enhin argued back, and Ngu explained she only saw Duong as a younger brother. Being teased by everyone made her protest, while Duong could only look at the long message chain speechless. Only Yu Van remained silent without saying anything. After a while, she asked if he was sure he wanted to join the Void Stone secret realm, because it was very dangerous. Duong only replied he would go first and told everyone to come later. The next day at the temple, Loi Sun entered with a gloomy face, saying he had just reached level 99, but the 5th turn mission required materials from the forest giant. Everyone was worried because the difficulty there was comparable to Athos. With current levels, it was very hard to conquer, so discussions continued endlessly. There were rumors that Yu Van was preparing to conquer this secret realm. Perhaps this year's trial ticket would belong to them, and the gap between the two guilds would grow wider. Loi Sun showed confidence that there was still a way to stop Yu Van. His eyes filled with killing intent as he said, if there was no way out, then he would eliminate the opponent, so they too would fall into despair. Information about the forest giant secret realm appeared. Diamond level, recommended from level 90, described as an ancient forest blocking out light with monster roars like warnings. Time remaining to open was 35 minutes. Observing around, Duong noticed a large number of participants. Because this was a high-level secret realm comparable to Athos, so Yu Van chose this moment to test themselves. Trial Secret Realm was an annual event organized by the temple. Only A-rank guilds with fifth-turn members could participate. Each city had only one slot. Top 3 received major rewards including radiant weapons, diamonds, and resources, causing both Yu Van and Lin Thur to compete fiercely. Previously, Lin Thur was stronger, but failed at Athos, so currently the advantage leaned toward Yu Van. However, the situation suddenly changed when he noticed something unusual nearby. Loi Sun's team appeared pushing everyone back and declared they would occupy the entire secret realm, threatening that anyone who did not want to die should retreat, causing the crowd to panic. Duong realized Lin Thur had not given up at all. People around immediately retreated, complaining that A-rank guilds were too overbearing. Someone quietly reminded them to speak softly because Lin Thur had suffered a streak of bad luck recently and was looking for an outlet. Duong thought that with their current strength it would be hard for them to clear a diamond dungeon. There were not many at level 90 either. It looked more like they were waiting for someone than preparing to enter. He suddenly realized they intended to block Yu Van from entering. Occupying the spot without fighting, truly shameless. Duong remained standing still. The level 72 scout shouted asking if he was deaf and could not hear the guild leader. He calmly replied he was just looking around and had no interest in interfering. They could do as they pleased. That man arrogantly shoved Duong backward, cursing and telling him to get aside. Immediately grabbed the hand placed on his shoulder and twisted it backward, causing that man to scream in pain. Taking advantage of that, Duong threw him toward a distant tree. The tremendous force sent that man's body flying straight into the forest. In the end, he lay flattened beneath an uprooted tree. Loi Sun asked cautiously about his identity and why he attacked. Duong yawned, lightly saying it was self-defense because the other intended to hit him. Min angrily scolded his attitude, beating someone to near death and calling it defense while acting arrogant. But Loi Sun immediately stopped him. He suggested that if his subordinate was at fault first, then it was deserved to be taught a lesson. This matter should end here. Duong nodded, agreeing without objection. Min was still unwilling, asking why let it go. Loi Sun calmly analyzed that someone who could defeat a third-turn scout in an instant must at least be fourth turn. They came here to pressure Yu Van, so there was no need for extra trouble. He suspected Duong might be related to Yu Van, but also thought the possibility was low. Duong sensed someone approaching. Yu Van stepped forward and asked Loi Sun what exactly he intended. He had his men block the entrance and declared they had claimed the forest giant, demanding she go to another dungeon. She was displeased and reminded him that Lin Thur had just suffered a team wipe, so where would they find the spirit to challenge a diamond dungeon? He clearly understood he came to cause trouble, asking why after failing he still did such despicable acts. What benefit was there? Or did he want both sides to clash here? Loi Sun coldly said the purpose was to drag Yu Van down so they could not participate in the trial, declaring that today no one was allowed to enter the dungeon. Seeing cold energy spreading around him, he said in a chilling tone that Murong Tiat had acted without orders. Dung Tiat replied directly that if they wanted to fight, then fight. No need for more words. Loi Sun declared that today they must decide life or death. Duong interrupted, reminding him of his own words, that today no one was allowed to enter the dungeon. He showed disdain, asking what authority he had to impose such a ban. Dung Tiat was surprised seeing him step forward, and Ngu became even more excited, praising how cool he was for daring to confront Loi Sun. Tu Enhan observed that the person being discussed in the guild had finally appeared. Unfortunately, Tiu Thien was not present. Mach 2 recorded the moment of the first male member of Yu Van. Yu Van stepped forward to greet him, saying they finally met. Duong responded politely, saying he had not officially joined yet. This way was more comfortable, she agreed. Yu Van secretly evaluated that his identity was too mysterious. From a 5-star class change to radiant weapons and connections to an S-rank guild, she hesitated whether to ask or not. On Loi Sun's side, Lai Dan was furious because an Ngu ignored him and was instead close to Duong, wanting to kill him. Trio Min confirmed he was indeed from Yu Van and possibly an official member. Loi Sun gritted his teeth, asking if he was mocking them. Duong calmly replied, "So what? Want to fight?" Two gleaming arrows shot over from afar. He casually caught one arrow, recognized it was that archer, then threw it back, saying it would be improper not to return the favor. The remaining arrow was kicked back by him. The two arrows pierced through Trio Min, causing his teammates to panic and call for the vice guild leader. Seeing his subordinate injured, Loi Sun roared in anger. Duong instantly teleported in front of him. He said he had already seen through their intention of causing trouble, criticized them for blocking others from clearing dungeons, asked if they knew how precious time was, if they delayed his boss hunting plan, who would take responsibility. They were confused, not understanding what he meant. Loi Sun roared, telling him to stop talking nonsense and attack. Duong took out a scroll, saying there was no other way but to teach them a lesson. Seeing that, Loi Sun began sweating. Loi Sun immediately ordered a defensive barrier to be erected, and all damage reduction skills activated. He was confident that no matter how strong the opponent was, they could not break their strongest defense. Duong smiled, saying, "Then try it." A massive storm formed in the sky. Fierce wind blew, causing an Ngu discomfort. Dung Tiat had to hold her skirt. The energy fluctuations were like a natural disaster descending. Loi Sun was horrified, realizing this was a legendary skill. Duong unleashed the storm onto their position. The thunderstorm descended like destruction. A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. The wind howled violently, covering everything. Everything settled. He said the obstruction had been eliminated, and now they could enter the dungeon. The Yu Van members were utterly shocked, and Ngu nearly fainted. Yu Van could not believe Lin Thur had been wiped out so quickly. Dung Tiat thought even a legendary skill should not achieve this. Mach 2 presented a sketch pointing out that besides the scroll, Duong had used another skill. Ngu praised the drawing as beautiful. Dung Tiat realized it was magical energy condensed into form. Yu Van deduced that he combined a legendary skill with magic defense, then used a chain of skills to disrupt and finish with a demon blade. His combat thinking was very clear. Dung Tiat added that his powerful equipment was the key. Everyone believed he must come from a super guild. Duong awkwardly asked if they could enter the dungeon now. Yu Van immediately agreed to depart. Entering the dungeon, towering trees created a chilling atmosphere. The terrain was complex. Yu Van reminded everyone to stay alert, and Ngu chatted, asking if this time would go smoothly, then asked him to protect her if anything happened. Duong replied he would try. Suddenly something rushed out from the bushes, startling Ngu. It turned out to be just a small rabbit. Tu Enhan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. But immediately after, a level 89 two-headed beast appeared. Yu Van quickly reassured everyone to stay calm and fight. She held her sword and shield, delivering a powerful slash at the monster in front. From the side came the fierce roar of a monster. It was a level 95 elite giant rock berserk bear. And Ngu and Mach 2 panicked, shouting that there were monsters here too. Help quickly. Duong immediately rushed over and slashed the bear, then asked why they did not assign people to handle the monsters. And Ngu explained that high-level members were rare, so they had to conserve strength. He took the initiative to handle it, saying leave it to him, and telling them to watch his health bar. Yu Van on the other side reported that things were stable and ordered all support to focus on Duong. He replied understood. Duong clearly felt the fourth turn support buffs, boosting his power drastically in an instant. The bear was knocked flying far away. He leapt down from above and thrust straight into its head, dealing a critical hit of over 100,000 damage. Yu Van finished her side and praised him for doing well. Thanks to his joining, their win rate had increased significantly. Duong humbly said this was his first time in a team and hoped for guidance. She agreed, but secretly felt astonished because he had always soloed dungeons before. Yu Van continued advancing toward the next boss. Dung Tiat waved her staff, creating frost that froze the surrounding area. Duong quickly dealt with the remaining two bears. Just as he finished, the boss appeared. Everyone cheered because the boss had finally arrived. And Ngu said Thien Ko Pavilion's information was quite reliable. The boss was a level 98 frenzied hybrid giant. Yu Van was still worried because of the previous reversal at Athos. Duong reassured that his intuition told him this time would not fail. His words made her unconsciously trust him. Yu Van decided to believe him, ordering the entire team to charge. Everyone simultaneously attacked the boss's weak points. Outside, Chu Tai reported to Jia Viet that Lin Thur and Yu Van had clashed. When asked about the result, he replied that Lin Thur had been wiped out. Jia Viet said it was within expectations. Those who stray easily do foolish things. He once thought highly of them, but not anymore. It seemed this year's trial spot would belong to Yu Van. Chu Tai added there was also the matter related to Athos. Jia Viet's expression became serious. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yu Van unleashed attacks on the boss. Its massive body was knocked over, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Cheers erupted for victory. the system announced that Yu Van Guild had completed the dungeon and received rewards. The guild leader began distributing them. Yu Van reached level 100, saying he could have finished the boss but yielded it to her. Duong only smiled, saying she needed it more. She gratefully said she would remember the favor. The female members gathered around praising him for being both strong and handsome, and asking to add friends. Dung Tiat could not stand it and stopped them, reminding them to focus on the loot. This time 2 platinum items and even a diamond item had dropped. Yu Van asked if he needed equipment. Duong declined because his inventory was already full of high-level gear. Dung Tiat was delighted because they had enough materials for 5th turn, meaning they could compete for the trial slot, and Ngu suggested celebrating. Yu Van agreed, then invited Duong to join. He hesitated slightly. The system suddenly warned that a challenger had invaded. Duong was surprised at the speed and suspected the expedition team had acted. He immediately left, apologizing for having urgent matters so he could not attend the gathering. Returning to Atho's territory, the small monsters were still asleep. He intended to see who was attacking the dungeon. Seeing the opponent, he was surprised because there was only one person with a peculiar appearance. Observing closely, it was an elf named Aka Lawrence, level 140, a court mage, extremely powerful. That man looked down on the small monsters. Duong hid and observed, realizing this person was extremely dangerous. Aka was surrounded by elite monsters yet remained calm. Monsters roared, wanting to offer human blood to Athos and eliminate the intruder. Aka sneered, saying Athos was just a hatchling. A few forbidden spells would be enough to kill it. That man swung his sword, slaughtering all the monsters. Blood splattered everywhere. Aka showed disgust, wiping off the blood, criticizing the place as filthy, and saying if not for the princess, he would never come. That man summoned forest giants to serve as shields and weapons to sweep away all obstacles. The giants appeared, protecting him. Duong observed through the mirror and was shocked at his strength. Suspecting he was 6th turn and feeling the situation was dangerous, he suddenly remembered his mention of the princess and thought he might obtain information from her. Remembering Lilith was still asleep, he decided to wake her up. Tapping lightly on the cage, he called her to wake up. Lilith drowsily asked who it was. Duong directly asked if she was the princess of the Elf Kingdom. Lilith was surprised that he knew how to speak. Duong replied that she had never asked and reminded her she was off topic. Lilith panicked because before he had only slept and moved mindlessly, now suddenly intelligent, making her unable to adapt. She even worried she had been watched secretly and cried out in fear. Duong was confused because the conversation had drifted too far off track. He twisted the cage to threaten her, demanding an answer or he would eat her. Lilith fearfully admitted she was the 6th princess of Queen Severia. Duong realized she was a figure from the SSS-level Elf Kingdom with friendly relations to humans. He showed her Aka's image, saying the one who came to rescue her. Lilith was initially delighted, but immediately her face turned pale upon recognizing him, showing she knew him but was not happy. He confirmed Aka was a despicable man who once tried to harm her. She had nearly been violated by him but fortunately escaped. Because his family was powerful, she could not punish him. Duong understood the conflict between them. Duong pretended to be cold, saying he would hand her over to Aka. Lilith panicked and objected. Said directly he was not asking. Aka was a very powerful 6th turn. If he did not hand her over, he might also die, unless she begged and revealed his weakness. Lilith blushed and begged, promising to provide information. Duong felt it was a bit excessive, but still agreed to listen. She said the Lawrence family had extremely high magical talent, but very weak physiques. Even at 5th or 6th turn, their bodies remained fragile like 1st turn, typical glass mages. However, this weakness was compensated by an extremely strong and durable magic shield. He believed that with his current strength it would be difficult to break it. The more she spoke, the more despair she felt, fearing she would fall into Aka's hands, making Duong somewhat discouraged. Duong pondered. Lilith's words were not wrong. The current option was to use that piece of meat to increase strength, but that would raise the dungeon difficulty, making the expedition team more cautious and directly affecting the boss hunting plan. It was hard to satisfy both sides. Calculated carefully. After evolving to radiant level, his body would also change. But that armor was only for display. If he could equip items that increased real attributes, it would be better. He suddenly realized the issue. The equipment from the Black Dragon Heart earlier had turned into gear for the opponent. So could his human form do the same? Meanwhile, Lilith kept begging to be released so she would not fall into Aka's hands. But now there was only empty space. She panicked, not seeing the dragon anymore. Duong had activated Phantom Shadow Body to conceal himself, originally just testing, but unexpectedly it worked. Lilith looked around in fear, suspecting he had fled, while Taduong tested equipping Blood Shadow onto Athos and activated the skill, immediately entering stealth state. Moreover, all attributes and talents resonated, especially the spirit amplification effect increased greatly. System displayed boss information, Black Flame Domain Athos in pre-adult stage level 100 with 6 million health, Dark Dragon attributes, Strength 4440, Speed 1702, Spirit 2241. He breathed a sigh of relief seeing strength and spirit greatly increased. The attribute gap had been filled. Now he was confident enough to face the guests. On the other side, Akka loudly called for Athos to hand over the princess, threatening that if pleased he would leave a whole corpse. As he walked, he provoked the cowardly dragon. Akka continued threatening to use forbidden spells to destroy the entire palace if the princess was not handed over. Even if she died, he could use memory and resurrection magic to achieve his goal. Thinking of possessing her made him extremely excited. He grew impatient, raising his staff, preparing to cast a forbidden spell to eliminate Athos. Duong suddenly struck from above, mocking that man as perverse and reducing his health sharply to only 6%. Akka was knocked to the ground, dust rising everywhere. He asked in shock when Athos appeared, and why he could not sense any aura, also unable to believe his defense was broken so easily. Taduong ignited flames, saying rules did not apply to him, then unleashed infernal word hellfire. Akka was completely incinerated. The system announced the defeat of a level 140 archmage and granted over 12 million experience. Duong intended to check the loot, since there was no need to spare someone like that. Looking at the dropped items, he was shocked to see the legendary forbidden spell Myriad Thunder Cataclysm, causing large-scale lightning, along with a soul-summoning stone that could summon Nether Moon Wolf Spirit to assist in battle. In addition, there was a fairy barrier scroll that could block 7 high-level skills without breaking. Duong realized forbidden spells were the highest level for mages capable of destroying cities, but usually existed only as scrolls due to the massive mana requirement. Akka died, leaving extremely valuable rewards. He felt regret that no radiant equipment dropped. Killing that man did not yield as much benefit as expected. Such a fat prey was hard to find. Lilith was still hanging in the cage. Lilith sat sadly thinking whether the dragon that disappeared had gone to confront Akka. What if he lost? She told herself she was not worried for him, but simply did not want to fall into Akka's hands. When Duong returned, Lilith's cage trembled slightly. She asked where he went and where Akka was. He said he had hidden and ambushed, burning him to nothing. She could be at ease. Lilith was astonished that he truly killed Akka. Lilith looked at him, probing his intentions. Taduong mentioned that the elf royal family originally had strong magic, but she lacked energy. She explained she carried an ancient curse that sealed her talent and reduced her lifespan. Each generation of the royal family had someone who must sacrifice. This time it was her, so she was neglected. Taduong thought she was also pitiful, and that her fate had changed since meeting him. Seeing the dragon claw approaching, Lilith asked in fear what he intended to do. She held her head and screamed in terror. Nothing happened except the cage being broken. Taduong said she was free. Lilith asked in surprise why. He replied since he would help to the end, told her to stay and she would soon truly be free, and ordered the monsters not to harm her. Lilith still doubted because he suddenly became kind and asked his true purpose. Duong had already disconnected. She thought he fell asleep immediately, while he returned to his room delighted at the great gains. Suddenly a new message notification caught his attention. The sender was Lam Yuvan. Flood of messages appeared with 99 unread, making him think the system was malfunctioning. Messages poured in asking about him and inviting him out, making him helpless. In the end, he apologized for leaving abruptly and decided to reply privately to Yuvan. She immediately responded that she understood he had personal matters and thanked him for helping today. The members sent celebration photos in the guild. Taduong smiled seeing the cheerful atmosphere, judging Yuvan to be far more trustworthy than Lin Thur and the expedition team. The class change tower. Tyat Thien greeted him happily upon seeing him, asking if he came to change class. He said she had reached level 20 thanks to help, asking about him participating in the Diamond Dungeon. Taduong confirmed he had reached level 60 and came to receive the 3rd turn mission. She felt sad thinking she had fallen far behind. Taduong encouraged her that her potential was still great and she could surpass him in the future. His words made her happy, and she asked if it was true. Taduong affirmed and encouraged her to work hard so they could fight together in the future. Tyat Thien regained her spirit, while Taduong received the 3rd turn mission consisting of 2 restricted challenges, one using magic power to eliminate a soul boss, and one using only physical strength to eliminate an earth dragon. The reward was the Demon Warrior class and a legendary skill. He realized this mission was much harder with 2 simultaneous challenges and many strict conditions. Bok Lin warned him to be careful because a blood moon phenomenon had appeared recently. Duong showed confusion. He explained the blood moon caused monsters to become frenzied and stronger, especially spirit-type monsters. And this phenomenon had no pattern, so special caution was needed. Even so, Duong remained confident in his strength and was not overly worried. The platinum-level ruined castle dungeon, once a noble territory cursed, the owner went mad killing everyone, then became a terrifying flesh-eating spirit. Any who entered would become his prey. Lu Tu lay sprawled on the chair, face flushed red from drunkenness, clearly having drunk too much and only now waking up. Looking at the blood moon above, he almost cursed out loud. Truly unlucky. It came neither early nor late, but right when he was drunk. Fortunately, according to the news, this place was usually deserted, so it should not be a big problem. Thought he only needed to go to the entrance to set a lockdown alert, then return to continue drinking. But when he received a notification that someone was attacking the dungeon and he could not operate, he was shocked and could not understand who would dare to rush into such a dangerous blood moon dungeon. Not long before, Duong had arrived, casually sweeping a few strikes and blowing away the small demons. The system continuously notified the defeat of level 56 and 55 imp demons, granting corresponding experience. He calmly said that the Blood Moon dungeon was nothing to fear. Suddenly, the two demons behind burst, with energy making Duong shiver. Turning back to look at them, he was shocked to find they had transformed into level 70 frenzied imp demons. Only then did Duong realize this was a mutation caused by the Blood Moon. The demon claws lunged forward at extreme speed. Duong quickly retreated to dodge, realizing their speed had increased significantly. The demon mouths opened, revealing sharp teeth. A surge of energy struck. He used a shield to block. Two demons revealed horrifying smiles. Their heads flew toward him, causing him to shout in shock. At the same time, two forces pierced through those heads. Their bodies split into two parts, eyes bulging out, exploded in midair, fluid splashing down. Duong quickly dodged. The system warned that his sanity dropped to 90 out of 100. If it reached 0, he would fall into madness. Duong realized the Blood Moon not only increased monster strength, but also added this dangerous mechanic. Swiftly cut them down, deciding he had to be more cautious. Duong continued sweeping the area. Wherever he went, monsters fell. The staff in his hand burned brightly as it smashed into monsters, while also dealing with those floating in the air. Checking his status, he saw his sanity at 60 and mana at only 20%. He realized relying solely on magic was ineffective, and the sanity bar added pressure. While resting, massive arms appeared in the distance. He sighed that it was still not over. It was a level 82 elite giant corpse tank. Duong admitted he had to use another method. As soon as the corpse tank appeared, its arms were bound by energy. Nether Moon Wolf Spirit, summoned from the Soul Stone, delivered a powerful punch to it. Level 125 Wolf Spirit eliminated the target instantly, making Duong marvel at the overwhelming strength of a legendary summon. He waved to call the Wolf Spirit, and it responded. He stroked its chin and saw it enjoy it, feeling fortunate that it did not require a contract. With these two helpers, he would not be weak even against players. Although he knew it was somewhat unbalanced, he still decided to use this power to clear everything, then stopped before the large boss door. Duong kicked the door open and stepped into the ruined chamber. Inside was a figure in a black dress kneeling before a memorial tablet, a cold voice echoing in confession. It roared that it had killed too many people and would continue to kill. It was the boss devouring spirit ghost level 90 of the undead race, corrupted by the Blood Moon. But as soon as it appeared, it was torn apart by the wolf spirit. Duong quickly stopped it from killing immediately to preserve the boss' health for himself to finish. Realizing the difficulty had increased, but with assistance, it was not too dangerous. The system announced the boss defeat, granting nearly 100,000 experience along with many platinum items and materials. Duong looked at the drops, not too interested in platinum gear, but judged the materials quite useful. Ghost core could be used for crafting potions or increasing 80 spirit points. He decided to leave. Blood Moon made the castle scene even more gloomy and terrifying. Outside, Lin Nhi began to lose patience, as the person inside had not yet come out. Lu Tu flattered, saying this place under the Blood Moon was very dangerous, and only a genius like her could easily pass. But she showed displeasure and demanded a clear report. Chu Tai explained that the dungeon had been breached for nearly half an hour, but no guild had claimed it, so it was unclear who was inside. Lin Nhi thought that under the Blood Moon this place had exceeded diamond level. The one inside should have died, yet had not come out, making her curious. Teleport gate appeared, everyone waited. Duong stepped out complaining of exhaustion. Seeing the crowd before him made him surprised. Chu Tai was also shocked. Duong wondered why the expedition team was here, whether his identity had been exposed. Nhi was astonished, seeing only a young man. Chu Tai recognized him as Duong. He calmly asked why they were gathered here. Lu Tu scolded him for not knowing it was a Blood Moon day and still daring to enter the dungeon alone. Nhi ordered silence, making him shut up. She asked if he had cleared the dungeon alone. To Duong confirmed. She requested the boss core and was willing to pay. To Duong was puzzled by her attitude, asking who she was to take whatever she wanted. That sentence left Chutai stunned. Sweat poured down endlessly like rain. Lin San's bodyguard stepped forward and shouted, "Do you know who you are talking to?" He replied he did not know. He was asking her. She immediately introduced, "How rude. Open your eyes and look carefully. Before you stands the youngest genius of the Beast Control Association. Both beautiful and talented, admired by countless people. The eldest young lady Lak Lin Ene." Lisa drew out her spiked dagger, daring to rudely refuse the young lady's request. Such behavior deserves punishment. Lin Nhi raised her hand and lightly tapped her head. Lin Nhi reminded her not to cause trouble here. To Duong thought to himself, she truly is the daughter of the Tianji Pavilion master, so she has the right to be arrogant. But it does not seem directed at him. He spoke. "So may I ask what guidance the young lady has?" He replied, "I came to find some high-grade food for my spirit horse. Did not expect someone else to take it first. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that, so I want to test your ability." Lin Nhi said, "If you can endure 3 minutes under my wandering eagle spirit, then it will be as if nothing happened." Seeing the wandering eagle charge without giving a choice, To Duong shouted how unreasonable. Lu Tu mocked. Daring to anger the young lady means certain death. Chu Tai thought otherwise, not necessarily. He once cleared the Blood Moon dungeon alone. His strength may not be limited to 4th advancement. Wandering eagle flapped its wings and unleashed a sharp storm descending down. To Duong nimbly dodged each attack, realizing this beast was both fast and long-ranged. Only defending would not lead to victory. He drew his sword. He originally did not want to reveal his strength, but had no choice. Lu Tu felt it looked familiar. That sword could it be? The wandering eagle passed through his body, but sensed something was wrong. To Duong appeared behind it and stabbed straight through, dealing 75-69 damage. Lin Nhi was shocked. Wandering eagle's body dispersed into air. Feathers scattered everywhere. To Duong sneered, "It has not been 3 minutes yet." She became angry. "You dare kill my spirit beast." He replied cleverly, "You only said endure 3 minutes. You did not forbid killing. You are used to bullying others without making things clear." Inside he felt confident. If he truly fought with forbidden spells in hand, he would not fear. The energy around Lin Nhi erupted violently. He thought nervously she was too strong. Chu Tai quickly spoke, "Young lady, his identity is special and should not be fought." Lin Nhi asked, "What identity does he have?" He replied, "To Duong is a VIP of the Divine Temple and a Black Gold member of Alliance X. Superiors instructed to handle him carefully." She was surprised, having 2 major identities at once. "Could it be you have completed the 5th advancement?" To Duong asked in return, "Then are you also a Divine Temple VIP?" Lin Nhi felt slightly embarrassed. Before the 4th advancement that was true, she thought. She needed the Tianji Pavilion's help just to complete the 3rd advancement. Yet he did it alone and seemed very relaxed. "Why is that?" To Duong said. "You understand my identity now. If there is nothing else, then please leave." No need to see her off. She snorted and swallowed her anger. Lin Nhi mounted her horse and left. Her subordinates responded in unison. Tu was surprised, "So it is just let go." She shouted, "Then what else? Do you want to oppose the Divine Temple?" He stammered and did not dare. To Duong held a grudge in his heart. "What about Tianji Pavilion? Wait until I subdue Athos and see if she can still be arrogant." The system notified a 5-star 3rd advancement mission. The Magic Warrior mission Part 1 was completed. Part 2 at Hong Lin Mountain Range was unfinished. To Duong decided to temporarily set aside Lin Nhi's matter. Next he would hunt the Earth Dragon, then choose a hidden mission. Hong Lin Mountain Range, entrance to the rock layer, boss Abyssal Rock Earth Dragon, status alive, HP 100%. Chu Tai commented, "Not bad. No one has dared touch this one." Lu Tu said, "This small matter I will handle soon." Lin Nhi decided, although low level it is still a dragon boss, so she would use it for practice. Just then Tiuha appeared. "Young lady, it is not possible to enter immediately. There are still people ahead." She glared at him angrily as if shooting fire. Lu Tu shouted, "Do you know who you are talking to? We already made a reservation." Tiuha explained there is no team ahead, but a Divine Temple VIP has taken priority. The system displays it like that, so I cannot do anything. Lin Nhi grew impatient. "Just replace the staff, and it is solved." At that moment, To Duong's voice sounded, "Please make way." He said, "Hurry up, do not delay me. I need to enter the dungeon." He turned back with a cold gaze. To Duong was surprised to meet her here again. Lu Tu irritably asked, "Why do we keep meeting you?" To Duong replied, "That is what I wanted to say, twice in a row. Could it be you have some intention?" Lin Nhi sneered, "Do not be arrogant. Do I need to target you? Do not think having Divine Temple privileges means you can do anything. If you fail Heavenly Advancement, then you are finished." Said, "Thank you, but no need to worry about me." So what is the young lady doing at this low-level boss area? Could it be fighting for loot for fun? Chu Tai explained the young lady is preparing to subdue Black Flame Kai Duck. The Earth Dragon is only for practice. Please do not interfere. Duong refused because this is his job advancement target. Lin and Hi challenged, go ahead, when I subdue Black Flame Kai Duck, even the Divine Temple cannot save you. He smiled faintly and said, speak less. Just wait for the boss to respawn. After speaking, he stepped into the teleport gate. Lin and Hi was furious behind him. San gritted her teeth, truly arrogant. Chu Tai worried. He dares enter alone and even told us to wait for a new boss. Could it be? He guessed he intends to solo the boss. Duong stepped into the dungeon, thinking Lin and Hi might succeed in subduing Athos with her support team. But she likely still hides tricks. He must be faster. He hid behind a rock and observed. This is the Abyssal Rock Earth Dragon. It looks more like a lizard than a dragon. Compared to Black Flame Kai Duck, it is far inferior. This is a level 61 wild boss Abyssal Rock Earth Dragon. He jumped down to attack. Although he could not use the demon blade, the refined weapon was enough. One strike dealt 32,000 damage. The Earth Dragon swung its arm and knocked him away. Its defense was very high, but Duong was already used to it. Does every dragon have this move? He landed near its claws and continuously attacked. The boss HP kept dropping. Duong leapt high, preparing to strike the weak point. One strike pierced into the thinnest unprotected spot. Earth Dragon HP dropped to 50%. He was delighted. It is halved, it roared, and the system announced berserk state. Its body curled like a giant wheel. Duong was shocked. Dragon wheel move. He dodged before being crushed. Dust filled the surroundings. No matter which direction he ran, he was still chased. Could it have tracking? He accelerated but had no chance to counterattack. He must find a way, since this is the mechanism when the boss reaches half health. There must be a point that makes it stop. Duong noticed the stone slab ahead had a different color. Clearly this granite wall was a hint marker. He cautiously glanced back to see how far the Earth Dragon had advanced. Its body shook violently, sending debris flying everywhere. The system reported the Abyssal Rock Earth Dragon was stunned from impact. Damage taken and dealt increased by 20%. Duong gripped his sword and stepped forward. Then I will not hold back. Outside, right at the teleport gate area, Lu Tu anxiously asked whether they should keep waiting. Chu Tai replied, if dissatisfied, then tell the young lady. Lin San lowered her head, suggesting they return since she did not believe he could solo the boss. Lin and Hi calmly said, no rush. I want to see whether he can survive coming out. Ranking board appeared. Duong solo killed the Abyssal Rock Earth Dragon in 20 minutes 18 seconds and ranked first, leaving everyone stunned. Lu Tu could not believe it. He actually soloed the boss and broke the record. How is that possible? Chu Tai heard a strange sound and asked, what is that? Figure gradually appeared at the gate. Duong emerged wearing the Earth Dragon golden armor. Seeing them, he was surprised and asked why they were still here. His body fully equipped with head armor, chest armor, and leg armor of the Abyssal Rock Earth Dragon. His short and pot-bellied appearance made Lu Tu struggle to hold back laughter, while the other two stood frozen. Finally, he burst into hearty laughter. Duong asked irritably, what are you laughing at? He sighed helplessly. If I had known, I would have arranged my gear. Being forced to wear it makes it ugly, but the stats are not bad. Then pointed inside and said, if you are capable, then solo like me, before laughing. As Duong walked past, Lin and Hi spoke, admitting he had some ability, but killing just one Earth Dragon was insignificant compared to her goal. Calmly replied, is that so? Then I will take the lead in subduing Athos. His arrogant words made her freeze before grinding her teeth and asking, who do you think you are? He answered, I am Duong, not only a Divine Temple VIP, but also the one who will subdue Athos. System notified completion of the 5-star mission. Confirmed items reset key and Earth Dragon essence. Unlocking hidden mission phase 2 from the Bloodline of Glory, making Duong delighted. He read the mission description about an underground prison in the Enmin mountain range, once used as a research lab of a great mage exploring bloodline power. Duong recalled the location near Tianlin City with high-level monsters, but nothing to worry about. At the same time, wondering about the mission item which might be needed. Item information appeared, including a rusty key and Earth Dragon essence, containing refined energy used for advanced alchemy. Duong waved and left, saying he still had things to do. He would go transmute his equipment and then immediately continue the mission. Lin San trembled at his arrogance. Chu Tai asked what to do next. Lin and Hi ordered them to monitor Duong and report immediately when he prepares for the next advancement. The cold aura made the two instantly respond with obedience. On Duong's side, he let out a breath of relief as the armor disappeared, finally completing the transmutation. He reviewed the Abyssal Rock Earth Dragon equipment of Platinum rank with high energy and defense stats, reducing earth damage and increasing shield effectiveness. Though ugly, it was very useful. It could be used up to the 4th advancement, but socketing gems would be somewhat wasteful. Now comes the main part. Duong ventured deeper into the Enmin range, shrouded in mist year-round. where many had gone missing, recommended level 70 to 90. The thick fog limited visibility. The space felt cold like a graveyard, true to the name and mean. He asked the system for the dungeon location, then was startled by the long distance. Behind him, a pair of red eyes was lurking. Duong had already noticed and decided to deal with the monsters first. Suddenly, a sword strike split a monster in half before he could act. From afar, a voice asked. Truong Yen level 75 lightning sword master approached and asked why someone of his low level came here. Duong bowed in thanks and said he was on a mission. She was surprised that at level 60 he had to enter such a dangerous place. Truong Yen suggested forming a party since she was also on a 4th advancement mission. Duong refused because his mission required solo. Stepped into the mist to say farewell. Saying he would be careful, Truong Yen was curious, but he apologized for having to go alone. Duong summoned the spirit wolf and shouted, "Depart." The spirit wolf shifted from blue to red. It dashed forward at extreme speed. Duong realized the color change might be influenced by bloodline. For now it was not dangerous but should still be checked later. Spirit wolf carried him forward at superior speed. It suddenly stopped, kicking up dust everywhere. Before him was a hidden cave. Duong entered covering his nose due to the strong stench of corpses. Corpses were scattered everywhere. All seemed to have died at the same time and drained of blood, making him question the so-called bloodline glory. Kicked open the iron door. Inside, there were no monsters left as they had all been eliminated. A magic formation appeared with the boss at the center. Duong approached and touched its head. The boss awoke and roared. Level 75 mummy of the mage's obsession. Information stated this was a mad mage who pursued blood power, died in resentment, and used the blood of intruders to nourish the mummy. The boss had no time to react before being knocked down by Duong. He stepped on it and shouted, "Be quiet." System reported the special boss had been defeated. Gained 213,211 experience. He received the item experimental records of the mad mage. Duong curiously opened it to read the contents. The content recorded the discovery of bloodline power, experiments on animals then humans with increasing success rate. Finally preparing to test on himself, Duong read very carefully. He closed the book and realized the mage had gone mad with experiments and failed, but it was unclear what value it had for him. System notified objective completed. Received the item blood blessing ritual. Duong suddenly remembered he once thought there was no reward. Unexpectedly, the reward had already appeared. The system displayed the blood blessing ritual allowing absorption of bloodline power, only needing to stand within the magic formation and use the essence of a powerful creature to activate it. He pondered that this could be a way to permanently increase strength, but also carried risks since the previous mage had failed. He suddenly understood. The ritual required the essence of a powerful monster, while that mage used human blood and failed, whereas he had the earth dragon essence, so it was completely suitable. Speaking of powerful creatures, nothing surpassed Black Flame Kai Ruk before his eyes. He came up with an extremely risky idea. He asked the system about linking to a boss. The system replied that as long as the connection succeeded, it was fine. If others were present, it would give a warning. Duong was delighted and ordered the spirit wolf to guard the area. Then he instructed the system to proceed with the link and received the response that it was connecting to the boss. Within Athos' space, the sky was dyed red like blood. Lilith sat bored, saying Athos promised freedom but only slept all day without any movement. She remembered being captured for a long time, and only Lauren had ever come to rescue her. Within the royal family, no one cared about a cursed princess like her. While lost in thought, Athos suddenly moved, startling her. Lilith asked irritably what he was doing. Duong explained it was just a reflex, then decided to focus on the main task. He swung his claw toward Athos, causing Lilith to panic and shout. Looking at the golden liquid on his claw, Duong confirmed it was the noble blood of a dragon. If used for the ritual, then the result would surely surpass imagination. Lilith asked why he injured himself. Duong replied casually that he was taking some blood. She teased him as if he had just been heartbroken. He irritably refuted and teased back, making Lilith blush and deny, saying she was only curious. He stored the golden blood into a vial. This amount was enough. The system confirmed it was saved into storage. Duong said he was done and continued to sleep. Lilith mocked him for only knowing how to sleep. He spoke seriously that enemies were coming soon, then fell asleep again, leaving her confused. Receiving no explanation, Lilith grew annoyed that he spoke, then immediately slept again. Duong teleported back and saw the area was still safe. He stepped into the center of the magic formation according to the mission instructions, holding the vial of essence and preparing to perform the ritual. He drank all the essence, accepting the risk and leaving it to fate. The effect appeared immediately, causing his eyes to widen. He collapsed in pain. His body felt as if it was burning from the inside out. Drops of blood floated in the air. They circled around his body, as if trying to merge and transform him. The spirit wolf sensed danger and tried to rush forward, but was stopped by Duong's shout. His face was gradually covered by blood. This was the trial of the ritual. Only those strong enough could endure it. Finally, his body was completely wrapped into a cocoon. Two spirit wolves approached as light radiated from the cocoon. The cocoon layer at the eyes was torn apart. The blood blessing ritual was complete. The cocoon at the chest also shattered. Duong felt his power surge as if reborn, even surpassing previous advancements. Now he could rival 5th advancement experts. System announced the ritual completed with Athos essence. All attributes increased by 50%, and he obtained the skill Black Flame Origin with immense destructive power. Duong felt this flame like the embodiment of destruction. Only by holding it could one understand how terrifying Athos' power was. He stroked the spirit wolf's head, realizing the clear law of strength in nature, then snapped his fingers to test the power of Black Flame. Terrifying surge of power erupted. He was astonished at the destructive force beyond imagination. He rode the spirit wolf away from the explosion area. The silhouettes of the two wolves dashed through the night. The spirit wolf landed lightly. Duong observed the surroundings. The secret realm had been destroyed and could no longer be used. He felt regret and reminded himself to control his power. As he was about to leave, he heard a familiar cry for help. He turned back, suspecting it was the swordsman from before. Truong Yen stepped back in fear, warning them not to come closer. A group of people laughed and approached, pretending to protect but clearly harboring ill intent. He drew her sword to resist, warning them about the law, but they mocked her since they were already wanted criminals. Loi Fe boasted about surviving in the wild for a long time and regarded meeting her as a blessing from heaven. Forced her to serve in exchange for sparing her life. She placed her sword at her neck to commit suicide when a sword light severed Loi Fe's arm. Screamed in agony after losing his arm. Duong sheathed his sword and coldly said he had heard about those who hunted solo players and asked how they wanted to die. Loi Fe angrily ordered them to capture Duong and torture him. Truong Yen worried he would be in danger and advised him to run. Duong was disdainful. 4 4th advancement fighters once made him cautious, but now they were completely insignificant. He instantly teleported in front of them, making one man panic at the overwhelming speed. Sweeping strike sent the entire group flying. Duong was confident he was no longer the same as before. His kick shattered the ground with flames erupting. Loi Fe from behind rushed in to slash, go die. The sword in his hand split in two. Loi Fe was stunned in disbelief. He trembled as he looked at the remaining blade. A platinum greatsword was destroyed so easily. Could that be a refined weapon? Loi Fe greedily realized Duong's value was greater than that prey. He must be full of treasures. The whole group charged forward with the intent to strike it rich. Duong sneered, so greedy and not afraid of losing your lives. Blue flames erupted around him. Dealing with you does not require restraint. Ryu too and his companions were horrified as their bodies were swallowed by the blue flames. The azure fire burned across the entire area. System reported Loi Fe level 85 defeated gained 12,530 experience, and Vuong Tiu, NHI level 80 defeated gained 9784 experience. Picking up a few strange items like a strawberry-scented rubber ring and bondage gear, Duong felt disgusted, truly perverse. Looking around and seeing no one left, he sighed that Black Flame was overwhelmingly powerful, then walked over to ask Truong Yen if she was all right. She had not yet recovered and asked what that energy was. He only said it was a secret. She blushed in embarrassment, praised his strength, and thanked him for saving her life. Otherwise, she would have taken her own life. Duong judged her as a strong-willed person. Truong Yen suddenly remembered she had not asked his name. He replied that he was Duong. He recognized his reputation, saying that an Ngu had boasted about his achievements at the banquet, making everyone aware. Truong Yen smiled and said everyone at the tavern yesterday probably knew him. Duong inwardly cursed an Ngu for being talkative. Duong asked if she could return, yet then requested to leave. She responded with gratitude. Truong Yen remarked that Duong was truly strange. When he returned to the Divine Temple, a series of notifications for completing 3rd advancement missions appeared. Powerful energy spread around Duong's body. The system announced completion of Hidden Mission Phase 2, beginning advancement ritual, receiving blessings to increase strength, and unlocking the level cap to 80 along with attribute points per level. He checked accumulated experience and rose from level 62 to 72, gaining 300 attribute points along with many skill and stat rewards. What Duong anticipated most was the skill book. System granted the legendary passive skill Extreme Dual Convergence, increasing damage based on strength and spirit. His stats increased significantly. Duong realized this skill stacked perfectly with his current state. Even without using skills, he could crush the Earth Dragon. Bok Lin came to congratulate him, but he noticed she seemed sad. She said the Dong Lin Divine Temple only supported up to 3rd advancement. Afterward, she had to go to Tian Lin. Thinking about parting made her feel down. Suddenly the statue glowed, making Bok Lin surprised as the blessing ritual began. Holy light enveloped her body. Duong realized it resembled the blood ritual, but carried a divine nature. Bok Lin floated upward with a halo above her head. The system announced she advanced to 5th advancement and was transferred to Tianlin. Duong was surprised. She explained that the advancement ritual differed from job advancement and was happy she could still stay by his side. He leaned against his chest, saying she wanted to rest. Duong gently replied that having her by his side was reassuring. He held her and said they would go to Tianlin together. In front of the closed gate, many people were anxious as they had not been allowed inside. Some impatient people cursed. When the gate opened, smoke poured out. Seeing Duong carrying Bok Lin as he stepped out, everyone began whispering and speculating, making the situation sensitive. Duong was confused by the baseless rumors. He walked through the crowd telling them to move aside for other advancements, but was stopped by someone. Duong too coldly demanded an explanation about Bok Lin. Duong glanced at him and told him to move, causing the other to feel terrified. Duong too trembled and fell under the pressure, horrified and unable to understand who Duong was. Another person ran over calling Duong, saying he had been appointed as the new priest and confirmed Bok Lin's transfer to Tianlin. He confirmed and congratulated her on her promotion. She shyly thanked him but felt sad about seeing them less often. Duong reassured her he would return frequently. Tiu Mak happily said goodbye and hoped they would meet again. At Tianlin City, the advancement temple was far more magnificent. Priest received Bok Lin and promised to take care of her. Duong bowed in thanks and thought about settling into his new life. He sent a letter and money back to his family, informing them he had moved to Tianlin for work and was still safe and healthy. Consultant introduced a luxury villa with full amenities priced at 9.98 million. Duong found it acceptable, though a bit large. A team of maids appeared. For an additional cost, they would handle all living needs. He was satisfied and requested to complete the procedures. After purchasing the villa, he relaxed lying on a lounge chair. At mealtime, food was served directly by the maids. He ended the day by soaking in hot water, then resting on a soft bed. Duong enjoyed this feeling of abundance. Having money was truly comfortable. Before, he had never dared to dream of such a life. He decided to rest to visit Bok Lin tomorrow. Bok Lin sighed. She also quickly fell into a deep sleep, the whole night without dreams. When she woke up, she rubbed her eyes in confusion. "Where is this place?" The priest gently asked and handed her herbal soup. Bok Lin thanked her and said she felt better. The priest noted that the divine statue had not shown signs for a long time, and this time was likely related to the new hero, making her curious. Then she asked how she felt after following him for so long. Bok Lin shared that the hero always created miracles, both strong, kind, and brave. She believed he would bring new light to the world. The priest praised her judgment and entrusted Tianlin to her, at the same time mentioning the red moon lasting many days, signaling a dangerous event ahead. Bok Lin suddenly remembered something important. Seeing her hurriedly leave, the priest asked where she was going. Bok Lin replied she had to inform Duong about the Red Moon invasion. In her heart, she prayed that Duong would not encounter danger. The priest thought that too much concern leads to confusion. Perhaps she had developed feelings, while Duong was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing something unusual. He ran outside asking what happened. A girl collapsed, pointing forward, and shouted there was a monster. The system announced the Red Moon invasion event activated. Demonic monsters appeared. The creature looked at him and said kill. Duong was annoyed at being woken and decided to deal with it quickly. He noticed someone approaching. Nhi rode over on a flying mount, saying he was the target of the Red Moon tonight. Duong was surprised to meet her again. Nhi ordered him to step aside since he was not the opponent. This time she would handle it. He asked what the Red Moon invasion was, but she did not want to explain, then summoned her spirit beast to attack. The ferocious beast rushed forward at extreme speed, while the monster's eyes glowed red with brutality. Two sides collided, causing a powerful explosion. Duong shouted, reminding them not to destroy his house. At that moment, Bok Lin ran over asking about the situation. He was surprised she appeared. Seeing her rush in, he quickly caught her. She said she woke up and saw the red moon, so she hurried to inform him. Duong let her sit and rest, then asked for a detailed explanation. She agreed. Bok Lin explained that when the red moon appears, crimson spirit entities invade, targeting heroes. Only heroes can deal damage, and if killed, they cannot revive. This event only occurs after 3rd advancement. Duong understood, but felt this time the scale was unusual. She suspected this time had a special factor. Nhi's target might be the Red Moon core, and this monster seemed different. Duong speculated that the monster's strength was not fixed, but changed according to its target. On the other side, Nhi fought, and was shocked that a 3rd advancement monster was unusually strong, forcing her to go all out. Duong told her to stop since they were about to destroy his house, saying the monster was targeting him so he would handle it. Lin Nhi still looked down on him and warned him. Duong unleashed his aura, telling her to watch. Dark energy mixed with lightning spread like a storm. The pressure forced Lin Nhi to brace herself. Countless attacks surged toward the monster. He teleported in front of it, holding a dark sword. Blade pressed against the monster's neck. One strike took away 60% of its health. Lin Nhi was shocked by this power. Duong realized the monster adjusted its strength based on its target, so before him it was only a third advancement boss. With his current strength, he completely overwhelmed it with pure force alone. He threw a punch, sending the massive body flying. It crashed heavily to the ground. He regretted the cost of repairing his house increasing again. The monster roared, unwilling to submit. It rushed forward, intending to finish him. Duong gathered dark power in his hand to counter. His arm bulged with strength. One strike blew off the monster's arm. He said disdainfully, "Not worthy." The system reported successful elimination and obtaining the Red Moon Core. Duong looked down on this event. Bok Lin admired his strength. Nhi silently compared to previous encounters and realized she had never seen such overwhelming dominance. This power far surpassed ordinary people. She left but still issued a challenge. Duong found it strange that she often talked to herself. Duong handed the core to Bok Lin and asked its use. She was about to explain when she suddenly cried out, frowned, and asked what happened. The core transformed into a large sphere, astonishing to Duong. He collapsed, sensing his body becoming unstable, and fainted. Before losing consciousness, he saw Bok Lin worriedly calling his name. Morning light shone in waking him up. He opened his eyes in a daze, not understanding what happened. Duong was startled to find himself holding Bok Lin while sleeping. She also just woke up and called him. He quickly pulled the blanket to cover and asked what happened. Bok Lin explained he was cursed by a crimson spirit entity, so she performed a purification ritual. Duong wondered what that ritual was. He explained according to Temple Regulation Section 921 that when a hero battles the Crimson Fallen, they may be infected by crimson energy. If overwhelmed, they will be transformed, and temple priests are responsible for purification after the battle. But the ritual requires intimate linkage. While he was unconscious, so she could only bring him back to the room and change his clothes. Last night she supported him back to the room, then carefully removed his coat. Bok Lin felt a little shy. Duong rubbed his head, thinking how embarrassing. Saw a wound on her neck and immediately asked with concern as she coughed lightly, "What happened to you? What is this mark?" She replied, "Please do not worry. Temple priests have a special constitution and can cleanse crimson toxins with the temple support. It only takes 12 days to completely remove it." Duong held her hand sincerely and said, "Do not push yourself too much. If you are hurt because of me, I will feel guilty." His gentleness made Bok Lin flustered and blush as she turned away, then hurriedly changed the topic to introduce the benefits of 5-star third advancement. She spoke continuously to hide her embarrassment. From third advancement onward, heroes become temple VIPs with many benefits such as monthly subsidy, increasing from 50 million to 1 billion, and black gold, status privileges in the alliance, increasing from 30% to 50%. In addition, they can access S-rank guilds. Bok Lin thought the benefits increased 20 times. The temple is really generous, but joining hastily may attract attention, so long-term planning is needed. She emphasized the most important is unlocking the Blood Moon inscription shop. He wondered about this concept. "What is that shop?" Bok Lin explained it is a place opened by the temple allowing the use of Blood Moon inscription cores to exchange for rare equipment, precious items, even forbidden techniques and sealed relics. Just touching the temple wall allows viewing the item list exchangeable with Blood Moon inscriptions. The girl from before likely wanted this from the invading blood battlefield. Hearing this, he immediately got out of bed. He eagerly checked. The system displayed the item list of the Blood Moon inscription shop, such as Level 1 forbidden techniques priced at 300 pieces, Level 2 priced at 900 pieces. The Demi-Divine Weapon Thigh Tri-Ka in Longsword form is priced at 4,000 Blood Moon inscriptions. There's also Hai Duong Tri Tam in Spellbook form priced at 4,000 pieces, and Vin Tam Hong Kim Tri Thuong in Spear form priced at 10,000 pieces. Duong was astonished as they were all top-tier items, from forbidden techniques to demi-divine weapons that are hard to buy even with money in the Alliance. But the cheapest item costs 300 pieces, while he only has 3, so he resolved to quickly level up later to farm more. Bok Lin called from behind saying she was about to return to the temple for a mission. He replied he also needed to go back to fix his house. He suddenly remembered that today a distinguished foreign guest would arrive in Thien Lin City. Duong frowned and asked what guest. At the center of Long Fu Long Than, a teleportation gate opened. A person stepped out curiously asking, "Is this Long Fu?" That person was Min En Hat Tran Hai Tu, a level 128 beast tamer from Manhwa Nation, the young lady of the Min Nhat family. The servant behind respectfully replied, "Yes, young miss." Two walked together, discussing that this time for the young lady to subdue a giant dragon, they had spent quite a lot, because their country has no dragon secret realm, so they had to borrow Long Fu. Old Lee on the opposite side came to welcome them to Long Fu. He is the diplomatic consul here. He asked about the news that Michael would challenge the ferocious Athos, and worried that failure would waste the opportunity. The servant reassured that the young lady has extraordinary talent, and no one can compare even lack Lin Nhi. Old Lee smiled faintly, saying youth is truly confident. The servant also showed no fear and replied modestly. Hai Tu interrupted to ask about the matter, then politely asked Old Lee for guidance as it was her first time here. Her innocence made Old Lee compare her with others and see her as truly pure. He informed that the Black Stream Fortress she would challenge is located in Vin Phong City outside Thien Lin, and told her to go by herself, as he still had matters to attend. Hai Tu cheerfully said goodbye. The servant felt displeased at being treated coldly and having to go on their own, thinking Long Fu does not value small nations. Hai Tu turned back to remind them this is foreign land, so they must keep etiquette and not cause trouble. The servant worried she would be at a disadvantage, while someone far away was silently observing. Lin Nhi curiously asked about Hai Tu. Chu Tai confirmed she is a genius of the same generation, and her target may also be Athos. Lin Nhi did not care about Hai Tu, and only focused on Duong, and asked about the investigation result. Chu Tai reported that Duong had just changed class to warrior not long ago, but leveled up extremely fast, with no backing, completing missions by himself, which surprised Lin Nhi and made her feel puzzled about him. On Hai Tu's side, a subordinate reminded that it was time to leave. She walked toward the teleportation gate, saying prepare to depart tomorrow. When approaching the teleportation gate, Hai Tu suddenly stopped. She turned back and waved friendly, making Lin Nhi freeze with a hint of unease. Chu Tai was shocked, as they had used stealth items yet were still detected. They realized they had underestimated her, and she could be a threat. Lin Nhi decided to change the plan and mobilize all forces to gather at the Athos gate within half an hour to prepare to break into the secret realm. Chu Tai immediately accepted the order. To Duong House, he was directing cleaning and repairing the walls. The maids were busy working. The system notified that challengers had entered the secret realm and asked whether to link the boss. To Duong immediately confirmed. He said goodbye to the maids, saying he had urgent matters and asked them to take care of the house. They worriedly asked, but he had already left. Notification stated the challenge team is an S-rank guild expedition of 24 people. Duong recognized Lin Nhi leading and was not surprised. Lin Nhi ordered that as long as they help her subdue Athos, there will be great rewards for everyone. Duong was determined this time to repay all grievances, including the house repair costs and the previous troubles they caused him. He judged that this team is well equipped, numerous and experienced in combat, so it will be difficult to handle. The elite monsters requested to take on the task. Two level 98 elite leaders mutated with dragon blood, have 3 million HP and many high stats, along with talents that reduce damage and increase power for surrounding dragon. Another level 99 leader also has similar strength, with the ability to reduce damage for allied dragon kin. Duong was surprised, as he had not encountered them before. Lilith explained that they drank his blood and successfully mutated, which shocked him. Lilith sighed in boredom, pointing at other monsters that failed mutation, looking foolish and apologizing. Duong thought if he had encountered them before, it would have been hard to pass. Although he is stronger now, these two are still very formidable. He assigned them to enter the battle, then noticed Lilith seemed unhappy and asked, but she avoided it. A sense of unease arose in her heart, even though this lineup is very strong and could defeat Athos. Fierce battle is about to erupt. Lin Nhi team launched a fierce attack on the elite monsters. Chu Tai led the charge, shouting to advance carefully against unexpected dangers. Lin Nhi sat on horseback, reminding them not to worry too much. Even if Athos evolved to stellar tier, the other monsters would not change much. Chu Tai replied they should still remain cautious. The system suddenly issued a warning, "Attention, elite boss leaders have appeared." Seeing the two massive monsters, Chu Tai was startled and said they arrived just as mentioned. Lin Nhi showed disdain, thinking they were only two elites. Eliminate them quickly. He immediately ordered to spread the formation to avoid linked skills. One resists physical, and one resists magic, so suitable moves must be used, and health must be controlled to avoid triggering frenzy state. Following Chu Tai's order, the entire formation focused their power to attack the two elite monsters. Their consecutive strikes aimed directly at the monsters' vital points. One collapsed, muttering about Lord Athos's glory, then suddenly rose and launched a fierce counterattack, killing an intruder and terrifying everyone. This posture was even more dreadful than when it used protection. The flying monsters gathered in the air, Everyone realized the boss had not summoned many, so they split into groups to fight, avoiding letting them gather into a swarm. Lin Nhi calmly snapped her fingers, summoning her giant spirit beasts onto the battlefield. 3 spirit beasts stood guarding behind. She reassured everyone to follow the plan. The small monsters were not a threat. Pull them away from the boss. The rest focus damage on the boss. My spirit beasts will support. The team's morale immediately stabilized. Bird swept past the elite monster's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. It was surrounded by the player's 3 spirit beasts with no way out. As 2 sword strikes were about to finish it, Lin Nhi hurriedly stopped them. Keep the boss's health, do not kill it. Chu Tai immediately responded clearly. 2 monsters fell but still spoke stubbornly. You damned intruders. If you want to kill, then kill. What else are you planning? Lin Nhi stepped forward. Though it has a human form, it is still of the dragon race. Let me see if it can be subdued. The elite monster angrily resisted. Lowly humans still want to control me. Absolutely not. Lin Nhi coaxed. Become my power. Its eyes gradually turned hazy. Who am I? She controlled it. You are my loyal subordinate. Have you forgot? Asked in confusion. Am I your subordinate? The one beside roared. Do not be manipulated. Wake up quickly. That action enraged to Duong, daring to invade his territory and still trying to capture subordinates. Though from a player's perspective it was normal, but he was the boss. How could he let them do whatever they wanted? He looked at the rotten piece of meat that was hard to swallow, but thought eating it might increase his level. The foul-smelling meat made to Duong hesitate. Lilith below disgustedly asked, are you really going to eat that? He also hesitated and did not dare yet. In the end, Duong gritted his teeth and threw the meat into his mouth. For victory, he had to accept it. He closed his eyes and swallowed with difficulty. Lilith broke into a sweat and asked how it tasted. Duong stuck out his tongue, saying it was fishy, slimy, and had a strange smell. Suddenly beneath him, a brilliant flame burst forth. He was shocked. What is that? A stream of dazzling golden energy erupted violently. The power was so immense it formed a pillar of light piercing the sky. Everyone was stunned. The 2 monsters recognized the golden light of Lord Athos. The remaining one weakly called out to the king. Lin Nhi was bewildered, seeing the immense energy erupting from the fortress. What is happening? She widened her eyes, looking over there. Could that be Athos? Athos's figure appeared with overwhelming presence. His massive wings covered the sky. Lin Nhi recognized it was indeed Athos. System announced that the boss of the Black Flame Wing secret realm, Athos, was undergoing an unknown mutation. According to evaluation, Athos's power had risen to the Radiant Moon tier. After evolution, Boss Athos reached level 150 Radiant Moon. The secret realm upgraded accordingly. He coldly looked down. Level up complete. Now it is time for destruction. Athos's appearance terrified the entire team. One person angrily raised his hand and cursed it. Last time it went to Star Radiance. Now it jumps straight to Radiant Moon. How is this game balanced? Chu Tai patted his shoulder and told him to stay calm. Kahan asked what they should do. A Radiant Moon boss far exceeded their ability. Lin Nhi irritably told her to be quiet. It is just a dungeon anomaly. How could Athos be this strong? Duong thought, at this point they still underestimate me. Then let me teach her a lesson. Chu Tai stood in front and ordered everyone to activate all defensive and damage reduction skills. Do not hesitate. Everyone poured their strength into raising shields. Duong unleashed a massive stream of firepower. Flames erupted violently. Screams echoed throughout the canyon. The fire was like a massive wall covering everything. The heat was scorching. Duong descended to the ground. Behind him, Chu Tai struggled to endure. He was shocked that a single move had killed 10 people and severely injured 6 others. Chu Tai secretly felt fortunate they were still prepared. The Jade Revival Ring could restore all vitality once. He ordered them to stand up and continue fighting. Duong looked down and realized they had limited revival items. Lin Nhi gathered the spirit beasts into formation and shouted the boss had just unleashed a major skill and was exposed. Attack with full force. Countless attacks surged toward Duong. Duong retaliated with firepower. The battlefield became extremely brutal. 3 spirit beasts rushed forward and surrounded Athos at the center. Lin Nhi was astonished, seeing he was completely unharmed. Chu Tai said they could only fight a prolonged battle because the dragon-slaying heart had been taken. Tu objected because that plan only applied to Star Radiance, while Radiant Moon had too great a gap to handle. Chu Tai clearly understood that before absolute power all tactics were useless. The formation began to fall into chaos as the boss prepared a new skill without them having time to defend. Trang Chan hurriedly activated the mountain barrier. The ground trembled and cracked apart. Thick dust rose and covered all visibility. Ahan supported the unconscious Trang Chan, calling for help in vain. Lu Tu said in despair it was over. Lin Nhi turned pale as the team was crushed after just one exchange. Chu Tai advised her to retreat quickly while they would hold it back. She was unwilling. He clearly stated that since Athos evolved, there was no chance of victory. The only thing left was to reduce losses and ensure survivors could return to report. Then NHI finally had no choice but to nod in agreement. She immediately retreated, leaving everything to the others. But Duong did not accept it. Today she was the main target. How could he let her come and go as she pleased? From afar someone shouted to draw attention. He only glanced over with disdain. People below blocked the path and shouted loudly, "Do not even think of chasing the young lady. You must face us, attack. Even if we must sacrifice, we will tear off a few layers of his dragon scales." Athos opened his mouth and unleashed a fierce stream of flames. "Then I will grant your wish." Lin and Hi sped up in panic, silently cursing. "I already lost and lost disgracefully. If this spreads out, how can I still be called a genius?" But thinking again, no one can subdue a radiant moon Athos. If I cannot do it, then to Duong or Hai too cannot either. I have not failed yet. I just need to return safely and find another drac. Lost in thought, she was suddenly thrown off the horse's back. Her body slammed hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then Nhi was annoyed. Could it be that Chu Tai could not hold on even for a minute? She hurriedly summoned spirit beasts to block in front and protect her. Athos's claw struck with extreme speed, making her face turn pale in fear. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go." Athos sneered. "A mere human dares to subdue me, truly ridiculous." Then Nhi gradually sank into despair as Athos opened his mouth wide, preparing to devour her. She was so frightened she could not form words, only managing to say, "Do not." Suddenly a strong stream of water burst from her eyes, leaving to Duong stunned and confused. Lin Nhi burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, tears pouring like rain. She said she did not want to lose to Duong and Hai too, did not want her father to be disappointed. She only wanted to prove she was the strongest beast tamer. Duong was shocked by this weakness and then released her, saying he could not let her leave freely but would not kill her either. Duong spoke coldly, "Then I will give you a swift end." Flames from his mouth shot straight toward Lin and Hi. System announced the elimination of level 130 beast tamer like Lin and Hi, gaining over 1.3 million experience. He calmly said fate was like this. "Do not blame me." The notification updated total experience to over 31 million. Level increased from 72 to 79. All stats rose significantly, and additional free points were gained. Athos's entire body erupted with immense power. Duong marveled that this was the largest amount of experience he had ever gained, far surpassing the previous mage kill. Yet it only raised a few levels. Later leveling up would require even more. He checked the dropped equipment, seeing many platinum and diamond items, but no longer interested in using them. The light in his hand caught his attention. He decided to see what was special about Lin Nhi's spoils. Radiant Moon Ring appeared with high spirit attributes, and a special skill that gradually increased mental power over time, along with immunity to effects. He was surprised that although it was an accessory, its value was extremely high. Especially the two accompanying effects were terrifying, and it had no level restriction. He cautiously looked at the distant vortex, suspecting there were still powerful enemies hiding. System displayed the forbidden scroll of Wind God's Wrath. Duong was delighted to gain another extremely powerful skill. Duong flew back in satisfaction, believing that after this defeat no one would dare challenge him again. Lilith stood on the mountain peak, waiting for him to return. He sighed in relief seeing he had won again, wondering what his promise of freedom truly meant. Duong teleported home, surprising the maid. He checked the construction, seeing the walls had been repaired, and was informed that due to the high payment the workers had worked very quickly. Requested relaxation services. The maids quickly prepared and attended to him. Outside the Athos secret realm, the Tianji Guild was nearly driven mad, as the boss's sudden level increase caused them to fail despite using powerful items. Chu Tai told everyone to stay calm and asked about the young lady's whereabouts. Only then did they realize she had disappeared. Terrifying thought emerged, making them uneasy. Chu Tai heard crying and discovered Lin Nhi sitting behind a rock, sobbing uncontrollably. She was too ashamed to show her face, feeling she had failed miserably and was unworthy of being called a genius. Chu Tai cleared his throat, startling her as she turned back and asked what he was doing there. He reported the losses. She wiped her tears and did not want to hear it. Chu Tai advised that failing against a radiant moon boss was not shameful, and she should change her target. Then Nhi regained her composure, thinking that as long as she subdued another dragon before to Duong and Hai too, she would still be the #1 genius. Besides the black dragon, there were also the red dragon and the silver dragon. Among them, the silver dragon was stronger but still at the star radiance tier. She could subdue the silver dragon. She would certainly become the strongest beast tamer. She praised Chu Tai for his foresight. Lin Nhi declared she would compensate everyone for their losses, making them cheer in gratitude. Suddenly a voice sounded, asking what was happening. I-2 appeared and greeted them. Lin Nhi confirmed his identity. I-2 cheerfully introduced himself. Lin Nhi ignored the handshake, only offering a cold wish of good luck. I-2's subordinates were displeased with such rude behavior. One person guessed Lin Nhi had failed and was angry. I-2 reminded them not to provoke further and ordered preparation to enter the dungeon. That person held his head in pain and walked toward the teleport gate, preparing to activate the dungeon. On seeing the displayed information, she was shocked. The dungeon had risen to Radiant Moon level, requiring level 150. The entire group panicked as they could not handle it. They hurriedly contacted to confirm. Elder Lai apologized for the sudden change, suggesting they rest temporarily and wait for further arrangements. Everyone agreed. Pondered deeply whether the Athos in Tianlin City had truly broken through from Diamond to Radiant Moon. Such a thing had never happened before. Could it be that human hands had intervened? On the second day at the dungeon gate, Duong appeared. This place was far quieter than yesterday, which was understandable since the strongest exploration team had been wiped out. Naturally, now only he could deal with this boss. Then let me personally write the ending of this dungeon. Black Dragon Fortress was shrouded in a gloomy red hue as he stepped inside. Duong felt emotional once he stood with Athos watching challengers from above. Now he had become the one charging in to face the trial. The feeling was strange. Seeing the monsters flying toward him, he smiled faintly as if it were a familiar scene. A familiar aura spread from his body, making the monsters look closely to see who stood before them. His eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light. Pressure made the blazing dragons halt. One immediately recognized it as Lord Athos's aura. They were confused why a human carried that aura, but seeing the fiery visage, there was no mistake. Duong spoke coldly, "Get lost." Monsters scattered in fear. He did not want to waste strength before the main battle. Then he summoned Vu and Gaiet Lin Lan to appear. He assigned them to defend, block high-level monsters from approaching, then prepared the next. Duong's momentum surged as he began confronting the boss. Lilith was surprised seeing Athos awaken. Another challenger came so quickly. She looked at the dust ahead, thinking another unlucky group had arrived, then told herself there was no hope of freedom from a monster's promise. At the teleport gate, Lang Lin had appeared. Facing them was Athos with overwhelming power. Two discussed anxiously that they could not win. They also sensed Athos had an aura similar to their master. But if their master died, they would not exist either. At that moment, Athos raised his claw. It slashed into its own body, golden blood splattering. Lang Lin was horrified, thinking this dragon had gone mad. Duong observed and realized the damage reflection ability did not work on itself. Reducing its health to half was enough. Any lower would affect skills. Then he ordered Athos to stand still, limit regeneration, and sever monster links. Their gazes met, filled with tension. Lang Lin saw Duong and sighed in relief that the master was still alive. He thought that the old path had changed. He could not help but feel moved, but now that there was a new direction, he had to continue forward. He launched an attack at Athos's body, ending it to open a new journey. After 2 hours of battle, Duong landed exhausted. Lang Lin was also drained. Sweat streamed down, his arms were numb. Yet Athos still stood with only a few minor wounds. He drank a potion and remarked that without damage buffs, he could not break its defense. The dark aura around him was nearly gone. He gathered strength for the final strike. Lilith was still deep in slumber. Roar woke her. She ran out and saw heat surging violently. The elite monsters cried that their bodies were dissolving. Lilith felt fear as she sensed Athos's aura disappearing. Duong looked up and said the battle was over. Athos's body was charred black. The system announced the elimination of the Radiant Moon boss and granted an enormous amount of experience. Monsters were erased. He leveled up and was astonished by the amount of experience far exceeding before. A golden greatsword appeared, clearly no ordinary item. When he took it and drew it out, he felt power erupt within his body. System displayed the unique weapon Dragonbone Great Blade with many powerful attributes and the ability to absorb the strength of giant dragons. He raised the blade. A chilling aura spread around. Single slash split a distant mountain range in two. He was astonished by the power and realized this was an extremely terrifying growth-type weapon. Duong looked at the necklace and realized he had completed the dragon-slaying mission. System unlocked the Dragon Slayer heart with great enhancement power and the ability to summon battle spirits. He marveled at the new power, feeling he could hunt bosses alone. The system continued announcing the final reward. Athos would become a combat subordinate under his command. Seeing Athos fly over, he stroked its head and spoke of reunion, though it had lost its memory that might be for the best. He jumped onto its back and ordered departure. Athos spread its wings and soared into the red sky. Lilith grew worried, sensing Athos disappear. wondering who had defeated it. When she saw Athos return, she was shocked and could not believe her eyes. Lilith cried out in disbelief, then realized who was riding on the dragon's back. Duong raised his hand in greeting, saying he had come to rescue her. Lilith was stunned by the sight. She asked if he had subdued Athos. Duong confirmed it. Lilith's heart surged. Athos had always been supremely arrogant and never submitted. Even powerful elves had failed. Yet now it was being ridden by this young man. Could he be the legendary dragon slayer? Duong spoke up to remind her. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Come here quickly. Lilith grabbed his hand, being told to hold tight as they prepared to take off. She sat behind and clutched his clothes tightly. Just as she responded, Athos had already flapped its wings and shot upward, making her scream in fear. Reassured her gently, "It is fine, open your eyes. The view below is very beautiful." During that, she finally dared to open her eyes and look down. Below were endless stretches of red mountains. Lilith marveled at the beauty and felt the return of freedom after being imprisoned for so long. Athos said she would soon have true freedom, making her wonder if this dragon had also longed to escape from here. She unconsciously said something to Athos, startling Duong, but he decided not to interfere. Duong said they were about to exit the gate, prepare to rush out. Outside, the guards were still shouting as they attacked monsters. Sky suddenly darkened, making them think rain was coming. When the black dragon swept past, the leader was horrified to realize it was a giant dragon. Athos landed with a shockwave. Its roar caused players to panic and flee. Duong laughed awkwardly at the overly grand entrance. Lilith felt he spoke like a villain. He asked about the next destination. He suggested taking her to the city lord's mansion to find a way back to the elves, but she refused. When he asked again, she hesitated and wanted to follow him, thinking she would marry the one who saved her but did not dare say it. He could only let her follow for now. Lilith curiously asked how he subdued Athos, but Duong only said it was a secret. In Tianlin City, the people were terrified upon hearing the dragon's roar. Lin Nhi recognized it as Athos. Chu Tai doubted it because a boss could not leave. Elsewhere, Hai Tu also confirmed a dragon had appeared. He excitedly suggested going to take a look. The one hiding nearby was shocked at being discovered, then decided to head toward the city lord. The dungeon gate, Lilith asked why they had not left. Duong said to wait a bit longer, then pointed into the distance as he saw people approaching. Everyone guessed the sound came from here, suspecting a world boss. The leader was City Lord Nguyen Min. When they saw Athos, they were astonished and could not understand why the boss had appeared outside. Duong stepped forward to greet them, making them recognize him as the VIP they had met before. Nguyen Min asked politely. He courteously asked if Duong had subdued Athos. He confirmed that it was true. Nguyen Min did not believe it was a radiant moon Athos and asked for proof. Athos roared, shaking the space. Duong asked if that was enough, making them hurriedly ask him to stop. Lilith poked her head out and asked what was happening. Nguyen Min was even more shocked when he realized she was the elf princess. He began reassessing Duong, a youth not yet 20 who had subdued Athos. He suspected Duong was a high-level expert in disguise, since even the Beast Tamer Guild rarely had such individuals. Then suddenly knelt, startling Duong. Surrounding atmosphere instantly became tense. Duong gave an awkward smile and said there was no need for such formalities. System announced completion of the first stage boss mission and preparation for the next challenge, making him secretly pleased. Nguyen Min asked if he was the leader of the Beast Tamer Guild and apologized for the inadequate reception. Chu Tai was suspicious since there had been no report, thinking he might be in disguise, but there was still no confirmation. Hai Tu appeared and asked to join the conversation, introducing herself and hoping to learn the method of subduing dragons. She blamed herself for asking about a secret. Duong said he was not a beast tamer. That left her stunned and unable to believe it. The others were also shocked, since no one had ever subdued Athos without being a beast tamer. Duong said he had his own method, but could not reveal it, at the same time asking them to give notice in advance to avoid panic when entering the city. Nguyen Min immediately agreed and praised his humility. Hai Tu asked if she could inform her master. Nguyen Min explained her master was a high-ranking member of the association. Hai Tu confirmed her master was one of the 9 leaders and hoped he would join the association. Speaking of being surrounded by experts asking questions, Duong broke into a cold sweat, not wanting to face it. He tactfully refused and immediately rode Athos away. Hai Tu stood watching. Nguyen Min announced they should return to Long City according to orders. Athos gradually flew toward Tianlin City. Nhi saw that scene and realized Duong had subdued Athos. She wiped her tears, determined to grow stronger to defeat him and prove herself. An announcement echoed throughout the city that Athos had been subdued, so there was no need to panic upon seeing it. As Athos swept across the sky, everyone looked up in astonishment, endlessly praising this rare sight. Discussions spread everywhere about its evolution to radiant moon and being subdued by a mysterious person. Into Duong's courtyard, the maid was still softly singing. Athos's shadow landed right before her, startling her in panic. Duong spoke up to apologize for scaring her. The maid sighed in relief upon recognizing her master, while he silently thought that riding a dragon in public was not his intention, but forced by circumstances. Lilith peeked out and asked if this was his residence. Duong asked her impression. She happily said the place was spacious and clean, making her very satisfied. He told her to go inside and choose a room to rest. If anything was needed, she could call the servants. Lilith nodded and agreed, letting him handle his own matters. Duong thought this princess was more approachable than expected, not arrogant like others, then returned to his room to prepare to deal with the next boss. Called the system and requested information about the next boss. The system announced it was the Abyssal Demon, Origin Sovereign at Divine Tier. Hearing the Divine Tier made Duong shocked and unable to believe it. Recalled ranks like Star Radiance, Radiant Moon, Blazing Sun, and wondered what Divine Tier truly was. The system explained one must pass divine trials to reach demigod, then ascend to Divine Tier through the sacred ladder. Duong felt worried about the immense gap, but also curious how he would evolve, then decided to connect. Energy enveloped the room. The connection succeeded. In the darkness, a pair of blazing red eyes appeared. Boss information appeared with enormous attributes and extremely high resistance. The talents showed it was the Abyssal Overlord, able to control and endlessly revive demons within its domain. Duong was astonished at Divine Tier power. Realizing to kill it, he must eliminate all demons in the Abyss. The system explained the Abyss was a vast space like a separate world, connected to humans through a gate. Players must descend layer by layer to fight and collect rewards. The difficulty was extremely high. The first layer already matched Gold Tier. The deeper it went, the more dangerous. Humanity's record had only reached layer 386. Duong realized the boss was nearly immortal and wanted to be the first to defeat it. He observed 7 thrones but only saw a few shining. The rest had been destroyed. 4 thrones glowed while 3 were extinguished, likely already eliminated before. He activated his authority to test his new power. Energy immediately surged at the throne. The Sin King of Gluttony was revived with high stats, appearing shocked at being alive again. Recognized Duong and called him sovereign. It knelt to express gratitude and admitted its previous weakness. Duong realized Blazing Sun Tier was merely a subordinate, but its ability could devour others to grow stronger. He understood this mechanism could transfer attributes to him, opening great growth potential. Just as he was about to speak, a knocking sound came from the door. He ordered Gluttony to return to its previous lair and await summons. It obediently accepted. The system announced Gluttony had returned to the deep layer of the Abyss. Duong watched the light fade, then disconnected. Turning to reality, he felt the authority of becoming a sovereign, finding himself drawn to it. While thinking, there was a knock. The maid called him outside. He asked what it was, and was informed City Lord Nguyen Min had come to see him. Went down to meet him. Nguyen Min greeted him proactively. Duong asked the reason. Nguyen Min said the news of subduing the dragon had spread everywhere. Subjugation of Athos caused a global shock, drawing the attention of the Beast Tamer Association. Duong asked when the association leader would arrive, being told it would take only about 10 minutes, which surprised him. At the teleport center, Lin Nhi appeared among the crowd. The crowd was told to clear the way, as the association leader was about to arrive. Lodai Thatch appeared, shocking everyone. Lin Nhi stepped forward to greet him. He admitted her failure in subduing Athos and losing her title. He advised her not to be overly attached to external titles. Lin Nhi spoke about the Long Lin secret realm and her journey to subdue dragons. She wanted to subdue the strongest dragon to gain an advantage when entering the secret realm. He advised her to choose another target like the Silver Dragon and not rush. He suggested going together to meet Duong to learn, but she refused due to pride. Inside Duong's villa, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Nguyen Min strolled around the courtyard with him, his face full of curiosity as he asked what that sound was. Could it be? Dai Than rode a phoenix flying from afar and loudly announced that the boss had appeared. Nguyen Min immediately added that indeed the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association had arrived. Athos was curled up in a corner, startled by the noise. It slowly opened its eyes, its golden pupils shining brightly. Athos let out a thunderous roar, causing a violent gust of wind to surge and blow away the one who had just tried to step into the house. In the air, Dai Than witnessed the scene and was stunned, while Nguyen Min below was also shocked and asked what had happened. Seeing his mount so weak, he felt embarrassed and blamed the creature for being too rude and scaring others, then said to let it go. Dai Than landed on the ground and apologized for making the two laugh. Nguyen Min stepped forward to introduce himself as the City Lord of Thien Lin City, and the person before him was the genius who had subdued Athos that he wanted to meet. He praised that heroes have always come from youth, and it was indeed true. Someone as young as him being able to control Athos was rare. To Duong humbly replied that it was just luck. Dai Than immediately said there was no need to be modest, because he was the first in the world to do it. This time, the association wanted to invite him to join and asked for his opinion. Duong appeared hesitant. He then asked if there was something hard to say. He had to refuse because he was not a beast tamer, so he feared it was not suitable. Dai Than waved his hand and said that was nothing, just a small matter. But right after that, he suddenly realized to Duong's words and asked again in shock if he truly was not a beast tamer. To Duong pointed at his status panel to prove he was telling the truth. A level 80 demon spirit secret martial warrior, which left Dai Than stunned. He turned away and said to wait for a moment. He sent a message to his superior saying he had indeed met the one who subdued Athos. The other side asked if he had persuaded him to join yet. The leader affirmed that the strongest association in the world had no reason to be rejected. Smith also sent congratulations, while Valia said that finally someone had subdued the giant dragon. Dai Than replied that there was a problem because this person was not a beast tamer but a warrior. The group chat immediately filled with question marks, and that was all he knew. President Carolina proposed inviting him as an honorary member. This information quickly received 9 approvals. Dai Than returned and reported that the association agreed to let Duong become an honorary member and still enjoy all benefits. He understood that nothing was free, so he asked what they needed him to do. He explained that he only needed to share his experience of subduing the giant dragon with about 10 people. Duong immediately found it difficult because they were all high-level leaders, so it could not be done carelessly. He rubbed his chin in thought because the SSS-level association benefits were too attractive. It would be a pity to miss them. Duong said he could lecture but was not sure the content would be useful. He reassured him that even Valia had taught before without results. Personal experience was hard to replicate, so just try. There was no need for pressure. He agreed to join the Global Beast Taming Association, secretly pleased because he could freely tell things as he wished. Since the game merged with reality, job change statues had appeared everywhere, and the Holy City became the center of the job change temple. The leader of the Holy City was the divine high priest who had never left this place. Her identity and strength remained a mystery. The person was Euphemia Vega, the saintess and high priest of the temple with an unknown level. 10 years ago, she appeared when the strongest mage Augustin reached demigod level and wanted to test himself. He was the president of the SSS Guild, Divine Bracelet with level 300. The result was a battle that erupted as if burning the entire space. Dust and smoke filled the air, yet even the high priest's barrier was not broken. Since then, no one dared doubt the authority of the temple. Until now, a warning sounded that the abyssal demon domain had undergone changes, and the Sin King Gluttony had revived. Euphemia was extremely shocked upon hearing the news. She thought that bosses of stellar level and above could not revive was an unchanging rule. Even the abyss was no exception unless there was a new mechanism. Subordinate reported. Euphemia bestowed blessings, then cast holy light and activated the Eye of Insight, allowing observation everywhere without limits. Before her appeared a sinister black hole. It was the abyssal demon domain. Looking toward the throne, Euphemia guessed that was the place of the Sin King. Current record was floor 386. Every 100 floors had one Sin King, such as Gluttony on floor 100, Lust on floor 200, and Greed on floor 300. They should have been destroyed, but now Gluttony had revived. The throne only had 2 statues left, making her suspect a mysterious power that even the Eye of Insight could not see through. Euphemia raised her staff, emitting binding holy light, and demanded that the other reveal himself. Within the dark aura, a human figure appeared. From behind came a shout daring to spy on my throne. Terrifying surge of power erupted, illuminating the entire area. She shouted for him to get lost, and realized it was Lucifer, the Sin King of Pride at God level. Domain barrier descended, causing Euphemia to be counterattacked. Lucifer rose into the air, looking down with disdain. Euphemia startled awake and canceled the skill. All images disappeared. Lucifer there showed irritation and said the spy had escaped. Another pleaded for the king's forgiveness, saying he was just a subordinate who returned without permission to stop the spy and hoped to soon see his true appearance. Euphemia on this side was horrified because the opponent was God level. Realizing she had previously underestimated the danger of the she wondered who could make the God level Sin Kings submit. A beam of holy light descended, announcing that a primordial Sin Monarch boss had appeared in the abyssal demon domain. First announcement said defeating the monarch along with the 7 Sin Kings had a chance to drop Sin reversal divine weapons. Carolina listened attentively. Second announcement stated that this weapon set was the key to eliminating the monarch, and the drop rate increased with job advancement level. Augustin frowned upon hearing it. The third announcement said defeating the world boss would unlock a new expansion, causing everyone to erupt because this was the first time such a boss appeared, and it might relate to God level and the 10th job advancement. Baklin judged this to be a major event, while Taduong secretly thought he had become the world boss. Ithan hurriedly left because he was summoned, saying the procedures were done and they would contact later. Taduong saw him off safely. Baklin worried because anomalies kept appearing and felt uneasy. Taduong smiled and reassured that everything was under his control, making her feel more at ease and place her trust in him. He immediately calculated in his mind that the SSS guilds would surely act soon. Eliminating the Sin Monarch was only a matter of time, so he had to prepare thoroughly from now. Defeating a Sin King could drop a unique and limited Sin Reversal divine weapon. Even his long, high greatsword was rare but still far inferior. If he obtained one, his combat power would surge. Duong thought that if he used the identity of a Sin Monarch to eliminate other kings, would it make them drop Sin Reversal weapons? Because this weapon line included unique, limited, and divine tiers with extremely overpowered strength. He stroked his chin and told himself that with the identity of the Abyssal Overlord, it was natural for subordinates to offer their power. Moreover, it could allow them to revive without mental burden. It was a pity that the revival time was still quite long. If it could be shortened, it would be perfect. Currently, the peak of power only reached demigod, but the next resource was the divine ascension field, likely closely related to the Sin Monarch. If he could personally eliminate him, then the chance to become a god would come sooner. Thinking that he had just advanced not long ago, yet surpassed the great figures, made him laugh. But for now, he should complete the 5-star 4th advancement mission. On the temple side, beams of light shot straight into the sky. High-level figures appeared one after another in the grand hall. Augustin spoke, saying it was quite a coincidence everyone arrived at the same time. Carolina teased that even a wine lover like him waking up early surprised her. Duongqin calmly replied that with the new expansion and world boss, they needed special attention. Bakok added that when the invitation was sent by the high priest herself, it proved the situation was unusual. The great doors opened, light flooded in. The group walked in laughing and saying that today was truly lively. Murmurs arose as the SSS elites appeared. From Augustin to Carolina and Duongqin all drew admiration. They also noticed screens connected to leaders of various nations. The gathering made everyone think something major was about to happen. Euphemia spoke, thanking everyone for coming, and reiterated that the meeting concerned Gluttony's revival and the appearance of the Sin Monarch. Images were displayed, including Tae Da. She explained that according to the guidance, only by defeating the Sin Kings and obtaining Sin Reversal weapons could the monarch be eliminated. He emphasized that the one who delivered the final blow needed a high star level to increase drop rates, and called for all strong individuals to unite against evil. Currently, the deepest abyss was floor 386, and 3 Sin Kings had been encountered, so reaching the end would require advancing hundreds more floors. She asked Augustin and Duongqin at floor 372 how many floors they could progress each time they leveled up. Augustin hesitated, then took a sip of wine before answering. He said about 3 floors was his limit, while Duongqin added that the deeper they went, the greater the power gap became, so it was hard to clear many floors consecutively. Euphemia concluded that reaching floor 700 would likely require hundreds more levels. This would be a long journey. Akok analyzed that defeating Sin Kings helped level up quickly, so if they could revive, it would shorten grinding time and increase weapon drop chances. But the issue was dividing the spoils. Augustin asked if he wanted priority in receiving them. Carolina coldly replied that he was speaking quite recklessly today. Duongqin only snorted lightly and did not join the argument. Akok continued that Sin Reversal weapons were not only the key to defeating the monarch, but also related to divine ascension, who would not want to surpass this limit. The entire hall buzzed because there were only 7 weapons and they might not even drop, so who would obtain them? Euphemia tightened her grip on the staff as energy gathered. A surge of holy light erupted, demanding order. Euphemia reminded that the temple would not ignore weapons related to divine ascension and asked everyone to patiently await exploration results. Akok admitted fault for being impatient. She replied it was human nature. Duongqin proposed forming crusade teams by nation to avoid conflict and manpower shortages. As for drops, it would depend on luck. Everyone was surprised, but agreed because this method was flexible and easier to manage. Euphemia asked about weaker nations. He replied that in the end they still had to rely on their own strength. Then she proposed a vote. The result was 80% approval. The proposal passed. Weaker nations were not qualified to participate. Then they moved to the second topic and invited Carolina to speak. Carolina spoke about the dragon spirit secret realm, which could lead to the invasion of the dragon race, containing many powerful bosses and large experience gains for rapid leveling. Augustin reminded that the entry requirements were very strict, only dragon tamers could enter. Previously, only Valia qualified, but now it was different. Carolina confirmed that a Long Ha youth had subdued a drake and joined the association as an honorary member. Ba Kok wondered why not a full member. She smiled and said the more astonishing part was that Duong was not a beast tamer but a warrior. Augustin froze upon hearing this. He stood up to refute, saying he had tried many times, but dragons would rather die than submit. Aside from beast tamers, no one could do it. Carolina mocked his lack of composure, making him angrily retort. Carolina grew furious at being called old woman. The tension rose until Ba Kok spoke to mediate. Around them, people discussed that subduing a dragon was far harder than killing one, so this was hard to believe. Euphemia also doubted it, since even 8th and 9th advancement experts could not do it. Carolina suggested she check the system information. Euphemia searched and confirmed Duong was a level 83rd advancement warrior with consecutive 5-star advancement achievements. Ba Kok was astonished to learn he had defeated Black Flame Wings at 3rd advancement and grew curious about his true identity. Duong Qin was also shocked, since he had never received such a report. Carolina said they would invite him to lecture on his experience subduing Athos, and it might reveal something unexpected. It might not require being a beast tamer to subdue dragons. It was just that the previous approach was wrong. If the correct method was found, then an era of universal beast taming could begin. Everyone buzzed with discussion that if this were true, then anyone could possess a dragon as a mount. Ba Kok remarked that then the dragon spirit secret realm would no longer be exclusive. Carolina was excited about the vision of universal beast taming, while Augustin decided to go to Long Ha to meet Duong, assured that he would not harm him and would even exchange forbidden spells for knowledge, making Duong Qin beside him displeased. Meanwhile, Duong, the central figure of all the discussions, suddenly sneezed. He took the handkerchief from Bok Lin to wipe his nose, wondering in his heart whether the flu virus did not distinguish levels and even strong individuals could get sick. She awkwardly said this was a gap in her knowledge. Duong read the 4th advancement mission announcement for next year related to Icebound Pool City and the Ice Bone Witch, requiring entering the secret realm to eliminate the wielder of frost power with diamond difficulty, and must be solo. The reward included strength points and a legendary skill. Duong pondered when he saw the diamond difficulty similar to the Dark Fortress, recalling that Lak Lin Nhi had once failed this mission due to its harsh difficulty. But with his current strength, even higher levels were not a concern. Diamond difficulty was just trivial. He walked to the door, then leisurely left, climbed onto Athos, and said he would go and return soon. Lak Lin stood below, wishing him luck and a glorious victory. In the Icebound Pool City secret realm, players complained about the harsh cold and the boss difficulty. The ice armor made their weapons unable to pierce through. A strong gust of wind swept in as Athos landed. Just its gaze made those around tremble in fear. Duong stepped down and apologized for startling them, then asked them to make way. The crowd immediately stepped aside respectfully. One person trembled as he recognized this was the great figure who subdued Athos and did not expect to meet him in person, and even saw him preparing to solo the dungeon. Duong observed the ice city and remarked that this place was truly cold. Inside were monsters from level 89 to 92. Athos only needed one strike to wipe out the small monsters. Monsters trembled and knelt, begging for mercy. He thought that even a boss could dominate weak troops. He said he did not want to waste time with them, then urged Athos into the dragon cave, spewing fire to melt the ice. This action enraged the boss, who roared, "Who dares destroy my territory?" Duong coldly replied, "Do not waste my time." Flames surged and incinerated the boss. The system announced dungeon completion. He felt it was too easy and lacked challenge. Outside players watched the screen waiting. Some intended to wait for a chance if the one inside failed, but others advised leaving because with the great figure inside, he would surely clear it. They said that person was the one who subdued Athos, so there was no share for ordinary people. They could only stand and admire. Dung Tiet intended to leave, but was pulled back by an Ngu who wanted to see the great figure with her own eyes. She even dreamed of a chance to change her fate, making Dung Tiet pull her back to reality. Others also advised waiting longer, because many were still waiting to see the great figure appear. Augustin and Duong Qin were also present. He joked that with a beauty beside him, he did not feel cold. Duong Qin told everyone to act freely. When Athos stepped out, everyone cheered, asking for signatures. An Ngu was captivated by its majestic presence and imagined its master as some handsome god. But she immediately fell silent when she recognized someone familiar. Three were astonished to learn it was Duong who subdued Athos despite only being level 80. Duong greeted them. Yuvan still could not believe it and asked again. He confirmed, then asked if they came to level up. Deng Tiat said they only intended to gather materials but would have to wait for another time. Duong checked the information panel, then told them to wait a moment. He handed the ice bone heart to Deng Tiat, saying it was a boss drop gift for her. He refused because it was too valuable, but he insisted. And Ngu whispered, advising her to take it because for a great figure it was not valuable. In the end, she accepted. Duong said everyone should relax since they had entered a dungeon together before. There was no need for formality. Seeing Athos react strangely, he turned back and asked what happened. It turned out Augustin had flown over and touched Athos. Duong was surprised that he did not trigger a reaction. Augustin reassured that he had no ill intent, then disappeared immediately. Duong no longer saw him, and realized it was spatial teleportation at extremely fast speed. He smiled and asked if the two had come looking for him for something, and asked their identities. He learned they were Augustin and Duong Qin. He was extremely shocked because they were leaders of top SSS guilds. Duong guessed they came because they wanted to ask about dragon subduing experience. He confirmed, and Augustin impatiently released magic power, making it hard for him to breathe. Duong Qin immediately told him to restrain it. Duong Qin said they only wanted to exchange information and assured he would not suffer losses. Augustin retorted when being treated like a bad person. He proposed using a forbidden spell scroll in exchange for experience. Duong saw this as extremely valuable, but seeing their oppressive aura, he worried that if discovered lying, he would be in danger. In the end, he decided to take the risk and proposed exchanging for a forbidden skill book instead of a scroll. Augustin was surprised since he was a warrior, but Duong Qin explained there were warrior branches that could use magic. Duong confirmed he belonged to the demon spirit's secret martial path and could use magic. Augustin provided a level 2 forbidden skill book and warned of high mental requirements. Duong accepted it to use later. He checked and saw its immense power capable of eliminating stronger enemies, but also reminded Augustin that the experience might not guarantee success. Augustin created a soundproof barrier to avoid being overheard. A sphere of energy enveloped their area. After the exchange, they understood the issue, and Augustin immediately left to experiment. Duong Qin stayed behind, saying what he knew about Athos was astonishing and made him believe. Duong secretly thought that because he himself was the boss, he could deceive them. Looking at the book floating before him, Duong was surprised when Duong Qin said this was a second-tier ultimate skill of warriors, Extreme Path Annihilation Fist, and told him to take it. Duong recalled that Duong Qin's class was Extreme Path Tyrant at 9th advancement, so he guessed this was his signature skill. This made him somewhat embarrassed. Duong Qin continued that after subduing a dragon, he would receive a notification to enter the dragon spirit's secret realm, a place only those with dragons could enter. Currently, only he and Valia qualified, but with his experience, it could help others achieve the same. Duong replied he hoped so, but thought in his heart that he had also received the dragon spirit's secret realm notification, where the stronger the dragon, the greater the reward. It seemed he needed to hunt a few more dragons. As for his previous experience, it was all fabricated. Duong Qin added that after the world boss event, experience and drop rates in the abyss would increase greatly, so the government wanted to form a team gathering young geniuses for training. His record showed he completed 5-star missions, so he qualified to participate. Duong wondered why they had to choose the abyss instead of other places. Duong Qin praised his sharp insight, then asked if he had experienced the Crimson Moon invasion. He recounted having experienced this phenomenon, and said that although the game era had lasted long, no one understood the true nature of the Crimson Moon. Even the temple kept it secret. The only clear thing was that the higher the 5-star level, the more likely one would encounter the Crimson Moon, and those killed by Scarlet Withering would die permanently. It seemed the purpose was to eliminate geniuses. Therefore, one had to become stronger, and abyss monsters had similar traits, so training there would help counter the Crimson Moon. Duong understood but still wondered about Crimson Moon cores and the temple rituals. Duong Qin said a campaign was approaching, so he left. Duong returned the courtesy, then was surprised when he vanished without a trace. He clearly felt that 9th advancement power far surpassed his own. Subduing Athos was still not enough. Therefore, he had to grow stronger quickly, especially in the abyss. System confirmed completion of the 5-star 4th advancement mission. Granted a blessing increasing all attributes by 25%. Unlocked the level 100 cap. Granted massive experience and attribute points along with a legendary skill. Duong was satisfied because the new skill was very useful, especially the ability to swap positions in combat. Demon Martial Battle Spirit skill consumed mana to create a clone inheriting 50% of attributes and could swap positions with the target within 10 minutes. Even so, he still felt not strong enough after witnessing top experts. Bok Lin congratulated him while he only smiled, saying he was fine, but had already planned to become stronger. When connecting to the demon, the system reported completion. Duong summoned Samil of Wrath. A flash of light appeared, and Samil manifested. He knelt to receive orders. Duong placed his hand on his head, declaring death, and sent him back to the abyss. Shocked and asked why he had to die. Duong assessed that he was stronger than gluttony, and carried a clear Sin King presence. Samil's information displayed with demigod strength, along with skills that dealt true damage and absorbed blood, to offer to the monarch. Duong adopted a majestic tone to question him, causing Samil to immediately submit. Samil lowered his head, accepting death, yet still carried unwillingness. Duong explained that death was only preparation and promised to revive him. Samil immediately understood and agreed to offer himself, expressed gratitude, and was willing to sacrifice while waiting for the day of being summoned again. Duong held the greatsword in his hand and praised. The blade pierced through Samil's chest, creating a large hole. Samil dissolved into dark mist and laughed in satisfaction. Duong reminded him that death was not the end, and to wait in the darkness. Samil obeyed and disappeared, while Tae Doc on floor 100 sensed the disturbance. He raised his head and looked around. When he saw Samil vanish, he was extremely shocked. He wondered whether the monarch had personally killed Samil. The system announced Duong gained a massive amount of experience and reached level 100. Duong felt regret as the experience amount was reduced but still sufficient. The rapid leveling pleased him, and he began checking the dropped items. Caught the stream of light flying toward him. The system displayed items such as health increase, strength increase, divine material, and a demon core resistant to corruption. Duong was stunned seeing the enormous stat increase far beyond his current level, almost multiplying his strength many times. With this amount of HP and power, he nearly became a true boss even without linking. Realized this power could crush high-level opponents, but forging divine weapons still required a demigod blacksmith. Recalling Duong Qin's words, he deduced the Abyss and Crimson Moon were connected because both caused corruption. Suspected behind the Crimson Moon, there was also a supreme existence, possibly even stronger than the Sin Monarch. However, he decided not to think further and focus on the goal of eliminating the Sin Monarch. The system displayed another demigod equipment. It was Samil's Wrath armor with extremely powerful attributes and a skill that increased strength based on the number of enemies defeated. Duong was astonished because the equipment was extremely overpowered without level requirement, but was disappointed not seeing a Sin reversal weapon. He accepted the result and intended to disconnect when the system reminded him of an unconfirmed special item. Duong curiously opened the special item section. A dazzling light appeared revealing the Sin reversal, divine weapon Wrath punishment. The information showed this was a unique soul-bound weapon with the ability to deal true damage and reduce the monarch's power. Duong understood why this weapon was the key to defeating the monarch, because it could bridge the gap between demigod and god. He gripped the weapon tightly, realizing that if he collected all 7 pieces, he could reduce the monarch's power by 70%. At that moment, another summoned figure appeared requesting an audience. Looking at the scene before him, Duong was surprised to realize this golden deer belonged to Lucifer of Pride. The moment he saw the staff, he immediately prepared to act. She immediately admitted her fault, begging the king for forgiveness for returning to the deepest abyss without permission while he was resting, only hoping to deliver intelligence and receive mercy. Duong wondered what returning without permission meant. Could it be that something else had happened when he was absent? Seeing her expectant expression, he could not help but think Lucifer had some kind of issue. Took the staff and decided to continue playing the role of the supreme monarch. Those who crossed the limit had to be punished strictly. He immediately lashed Lucifer with a whip, making her scream, but Lucifer instead asked him to be harsher. Duong continued striking, making her cries echo. He coldly said that punishment was decided by him, not her, at the same time emphasizing the sin of pride. Hearing this, Lucifer was frightened and did not dare to argue. Lucifer lowered her head, begging for mercy, and reported that a human had secretly observed the bottom of the abyss, suspected to be the divine high priest. Duong guessed this happened when he disconnected. Even Duong Qin or Augustin could not do that. This proved the high priest was unbelievably powerful. He speculated that person might have reached god level. Duong ordered Lucifer to return to her position. She obeyed, then realized Samil had died and believed it was the master's grace. She became fanatical and willing to sacrifice for her master. No one was left. Duong thought the temple had terrifying hidden experts, but the important thing was to increase strength and complete the 5th advancement. In the Eagle American Federation, Augustin was disappointed because he could not subdue a dragon despite trying to Duong's method. The dragon behind him begged to be killed. He realized he had tried 3 dragon secret realms in one day and nearly completed them all, beginning to think about going to Long Ha. The world announcement about the progress of Sin weapons made him astonished. Augustin was furious because someone had broken the rules and suspected other powerful figures. He swore to make that person pay. In Manhwa Nation, eastern capital Tokyo, Tokugawa asked Junichiro about his daughter's ability to subdue a dragon, emphasizing they could not fall behind Long Ha. Junichiro replied that there was already an agreement with Long Ha to help his daughter subdue a red dragon with a high success rate. Tokugawa was satisfied and moved on to discuss the abyss. When receiving the Sin weapon notification, he was extremely surprised. His subordinates were in an uproar because the plan had been disrupted and they did not understand who had accomplished it. Tokugawa speculated it might be major powerhouses and decided to go to the Holy City to clarify. The Holy City, reports came that leaders and SSS Guild presidents were arriving because of the recent announcement. Euphemia ordered the barrier opened for them to enter. She thought that world order had long been maintained by the temple. If conflict broke out now, it would weaken forces while the threat remained unclear. At the conference, Tokugawa demanded an investigation into the one who broke the rules and the return of the divine weapon. Duangqin, along with the other 2, remained silent. Euphemia declared that someone had violated the rules, but if they admitted their fault and handed over the weapon, they would be forgiven. The 3 in front remained silent without any response. In this situation, Euphemia was extremely strict, leaving me no choice but to complete the task. A brilliant holy light burst from her staff. Euphemia softly chanted that under the sacred light within the temple, all liars would be exposed and could not hide before the idol. People outside stirred and asked if anyone saw that light. Others replied they saw nothing. Even dogs were almost blind already. Duangqin stated that no one was lying, so what was happening? Or perhaps that person did not dare to come. Augustin then asked if there was anyone not yet checked, meaning that old man. All eyes turned toward the high priest Euphemia. She frankly admitted her oversight in not checking herself and believed being suspected was understandable. The light behind her flared dazzlingly, making everyone quickly apologize and admit their mistake, hoping she would withdraw the light. Augustin gave a strained smile and asked the high priest to forgive the rudeness, affirming they had always trusted her, and that with her strength there was no need for petty tricks. He emphasized that if the lie detection spell was not wrong, then no one was deceitful, meaning the one who killed the Sin King must be extremely powerful. Carolina guessed it could be absent demigods. Duangqin said it was possible, but there was no evidence. Euphemia revealed her spell could also detect accomplices, but in reality no one was found, making everything even more confusing. The 3 were all astonished. If even the high priest could not find a clue, then who exactly was that person? She said the matter was strange, but had already happened. They could only wait, and asked Tokugawa whether Manhwa Nation could continue the challenge. He appeared worried, but still wanted to continue. Only their current strength was not enough to deal with Sin Kings after level 100. Euphemia decided to let the Eagle American Federation replace them according to the draw order and promised compensation for Manhwa Nation, asking for everyone's opinion. Augustin fully agreed with the arrangement. Tokugawa's side also accepted without objection. Euphemia slammed her staff onto the ground, producing a resounding sound. She declared that from now on the Holy City would station forces at the abyss entrances to control and prevent incidents, then ended the meeting if there were no further opinions. At the villa, Duong put on his clothes preparing to leave, happy to have weapons and abundant experience. But when reading the world notice, he was startled as the information was exposed. Fortunately, his identity was not revealed. Guessed this would make the upper ranks vigilant, so he had to act carefully, absolutely not letting it be known he possessed anti-sin weapons. He recalled the saying that an innocent man carrying a jade becomes guilty when thinking about leveling up. He imagined others being shocked by his leveling speed, worried that progressing too fast would arouse suspicion, so he had to slow down, especially since his class advancement and previous achievements were already too outstanding. He did not want to just wait, so he sought a solution, saw Tiu Lam and greeted her, thanking her for doing the laundry. Tiu Lam shyly responded to her master's concern. Seeing her washing by hand, he wondered why she did not use a washing machine. Tiu Lam explained she preferred washing by hand for better cleanliness and felt happy seeing everyone's clothes neat, making to Duong slightly awkward. Duong came up with the idea of washing experience like laundering money, finding a suitable place to accumulate it without suspicion, making Tiu Lam far away worried whether her master thought she was strange. Weighed between the dragon spirit secret realm and the abyss, realizing the dragon realm was less known and thus safer, suitable for hiding the source of experience. He thought if he reduced the number of people who could enter the realm before it opened, it would be even more beneficial, and conceived the idea of hunting all the dragons to gain advantage. He asked Bok Lin to look up information about dragon realms in Long Ha and was told to wait a moment. After finishing the search, she reported the results about the current realms. 2 realms were listed, Silver Dragon in Ku Ha and Red Dragon in Enlin. Duong requested a reservation for Silver Dragon and learned most slots had already been booked by Thien Ko Cat. He guessed it was because Lak Lin wanted to conquer another dragon, but unfortunately this time it was targeted by him. Then asked about the priority rights of temple VIP tickets. Lak Lin confirmed VIP had priority unless encountering a higher 5-star individual, but worried it might affect relations with Thien Ko Cat. Duong did not care. He was confident in his current identity and title, believing Thien Ko Kak would not dare provoke him. With immense strength and massive help, he believed unless it was a 7th-turn expert, no one would dare block his path. Looking at the 2 items in his hands, he wondered whether to eat them raw or cook them. He thought of many dishes, but quickly rejected them, because he lacked cooking skills and feared exposing secrets. In the end, he reassured himself it was just eating raw hearts and livers. Then he directly swallowed both items. A violent surge of energy made Tiu Lam panic when she saw him within flames, and she screamed. She hurriedly ran to Duong's room. He opened the door and anxiously asked if he was all right. Duong, wrapped in a towel, asked back. Tiu Lam blushed in embarrassment and ran away, while he breathed a sigh of relief for nearly being exposed. He was astonished at the skyrocketing stats, feeling he could now endure and destroy everything. The system displayed outstanding attributes. Believed that if he met Hack Deem Try again, he could completely defeat it. The growth in power brought an exhilarating sensation, as if his body was rejoicing, but he still decided to meet Lilith before departing. Duong knocked on the door calling Lilith and asked for permission to enter. Receiving no response, he opened the door and saw the room empty, not knowing where she was. Lilith stepped out from the bathroom, her body still wet and wiping herself with a towel, her face flushed. Realizing someone was there, she quickly covered herself, while Duong awkwardly explained he had knocked first. Lilith raised her hand, making him quickly cover his face, asking her not to hit it. She turned away, while Duong shut his eyes tightly. Lilith sat on the bed and asked why he was so tense. He blushed and told himself this was not good. This scene was far too stimulating for a youth like him. Duong immediately turned around and left, apologizing for the sudden intrusion while saying he still had matters to handle and had to leave first. Lilith stood frozen watching the door slam shut, then lightly covered her mouth and laughed, not expecting the hero to be so pure. She quietly compared him and found him completely different from the people in the royal court she had met before. At the level 2 main city Kyuha, a shocked voice rang out asking what was happening. Duong Tu bowed his head before Lin Nhi, reporting that someone had taken her spot, and that person was a VIP from the temple, making her begin to doubt. Lin Nhi guessed it might be Duong, feeling everything coincided too suspiciously. Duong Tu proposed going to the Silver Dragon realm to wait and negotiate with that VIP to see if the conditions could be changed. Lin Nhi angrily drove him away, then thought that if it really was Duong, she would have difficulty competing, leaving her no choice but to seek help from her master. She called to ask where her master was and quickly got straight to the point. Lin Nhi explained the matter of losing her spot and suspected it was Duong, asking her master to help speak for her to reclaim the realm. While waiting for news, she anxiously paced back and forth, and when she received the reply, she hurriedly opened it. The result was that Duong refused, and her master even reminded her that he was currently very famous and highly regarded by the war god, so she should not cause trouble. Thinking of Duong Qin, Lin Nhi could not help but be astonished that even the war god valued Duong. Chu Tai asked what to do next, but she had already run off without answering. Lin Nhi turned back, urging him not to stand there foolishly, but to quickly follow her. The Silver Dragon realm, the dragon herd was still immersed in a peaceful slumber. Duong appeared and noticed no one from Thien Ko Kak was present. Before him was the level 106 Silver Dragon boss. He observed that this dragon had no proper name and did not possess any special bloodline like Athos. The Silver Dragon detected the intruder, its gaze cold and its breath steaming. It immediately spewed a powerful gray-silver breath straight toward Duong. He calmly swung the bone dragon sword and shattered that energy stream. Seeing the sword tremble, he reminded Athos not to interfere. He wanted to test himself, so he ignored the rocks exploding everywhere from the opponent's skill. With incredible speed, he dodged and even mocked the Silver Dragon for being too slow. Duong advanced right to its ferocious maw without showing any fear. One slash made its body crack open. He casually remarked that its attack felt no different from scratching an itch. The Silver Dragon charged out from the darkness, swinging its claws in continuous attacks. Its double strike technique caused the ground to tremble violently. Duong was disdainful. One hand was enough to block its immense power. Immediately after, he leapt into the air to the same level as his opponent. He spun and delivered a slash that sent the silver dragon flipping backward. Dragon roared in fury, but before it could counterattack, Duong had already closed in again. One strike like a pillar of light split its body in two. He landed while maintaining the finishing stance. System announced the activation of the Devour skill. The great sword Long High absorbed 10% of the silver dragon's attributes and displayed new stats. He looked at the sword with great interest, wondering what transformation would occur when enough was accumulated. Duong called Athos over to feast. Athos rushed forward and devoured the dragon corpse, while he checked the notifications for experience and equipment gain. He noticed Athos's attributes had increased and hoped he himself could absorb like that as well. He thought of the Sin King's ability to plunder attributes, but it was restricted because it only existed within the abyss. If they could come out, the plundering would have no limits, and their power would grow endlessly. He imagined that once he gathered enough anti-sin weapons, he would have the strength to change the world and receive all tributes as something natural. Believed that in a world where resurrection was possible, death was not too frightening, so such matters were nothing significant. But then he realized there were still many issues, such as how to bring the Sin Kings out and protect them from being destroyed. At that moment, the system announced that the Red Dragon Realm had been conquered, surprising him. Elsewhere, Hai-Tu was stroking the newly subdued dragon with a satisfied expression. Everyone around her joyfully congratulated her, while the old man sighed that the younger generation was truly formidable. Lai Lao stepped forward to congratulate her and proposed escorting her back to Long Than. Hai-Tu happily agreed. Even so, she still felt regret for not meeting the young man who had conquered Athos, the one who gave her a special feeling. She had originally looked forward to the meeting, but now that he had joined the guild, there would surely be many chances to interact later. Lin Nha watched the dragon's distant figure with unwillingness in her heart. The frustration made her burst into tears. It was one thing that Duong had left, but even Hai-Tu had snatched the opportunity right before her eyes. Messages flooded in continuously. Zamatomo Taro happily reported that his student Hai-Tu had subdued the red dragon. Triu Khan angrily retorted that the dragon originally belonged to his student. William Smith sent congratulations as more people conquered dragons, while Blandong suspected the difficulty had decreased. Carolina denied it and said even Augustin could not replicate Duong's success. Volia excitedly wanted to learn dragon-raising experience, but was immediately banned from chatting by the guild leader. Lin Nha collapsed as everyone only talked about Hai-Tu. Chu Tai awkwardly did not know how to comfort her. Duong was also surprised when hearing the news of being surpassed. This was beyond expectations, adding another competitor, while the dragon's spirit realm was about to open, so he had to hurry and prepare. Watching Augustin's press conference, he judged that the Abyss Crusade Alliance had been established, and they would certainly deploy new plans soon. He silently thought of apologizing to the Gluttony King. Instead of being killed by others, it was better to offer his life to the sovereign. While Tay Doc at level 100 was bored because no one challenged him, he remembered Carolina and trembled in fear, yet still told himself it was better if no one came, because facing her again would make survival unlikely. Duong transmitted a summoning command. Tay Doc panicked knowing Samuel had been summoned and died, fearing that this time it was his turn. He thought his life was granted by the sovereign. It was better to die under the sovereign's hand than by humans, then respectfully responded to the summon. Duong said the sovereign's power could revive the dead, and asked if he opposed being granted death once more. Tay Doc immediately kowtowed to show absolute loyalty, accepting his fate without any resentment. Duong was satisfied. Thorny vines wrapped around Tay Doc, causing him to scream in pain. System announced Tay Doc had been killed, granting a large amount of experience and rewards. The dropped items included essence that increased health and attributes, a body with binding effects, and a demonic source that granted immunity to erosion. There were also demonic horns as valuable materials. Duong realized the drops from Tay Doc were no worse than Samuel despite not being fully evolved. He looked at the special item and praised his luck, comparing it to marrying the goddess of fortune and bringing her home. Burst of light from the screen startled him. The information displayed was a new anti-sin divine weapon, with many attributes and devour abilities, and it also bound the user's soul with the Sin King. He marveled that its power was not only similar to Wrath, but also possessed superior absorption capabilities. However, he regretted that it required demigod level to use, and worried that leveling too quickly would raise suspicion. At the Holy Domain, Euphemia pondered the situation. Although the thief's identity was unknown, balance among the forces was still maintained. All abyss entrances were strictly guarded. even in the frozen city. She raised her hand and prayed before the supreme holy statue. The system displayed the number of VIPs, and the red moon erosion level had increased to 14%, making her worried about the future. In her mind, there were only two words: despair. Euphemia hoped there would be someone strong enough to break this deadlock. The world needed a true hero. The global announcement of the second anti-sin weapon appearing left her stunned, and she immediately ordered a situation check. After confirming there was no intrusion, she suspected there was an internal problem within the abyss. She remembered to Duong's figure and began linking the events together. Many leaders questioned and suspected the temple, but Euphemia affirmed they were not involved and asked everyone to remain rational. She proposed forming the strongest joint crusade team and entering the abyss to uncover the truth. Everyone agreed. Meanwhile, Duong predicted the announcement would draw attention from the teams and that they might enter tomorrow. He analyzed the abyss structure and realized his existence had already broken its inherent rules. The image of Lucifer appeared in his mind. He thought that if Lucifer were placed at level 100, then no one would be able to pass. Augustine sensed the energy and returned to the abyss. Asked if everyone was ready, Carolina was eager to fight. Duong Qin ordered the advance, reminding them not to let the third anti-sin weapon be taken. Carolina asked who wanted to lead the charge against the level 300 boss. Mike volunteered and was accepted. Formation advanced with momentum. They progressed easily like splitting bamboo. Upon reaching level 100, the entire team rushed forward since there was no boss guarding. Lucifer was already waiting, emitting a terrifying aura. A cold voice rang out signaling their arrival. Mike warned of an enemy ahead. Duong Qin realized it was not gluttony. Mike excitedly charged forward, but was stopped for being too reckless. A surge of power swept through, and he was instantly taken down. The system announced Mike had been killed by Lucifer in an instant, leaving the entire team stunned. Carolina was horrified by Lucifer's power, as all skills were ineffective and weaker individuals even fainted. Augustine stepped forward saying he would handle it, then activated the Skill True Insight record, which allowed viewing target information regardless of level difference with a cooldown of 24 hours. Data about Lucifer appeared. She was the Pride Sin King at divine level, ranked first among the 7 sins. Her power rivaled gods and shocked everyone. Even Duong was startled seeing her terrifying attributes despite being weakened. He continued reading and realized Lucifer's talent was even more frightening. All weaker beings could not harm her, and only those who had killed a Sin King would be acknowledged by her. Duong could not help but feel dizzy, because with this condition almost no one in the world could harm her, making her nearly invincible. Thinking of Lucifer killing the Crusaders to collect souls, he became excited as he could control them, then decided to assign her to guard level 100. Receiving the order, Lucifer immediately knelt down, joyfully expressing absolute loyalty. Carolina ordered her summoned beasts to attack. The polar bear and chimera rushed forward together to assist. Duong Qin and Augustine both commanded full power. No need to hold back anymore. A series of their strongest attacks were launched simultaneously toward Lucifer in the air. Skills like Annihilation Fist and Thunder combined into a massive energy stream. After the huge explosion, Augustine wondered if she had been eliminated, but immediately they were blasted away, making the whole team panic and call out to their leaders. Lucifer appeared intact, her HP still full, and coldly declared death for the weak. Everyone could not understand why such an existence had appeared. Even using full strength caused no damage. Duong Qin immediately ordered defense. Lucifer unleashed the Great Sin Pride, offering spoils to the Supreme Sovereign. Gigantic swords, strike like a pillar of light, descended upon their position. She declared the execution of the weak. Screams rang out before smoke and dust covered everything. After that strike, almost the entire team was annihilated. Only a few survived and could not understand what had happened. Duong Qin realized only those who had killed a Sin King survived. That was the mechanism of this boss. Augustine was furious, because even knowing the mechanism, they still could not face her due to the overwhelming power gap. 3 beams of light descended. Duong Qin's group lay struggling on the ground in miserable condition. The others revived in confusion, not understanding why they were instantly wiped out. Carolina remarked the atmosphere was heavy. Duong Qin admitted this was an unprecedented defeat. Akak believed with their current strength they had no chance of victory. Carolina bitterly realized they could not obtain the divine weapon. Duong Qin said without reaching God level they could not surpass Lucifer, forming a deadlock loop. Augustine was still shaken, regarding Lucifer as the first existence that made him feel absolutely impossible to defeat. He called this the darkest moment. Duong thought he was not entirely correct. He asserted that the one pushing the world forward was not them, but himself. Through the soul imprint, He could not only control them, but also sense their thoughts and positions. Suddenly, he detected a positive emotion among the negativity and became curious about the one who had it. That person was Otto Hazen from the Siva Kingdom, a place with a special class system and clear power hierarchy. Duong found it interesting that someone who failed still carried joy. Otto Hazen hid and observed, pleased that the strongest team in the world had also failed, and believed this was Siva's chance to rise. He believed that as long as he obtained the inheritance of the ancient devourer. Duong recalled that this name had appeared in the description of his great sword. He opened the information and saw that Athos was a descendant of the ancient devourer. He realized the story was not simple. The ancient devourer and the nameless hero were both related to the secret realm. He speculated that the inheritance in the dragon spirit secret realm might be related to these two existences. Otto Hazen planned for his grandson to enter the realm first to seize the inheritance and dominate. He believed after this event Siva would surpass the great powers and begin by eliminating rival geniuses. All those thoughts were heard by Duong. He planned to deal with Bigano and regarded this eavesdropping as a major advantage. Suddenly, he remembered Lucifer and wondered what she was doing. Seeing her still maintaining a bowed posture, he was surprised she showed no fatigue. Lucifer thought the sovereign was observing, so she tried to remain calm despite her inner excitement. Duong called her over. Lucifer immediately responded. She appeared before him and asked whether her actions had satisfied the sovereign. Duong praised her and said he would grant a reward. Lucifer humbly refused, saying pleasing him was enough. He raised his hand, summoning light, and said the sovereign's gift could not be refused. A source of essence energy immediately flowed into Lucifer's body, startling her. She trembled from pleasure as the sovereign's power flooded her body, making Duong fall silent at her excessive words. Lucifer even begged for more, but he ordered her to wait until next time before she disappeared. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Acting in front of a divine-level boss was truly exhausting. Her personality was still unpleasant, but the power of the Sin's sovereign was beyond imagination. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed before Duong's eyes, startling him. On the other side, Euphemia was the one who created that phenomenon. Duong recognized her as the Holy High Priest. Euphemia was shocked to learn that the strongest crusade team on the continent had been completely annihilated. She realized the situation was abnormal and could no longer continue observing from the sidelines. She chanted a prayer asking the idol for blessing. Holy light enveloped her, allowing her to see through the darkness of the abyss. The system announced that the Eye of Insight had been upgraded. The true eye reached its ultimate state, allowing it to see through everything in the world. Euphemia appeared before Duong, pointing her staff straight at him and asking if he was the Lord of the Abyss. Duong replied with dignity, showing he clearly knew her identity, which surprised Euphemia. He directly spoke of their crusade plan and reminded her that Lucifer had already wiped out that army. His gaze turned cold. A stream of dark energy shot toward Euphemia. Euphemia realized this opponent was completely different from before, deep and terrifying to the point even the true eye could not see through him. Knowing she could not confront him, she immediately tore space and retreated to seek another solution. Duong raised a sphere of darkness, not allowing her to leave easily, and pulled her back with force. Euphemia was tightly bound by the power of darkness, unable to resist. Thought to himself what would drop if he killed the strongest high priest of humanity, but regretted the experience would be wasted. However, Euphemia transformed into light and escaped, making Duong realize capturing her was not easy. Looking at the spatial crack before him, he became curious about where she had just gone. Euphemia had teleported back to the holy city in the nick of time. She panted after narrowly escaping danger, fortunately relying on the temple's power to forcibly recall her. Reassured her subordinates, then asked about the crusade team, being told they were returning. Euphemia immediately returned to her room to compose herself and instructed her subordinates to report when anyone arrived. Dark Eye transmitted information back to Duong, helping him discover secrets about the holy city and that Euphemia could not leave that place. He regretted not being able to control her, but realized the power of darkness had infiltrated the real world without being detected. Duong thought about infiltrating the holy idol to modify leveling data, but the attempt failed. Power of darkness was strongly resisted. Fortunately, it did not trigger any alarm. He shifted his focus to controlling others and chose Zaire as the target. A stream of purple aura shot into her head, causing Zaire pain. She felt her consciousness being invaded and tried to resist. In the end, she transformed into a level 130 demon priest and called Duong her master. Duong was astonished seeing her change race, unsure whether to consider her a monster or a human. The statue lit up, making him realize the class change system was reacting. Pillar of light shot into the sky from the top of the temple. A ring of light surrounded the peak, causing the phenomenon to spread everywhere. Similar pillars of light appeared all over the world. A global announcement declared the appearance of the demon faction. Those fully corrupted would switch sides instead of losing sanity. Members of the demon faction could change classes and participate in faction battles without restrictions. New regions and missions were open, leading to two different endings depending on which side won. If the demon faction won, the world would fall into an eternal dark age. At the same time, a connection to the Elf Kingdom was open, and players were required to choose. The news caused shock. Many feared humans would start killing each other, and the possibility of people choosing the demon faction. Some believed the human faction still had an advantage thanks to divine weapons. Others thought this was a path to survival for those corrupted. Yuvan concluded the update's impact was still unclear, but the opening of the elf pathway was noteworthy. Elsewhere, Nguyen Min and Chu Tai discussed, concluding the situation had gone out of control. Chu Tai worried that if more people obtained divine weapons, the situation would worsen further. Duong observed from afar and realized his actions had caused major upheaval. With Lucifer guarding level 100, humans would struggle to advance deeper, making the world quest extremely difficult. Switching to the demon faction became an attractive option, as it did not cost sanity and still allowed growth in strength. Thanks to the soul mark, he realized that at least 7 top experts were paying attention to this matter. Clearly, this was the consequence of Lucifer's strike. He did not expect it to create such an unbelievable situation. It was truly worth paying attention to. Duong suddenly realized that he could completely accept the class advancement quest by opening the demon statue. This way would both avoid the temple's surveillance and solve the problem of rapid leveling. After completing it and collecting all 7 sin weapons, he could still eliminate the first monarch as planned. But wait, if he used that weapon to seize authority, when killing another resurrection system, would he still retain that power? According to the notification, the Sin Monarch is a special existence. Only the one who holds that power deserves the title. Therefore, after the host completes the first elimination, he will become the new monarch. At that time, the system will find a higher-level boss to temporarily replace it. Duong suddenly understood, so there still exist bosses beyond the Sin Monarch. This truly exceeded his imagination. He did not know what kind of terrifying existence that would be. Euphemia took action. She shouted to capture the demon race individual appearing in the temple. Her people immediately gave chase, looking at Zaya. Duong knew he had been discovered, but he never intended to stay. When she saw him arrive, she happily called her master. The holy light in Euphemia's hand surged violently. She coldly declared that she would not let the opponent escape. The holy light swept forward violently, but Reha had already disappeared in that very instant. Those people could not find the target and scattered to search. Failing to find any trace, they grew more frantic. Euphemia then ordered them to stop as the opponent had already left, instructing everyone to return to their positions. He suspected whether that aura just now belonged to the Sin Monarch. Had he followed the trail of power all the way here? She realized she had been too careless, because his uniqueness and strength far exceeded the data. Facing this situation, she did not know how to handle it. Duong snorted lightly, telling himself this was not fleeing but a tactical retreat. Zaya lay on his lap, acting cute while praising her master as both strong and handsome, even wanting to give birth to little demons for him. He could only be speechless. An unexpected change made Duong freeze. Before his eyes, a demon castle appeared while thunder struck from the sky. He wondered if this was the castle mentioned in the notification. They were astonished at their new forms. Having just awakened, they had already turned into demons. Some said that without the monarch, they would have been mere corpses. Although their appearance worsened, the feeling was no different from before. They even felt very cool. Duong was annoyed by the noise. He ordered Zaya as the first demon priestess to stabilize order. She immediately accepted the command. Watching Zaya control the crowd, Duong realized these people were strong enough to enter the abyss, so one priestess could hardly make them submit. He thought of Euphemia in the human world and understood that a powerful archdemon priestess was needed to control them. Turning to the throne space, he ordered the summoning of the new Sin Monarch, calling Envy to appear before him. The Envy Queen Livia knelt on one knee respectfully, introducing herself as having come in response to the monarch's summons. In Livia's heart was full of jealousy toward Lucifer, who had once been favored. Now the opportunity had come to her. She was determined to perform well. Duong appointed her as the first archdemon priestess, granting her authority over the entire temple. She immediately accepted and left. Through the screen, Duong saw that Livia quickly began building the foundation. The efficiency was very high. He thought that after killing the monarch, all this force would still serve him. It felt like playing a construction game. Livia worked decisively, urging everyone to speed up. She emphasized that it was the monarch who had given them new life and they must be absolutely loyal. All responded in unison, obeying the command. Zaya flattered Livia, saying that once she acted, everyone immediately became obedient. Livia replied that if they were not made to taste suffering, they would not know their place. She secretly felt proud for being entrusted with an important task. While thinking of Lucifer guarding the 100th floor gate, a system notification appeared, confirming that you have dominated the demon faction. The arch-priestess will receive knowledge about the Red Moon and must cooperate with the monarch to resist the invasion. Livia looked at the notification in confusion. She had never seen such a thing before and felt extremely puzzled. She grabbed a monster to ask about the notification. It saw nothing but guessed it might be related to the Red Moon. It remembered hearing that those who completed a 5-star class advancement could encounter this phenomenon. Livia looked at the demon statue, wondering if it was the source of that information. In the end, she decided to ask the monarch. She clasped her hands to request an audience with the monarch, declaring her loyalty, but there was no response. She suspected he had fallen asleep again. Receiving no reply, Livia understood this was the monarch's usual state. She worried about when he would recover to lead them in counterattacking humanity. Meanwhile, the holy city was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Euphemia began by thanking everyone for attending the meeting and apologized for the sudden summons due to the recent special situation. Augustine said there was no need for courtesy. Everyone understood the reason, so they should get straight to the point. She agreed and spoke about the world update. The two main topics were switching to the demon faction and opening the gate to the Elven Kingdom. She emphasized that joining demons would be betrayal. However, many admitted they had been shaken by the power of Lucifer and the monarch. One person concluded that the previous battle had left a psychological shadow. This update seemed to target human weakness, like the temptation of demons. Carolina believed there was no need to be overly pessimistic, because there was still the alliance route. Others agreed that this was the reason stability was maintained. Otherwise, chaos would have erupted long ago. Euphemia continued explaining that the Elven Kingdom only opens one way. If the Alliance quest is completed, there will be great benefits. But to do so, they must overcome Lucifer, which is almost impossible. They considered the possibility of seeking aid from the elves. Someone analyzed that Lucifer is the strongest. If she is defeated, then the other kings can be taken down. Once all sin weapons are collected, the chance of cooperating with the mysterious figure will increase. Everyone agreed. Carolina and the others all agreed, but emphasized the need to quickly contact the elves because time would not wait. Euphemia said she had already prepared in advance. Euphemia waved her staff, creating a summoning circle that brought Alan forth, astonishing everyone. This person is Alan Lauren, level 160, a royal court mage who has completed the 6th advancement. He introduced himself as the eldest son of the prestigious Lauren family and hoped everyone would remember his name. Some showed displeasure at his attitude, but others reminded them that Lauren is a great family. Euphemia greeted him politely and asked for the Elven Queen's opinion. Alan looked at Euphemia with an improper gaze, remarking that she truly lived up to her reputation and was very beautiful. Euphemia was clearly dissatisfied with such disrespectful words. Augustine became angry, but Carolina quickly stopped him. Alan took out a scroll and read the conditions of cooperation from the Elven Queen. The first condition is that only elves may enter the dragon spirit's secret realm. The second is to find Princess Lilith and bring her back. He read each condition clearly. The third condition is that the class advancement temple must share 60% of the Red Moon cores with the elves. Carolina showed frustration. Duangqin thought deeply while Euphemia also frowned at these conditions. Many were outraged, believing the demands were excessive. They opposed being banned from entering the secret realm and searching for someone on behalf of the elves. Some even threatened to surrender to the demons. Otto Hazen opposed monopolizing the treasure, declaring that the Siva Kingdom would not accept it. He secretly thought the ancient legacy could not fall into others' hands. Euphemia used her staff to suppress the situation, demanding order. Alan mocked human qualities. Euphemia said they accepted conditions 2 and 3, but hoped to reconsider condition 1, because it involved the interests of many nations. Alan asked that to enter the secret realm one must tame a dragon. How many nations currently meet that requirement? Euphemia replied that 4 nations already had people who tamed dragons, and the information had been sent. Alan made the final demand, allowing others to enter but banning the one who tamed Athos, while also requiring that person to be sent to the Elven Kingdom. Duangqin immediately objected, slamming the table in anger and asking the intent behind this demand, whether it was targeting Long Ha. He spoke up in rebuttal, saying that he had misunderstood. The Elven Kingdom was not targeting any specific human nation. In his eyes, all were the same. As for the reason, he did not need to explain. Whether to agree or not was up to him. Tokugawa spoke to persuade Duangqin, saying that although the reason was unclear, the elves must have their own intentions, compared to gaining a powerful ally, that small sacrifice was nothing. Otto Hazen continued, emphasizing that this was a matter of all humanity, so Long Ha needed to make concessions. He even applied moral pressure, saying that if they lost support because of this, Long Ha would become a sinner of humanity. Carolina was dissatisfied, saying that those words were excessive. Augustin remarked sarcastically, asking where Duong Qin intended to go. Seeing Duong Qin step forward, Tokugawa awkwardly asked why he was looking at him. Was there something on his face? A sudden punch struck straight into his face, sending him flying far away. Seeing Duong Qin approach, Otto Hazen asked in fear what he intended to do. Immediately, a powerful punch slammed straight into his back. Duong Qin coldly declared that Long Ha did not need two useless people to lecture them. He turned to Euphemia and said that although this was a major matter, Long Ha was willing to bear losses, but would absolutely not hand anyone over to the elves. After speaking, he turned and left, only leaving behind a farewell because he had other matters. Tokugawa was still trembling, both in pain and cursing inwardly because the punch was too heavy. Otto Hazen was also seriously injured. He swore in anger to take revenge, even targeting the genius of Long Ha. Duong observed everything, feeling that everything seemed to be pointing toward him. The aura from Duong spread out, making the maid tremble as she called her master. In his heart rose the thought that anyone who offended the authority of the monarch must pay the price. That punch had still been too light. Flames spread across the room, causing the maids to panic and ask in concern. Duong turned back with a smile as if nothing had happened, telling them to continue the massage because his shoulders still hurt. The maids immediately massaged him, while he reminded himself to restrain his sovereign aura to avoid drawing attention. Thinking carefully, he felt something was wrong. Although he understood the reactions of Anhwa and Shiva, it was strange that the elves were targeting him. It seemed they did not know Lilith's whereabouts, and no one knew the relationship between Athos and him. He decided to ask Lilith. After listening, she forced a smile and said they did not care about avenging Akka. Even that man's death would be better. This made Duong even more curious. Lilith explained that the elves were not united and constantly fought for power. Outwardly they were gentle, but behind the scenes full of schemes, making Duong think of palace struggles. Duong deduced that if it was not related to Akka, then the reason could only be Athos, or more precisely the fear of the ancient devourer. Because they feared ancient power, the elves were wary of all black dragons. Within the secret realm there was also an important inheritance, so they did not want anyone else to approach, especially the one who tamed a black dragon. However, Duong secretly smiled because he would not let them achieve their goal. Duong asked about their intention to take Lilith away. She immediately shook her head in refusal, firmly refusing to return. She reminded him that he had promised not to drive her away and begged him not to break his word. Duong reassured her that he would not do so and told her not to cry. He patted her head to comfort her, while thinking that the elven royal family likely had no good intentions toward a cursed princess. He decided he must find a way to protect her before she was discovered. A notification appeared saying Duong Qin had sent a message. He understood he needed to prepare to deal with it in advance. Reaching the gate, Duong saw Duong Qin waiting and asked what he needed. Duong Qin spoke directly that Duong might not be able to participate in the dragon spirit secret realm. He asked in surprise for the reason. Duong Qin explained it was a demand from the elves, and they even requested to hand him over. He affirmed that Long Ha would never accept that. Even in difficult circumstances, they would still uphold their principles. Duong felt moved by this protection. Although he had expected it, he could not help but feel grateful. Duong Qin patted his shoulder to reassure him that the nation would compensate appropriately. Duong agreed and saw him off. He calculated that tomorrow would be the moment the secret realm opened, and secretly waited to see how those two experts would react to his surprise. In Anhwa Nation, Hai Tu stood beside the red dragon, lamenting that the one who tamed the black dragon could not participate. She said she had wanted to interact more, but it was fortunate they would not meet because she did not like confronting someone too violent. On Shiva's side, Otto Hazen advised Biganu to take advantage of this opportunity. Biganu calmly said just kill and it would be done, showing eagerness for tomorrow, especially since the strong opponent would not appear. In the sky, a group of giant dragons flew past, causing astonishment. Everyone recognized them as elven dragon knights and began to worry about their strength. Eric, a high-level elven prince, showed displeasure upon seeing that humans also had someone who tamed dragons. Alan beside him regarded it as nothing to worry about, because after the secret realm they would have no rivals. Eric reminded him not to rush. If they conquered the human world, Lauren would gain great benefits. Humans were numerous and reproduced quickly. There would be many advantages later. Valia quietly observed the situation in the sky. Rider on the red dragon looked around excitedly, while the person beside him was eager to act immediately upon entering the secret realm. Valia admitted her impression of the elves was not good, while the other person felt his instincts warning him to stay away from them. Tokugawa stepped forward to reassure them, telling them to remain calm and act as usual. Valia reminded them that when facing danger, survival must be prioritized. On Biganu's side, they discussed how the elves had brought many people and suspected their intentions. Biganu left to prepare for action. From behind came encouragement to prove Shiva's strength. Eric flew past Hai-Tu and invited her to join his team. Otto Hazen looked at the matrix lighting up, secretly calculating that if he eliminated the elven group, he would obtain many dragons, making him extremely excited. The ground suddenly shook violently due to a surge of energy. Otto Hazen cursed upon realizing someone had used a forbidden spell, even attacking the elves. Looking up at the sky, he shouted at the one causing trouble, calling out Augustin's name in anger. Augustin raised his staff, releasing 2 terrifying streams of power. A massive explosion rang out again, flames spreading widely to cover the entire area. Duong watched that scene. A strange feeling rose in his heart as he could manipulate a 9-turn powerhouse. He smiled faintly, hoping Augustin would fight with all his might. In his hand was an orb recording the man's image. Duong rode on the back of the black dragon and shot forward, his cold gaze declaring that your bloodline will eventually belong to me. His gaze was filled with the desire to seize everything, as if wanting to devour all things. Elemental flames erupted throughout the space. Augustin stood firmly at the center. Tokugawa rushed over in panic, shouting that he had gone mad and needed to be stopped. He called for Otto Hazen to stand up, urging them to charge together to deal with him. Otto Hazen's eyes flashed with danger, hiding deep calculations. He swung his sword and rushed forward, but was blocked. Tokugawa cursed as he realized that man was also affected. Immediately after, his eyes turned red as he forcibly activated the command. Tokugawa immediately lost control, wielding his sword to slash at Otto Hazen with the intent to kill. The space was filled with dazzling sword streaks, dense and dangerous. Above, lightning struck down. The two coordinated their attack. Duong silently calculated that the control duration would only last 1 minute, using the chaos before withdrawing. When the control effect disappeared, Augustin stood still like a soulless man. He was confused, not understanding what had just happened to him. Seeing the battlefield in ruins with no survivors, Augustin panicked. Screams rang out as his body and mind lost control. Otto Hazen realized they had been manipulated by some force. He asserted his intuition was correct. Someone was secretly controlling everything. Even Augustin could not escape, making him astonished at who that person could be. A massive gate opened, light shining everywhere before their eyes. Augustin said that during the battle he saw an Athos fly into the secret realm. The other two also confirmed. He suspected it but believed it was not Duong Qin, because he knew that man would not use such despicable means. Otto Hazen agreed. Tokugawa speculated it might be someone else. He even mentioned to Duong. Otto Hazen laughed mockingly, saying that a 5-turn could not possibly manipulate demigods like them. Tokugawa quickly retracted his words, saying he had just spoken nonsense. Augustin noticed that since the Abyss War began, many strange phenomena had appeared. He decided to set it aside and focus on more important matters. He proposed contacting the Elven Royal Court to resolve the aftermath, because at present they could not capture Duong for questioning. The other two agreed. The dragon's spirit secret realm, pillars of energy pierced through mountains and erupted violently. Hai-Tu rode the red dragon and asked whether there was something that made even dragons feel fear. Biganu sensed that this was the aura of the ancient devourer that remained. Eric flew beside her, offering to go together to assist, but she refused. Eric called to Alan behind him, suspecting that man intended to deal with the dragon immediately. Alan held an ancient dragon fang, saying that only this could suppress the fear within the dragon bloodline. Biganu gripped the stone tablet tightly, confident he could control their dragon. Trembling sound echoed, causing Valia to be astonished, thinking a boss had appeared, but Hai-Tu denied it. She was horrified to discover that another black dragon still existed, shocking everyone. Duong stepped forward, counting the number of opponents. Appearing excited, Biganu sensed his dragon's fear. Even the stone tablet could not control it. Eric shouted in questioning, because black dragons were not allowed to appear in the secret realm. Alan angrily cursed humans as deceitful and inferior. Knight reported that the dragons were panicking. Eric ordered them not to fear, demanding they kill Duong while he would personally handle Athos. The elves took the initiative to attack, shouting to eliminate the human and the black dragon. Storm surged forward. Duong coldly declared that their only ending was death. A single slash cut through. Those who fell were the elves. The system displayed a series of elimination notifications and the amount of experience gained. Alan was horrified to see 4 experts fall in an instant. Eric also could not see Duong's movements clearly, not understanding how a 5-turn could be so strong. He took out a treasure, judging that Taduong was extremely dangerous and needed to use his trump card. Suddenly, a massive mouth appeared and swallowed Eric. He struggled in despair while Alan realized he could not fight and intended to flee. But he was struck by flames midway. Alan fell to the ground in pain. Before him stood Taduong with a cold expression. Being stepped on his face, he shouted. But Taduong declared that anyone who offended him would pay 100-fold. Even gods were no exception. Someone shouted to stop, but blood had already splattered everywhere. A group of giant dragons flew in. The leader laughed arrogantly and threatened. Taduong sneered, asking if they had just revived only to want to die again. He cursed and breathed fire to attack, believing Taduong had been burned to ashes. Ilia noticed something unusual as the elven dragons suddenly became vigorous. Hai-Tu pointed out that their eyes had changed. She concluded that they had used mental control magic on the dragons. Although they knew the consequences were severe, they still did it to kill Taduong. Alan flew in from behind laughing loudly, believing Taduong had been eliminated. He looked down at the smoke-filled area below. Suddenly a surge of power shot upward, astonishing him. The dragons hurried to dodge but were still struck. The figure of Athos appeared from below. Creature rushed upward, questioning where Taduong was taking it. Athos shot into the sky to sweep away all remaining threats. Hai-Tu raised her head to follow, watching it disappear into the distance. Valia judged that the previous attack caused no damage and was even countered, proving the elves had suffered great misfortune. The two dragons stood motionless, making people breathe a sigh of relief. Bigano hid behind a tree, terrified as he saw the elves wiped out in an instant, and wondered whether Taduong was still human. He understood that facing him head-on was hopeless. The only option left was to wait for a chance to launch a sneak attack. Alan was furious at dying once again, realizing that Taduong was not human. After 2 deaths, their levels had dropped sharply, leaving them unable to resist. He took out a scroll intending to retreat, but it was destroyed by a surge of force. Alan stood stunned, not understanding what had happened. Taduong chased after him, coldly asking whether he had asked for permission to run, standing on Athos's back. He slashed toward him. Eric, trapped in the monster's mouth, cried for help. Taduong reminded him not to waste effort because even a 7th turn could not escape. Alan tried to negotiate, asking what he wanted and saying he was willing to comply. Taduong calmly replied that what he wanted was the opponent's life. Seeing his face turn pale, he mocked him for being arrogant at first but now begging for mercy. Alan lowered his head, admitting his mistake, begging to be spared. Taduong coldly said it was already too late. He said he had already understood their nature. He could not allow them to survive. When Alan realized his identity, Taduong declared he would kill them until they could no longer revive. Taduong's ruthlessness terrified Alan. Another slash fell, blood spraying everywhere. The Dragon Knights pleaded for him to stop. Mentioning the Alliance, they threatened that without them humanity would fail. He said the Alliance would collapse and the world mission could not be completed. Taduong sneered, saying it was not worth caring about, then shattered space with a slash. The system reported that many had been completely eliminated. He looked at Eric, who had just been released. That man still stubbornly challenged him to a fair fight even while about to die. Taduong waved his hand to call him over, agreeing to grant him a clear death. Eric drew his wind attribute weapon, unleashing a powerful attack toward Taduong. A storm of wind swirled around Eric's body. The whirlwind exploded into a destructive move, rushing toward the target. Eric thought he had won, but saw Taduong still standing there. The data showed he had only lost 10% of his life, and even praised the move as quite strong. Eric could not believe that his full power only caused minor damage. He panicked, thinking Taduong was not human but a boss. Taduong slashed again, admitting that his answer was correct. A notification appeared confirming Eric had been eliminated. Bigano, hiding behind, was terrified, realizing he could not harm Taduong. He intended to return to report to his superiors, but the moment he turned around he saw Taduong standing in front of him. The system announced that Bigano had been completely eliminated. Hai-Tu and Valia ran over, shocked that all the elves had been killed. Valia questioned why even Bigano had been taken down. Taduong explained that Shiva had plotted to eliminate everyone, so he acted first in self-defense. He advised them to stay put because the secret realm was dangerous. Then Athos flew away. Hai-Tu waved goodbye while watching. Taduong calculated that the experience gained was over 30 million, but compared to before it was insignificant. The equipment obtained had value but could not yet be used. He examined the Dragon Bone Greatsword, wondering why its stats increased evenly rather than exceeding expectations. System reported that he needed to eliminate high-level dragons to evolve and increase absorption limits. He realized he had reached the threshold of the initial state. In his hand was a necklace related to the nameless hero. He suspected that person was connected to the dragon-slaying heart. Thick fog limited visibility. The dragon-slaying heart in his hand glowed, guiding the way. Taduong ordered Athos to rush forward, following the guiding light. When he emerged from the fog, he saw a gigantic dragon skeleton and was astonished. He admired its immense size, larger than even Athos, thinking of the hero who had slain this monster. Surely an extremely terrifying existence. Athos roared excitedly. Tuduong also felt eager to witness the continuation of the legend. Athos suddenly stopped. Tuduong suspected this place had a rule forbidding flight. The surrounding fog began to gather and thicken. Before them appeared clearly the enormous skeleton of the dragon remains. He guessed this might be a part of the devourer's body, and the path leading upward resembled a ritual. The dragon skeleton's eyes glowed purple within the fog. Tuduong was surrounded by a swarm of dragon skeletons, realizing they were like those previously killed and now revived. Suspecting the presence of a necromancer, a vortex of fog surrounded them. Flames surged violently as if preparing to attack. Tuduong guessed this was a trial, immediately leaping into the air to unleash a wide-range attack. The dragon skeletons raised their heads, but were shattered into pieces by countless sword strikes. However, the regenerative energy caused the bones to reassemble, confirming they possessed the ability to regenerate. Tuduong continued slashing, declaring that no matter how many times they revived, they would be destroyed. Shouted loudly, Athos roared, white bones piled up below. He sneered, although he did not fully understand the trial. He had already passed it, though it took considerable effort. Tuduong rode Athos forward. Ahead a new vortex appeared, making him curious about the next trial. Tuduong's body was almost swept away by that vortex. He quickly clung tightly to the cliff wall, taking a deep breath, thinking how extremely dangerous it was. Before he could relax, Tuduong was horrified to see Athos being invaded by a black current, looking extremely painful. Soft footsteps echoed. That man holding a sword approached the cliff edge where he was clinging. Tuduong forced a smile, sighing that these surprises truly never cease. The opponent thrust the sword down. He quickly dodged aside, his hand still gripping the mountain edge. That man's eyes flashed, carefully observing before shifting his target. The chase became intense. The opponent repeatedly stabbed downward while Tuduong did his utmost to evade. Finally, he seized the chance to leap up to the top, avoiding the deadly slash. The opponent's glowing red eyes in the night made him shiver, realizing this was an extremely vicious death trap. Tuduong was furious. The black dragon he had just subdued with great difficulty had disappeared. No matter who the person before him was, today he would not let him go. The opponent spoke intermittently about flames and testing qualifications, as if confirming that the trial had been passed. On Athos's side, energy erupted violently, its body gradually regenerating. Tuduong guessed this was a burning trial to test bloodline and encouraged Athos to endure. Tuduong turned to ask his identity, whether he was the nameless hero, but the opponent only asked who he was. He introduced himself, but the opponent still repeated the question, making him suspicious. Tuduong began to feel uneasy, as if being seen through. When he saw the opponent's sword, he sensed danger. The shadow before him flickered extremely fast, startling him as the situation became dangerous. A surge of red energy erupted violently, shockwaves spreading everywhere. Tuduong's body staggered, but strangely there was no pain or blood loss, leaving him confused. The opponent muttered about failed restoration, seemingly noticing something unusual about him. Tuduong did not think much, immediately leaping forward to attack first. The opponent dodged swiftly, then counterattacked. Tuduong used Dragon Bone to block. The two fought at terrifying speed, almost leaving no visible trace. Countless sword lines flashed continuously, slicing through space. Tuduong gradually fell into a disadvantage. The opponent leaped up to unleash a decisive strike, making him horrified. At the critical moment, he bit down on the opponent's blade with his teeth. Holding the weapon, Tuduong immediately counterattacked. He released the sword from his mouth, surprised that his enhanced body made even his teeth stronger. Even so, defeating the opponent was not easy. But the opponent had lost his weapon. His combat strength declined. Tuduong was confident he could end the battle. Suddenly, that man sat down, leaving Tuduong stunned. He seemed to have understood something, then handed the sword to him. The blazing red sword lay in Tuduong's hand, emitting a special aura. Before vanishing, he asked Tuduong to go kill Gloris. Tuduong did not know who Gloris was, guessing it was related to the legend. The system began checking and unlocking the information of the weapon Flying Scarlet. He looked at the sword with many questions, not understanding what transcendence level meant and why all information was unclear. New information appeared stating that cores were needed for restoration and to increase energy. Tuduong was astonished by this mechanism. A red core appeared in his hand. He tried to activate the function. Energy was replenished but only increased slightly, surprising him. A roar echoed. Tuduong was delighted to recognize it was Athos. Seeing Athos had recovered, he realized it had received an inheritance. The notification stated that fire creatures had been absorbed by it. Duong recalled this trait resembled a necromancer, guessing Athos had become a kind of undead dragon. Looked around and saw the dragon skeletons had also revived, now becoming Athos's subordinates. Athos led the skeletal army into the sky. Duong thought of the prospect of possessing a powerful, undead legion. Strange numbers began to appear on the skeletons. He was curious about the origin of these numbers, and suspected they were related to the flying scarlet sword. Dragon skeleton glowed with energy. Duong tried to activate restoration with a slash. The dragon skeleton vanished, leaving only a brilliant glow, leaving him stunned. System notified that this restoration increased the scarlet corruption level and added more energy. Duong stared in shock at the Fai Hong sword. This was no different from directly erasing the rule of existence. Even spirit beings that could revive were destroyed instantly. Far too heaven-defying. But why did the notification appear twice? The second time still showed 0%. If it reached 100%, would there be no cost? Before the unknown hero had tried using repair on himself, but it failed. Could it be that his body had something special, or was it related to the system? He asked the system if there were any hints but received no response. Duong could only set it aside for now. If there was no reaction, then so be it. This matter could be considered later. Athos had comprehended the inheritance, while he possessed such a heaven-defying divine weapon. Although this time in the dragon spirit secret realm he did not gain experience, the results far exceeded expectations. However, the Crimson Moon Core was extremely rare and could only be obtained through invasion events. Perhaps the class advancement temple would provide more clues. He needed to find someone who had approached him. For now, he had to leave this place. The formation gate had opened, and two giant dragons stood. I too stared blankly at the energy pillar in the distance. The exit had opened already. Valia was worried. Why was it so sudden? I too reminded her, Sister Valia, go first. I will stay and wait, she asked again. Are you waiting for Duong? Two giant dragons suddenly trembled violently. Valia was confused. What is happening? Hai-Tu was certain it is him. He has returned. Athos flew over and pressure spread out. He gave an order and they immediately stabilized. Athos stepped in front of the two dragons and only uttered a single word, silence. They immediately stood still obediently. Valia saw them stiffen. Why can they no longer move? I too noticed Athos had grown much larger. Could it be that it absorbed new power in the secret realm? Duong stepped out and said, you two have worked hard. The secret realm is open. You can leave. At the same time, I hope you keep everything that happened here a secret. That is beneficial for me and for both of you. Valia hesitated. Hai-Tu spoke up. Rest assured we will not reveal anything. She expressed respect. Through your eyes, I see you are a good person. I originally wanted to talk more, but unfortunately there is no chance. He paused after hearing that. The teleportation gate opened. Hai-Tu waved goodbye, see you next time. Duong thought about that praise. In her eyes, he was a good person, perhaps so. She was indeed perceptive. The situation outside was quite chaotic. He could not go out in this state. He needed a way. He remembered Zaya. If the world had opened faction missions and humans could become demons, then demons could also join the human faction. This assumption needed verification. The system immediately activated a check. Returning to the demon castle and looking at the monsters around, Duong laughed. This abyss was becoming more and more lively. Information displayed. The demon abyss was no longer a one-way area. Demons could freely leave. He confirmed his assumption was correct. If ordinary demons going out only became sources of experience, then what about a sin? Duong called out, Lucifer, respond to me. Lucifer appeared, your servant obeys. My king, I sense your power is recovering. Glory will return. Duong asked, can you pass through the abyss gate? She replied, not certain, it needs to be tested. He ordered, then go and try. The frozen lands of northern Siberia, the temperature was minus 30 degrees. Two guards complained about the harshness. Even if a demon came, it would freeze. Lucifer appeared and realized her strength had diminished. Two guards immediately noticed. They panicked. Demons can come out now. One hurriedly said to report to the high priest. Lucifer was annoyed, noisy. Headlights like blades flashed and two heads. She walked alone on the frozen road. Lucifer stopped. It is confirmed she can pass through the gate. She needs to return to report. Duong was surprised when he heard. She could go out, but her strength weakened to demigod level. Perhaps because the world had not yet accepted God rank. Even so, Lucifer still surpassed ninth-turn demigods. Outside the secret realm, only a few reached this level, and eliminating them would not be difficult. Duong ordered, travel the world and punish those who are disrespectful in my name. She immediately obeyed. Your subordinate obeys. Duong showed an image. Bring this person back. When I sleep, he will represent me. Lucifer was surprised to see it was a human. Not long after, at the teleportation formation area, Augustin questioned Duong Qin. You have broken the agreement. Explain why Duong entered the secret realm and why we fought. Duong Qin knew nothing. Eslian declared the honor of the guard could not be insulted. When Duong comes out, he will be taken for questioning, and you must also go to explain. Duong Qin was cold. If you want to question me, then show your ability. He warned them not to force him to act. Elia returned, we have come out. I too saw the tense atmosphere. Why is everyone so serious? Tokugawa was worried. Why are there only two of you? Where is Taduong? Augustin asked about the elf. The two explained they were separated from the beginning. I too lied smoothly. They found nothing and almost died. Then light appeared and they were sent back to the gate and left. Tokugawa hesitated. Is that so? What a pity. Eslian thought, if so then someone must have inherited the legacy. But why have the others not come out? He pulled them away toward the elf kingdom for questioning. Tokugawa stopped him. What are you trying to do? Augustin stepped forward to protect. They are our people. Eslian threatened. If you interfere, then forget about the alliance. If anything happens to the third prince and clan leader Lauren, you will bear the consequences. Otto Hazen intervened and urged putting the bigger picture first. If they lost the elf alliance, who would resist the Sin Monarch? The two hesitated. Eslian was satisfied and praised him, and promised to report to the queen. A black crack appeared in the sky. Crack gradually expanded. Augustin recognized a familiar aura. Lucifer stepped out. Augustin was shocked to recognize the King of Pride. Eslian wondered. She looked down on them. Augustin attacked and discovered her aura had weakened. Information displayed. Lucifer, King of Pride, demigod level. All stats were hidden. Concluded her strength had dropped to demigod level. Augustin called for cooperation to eliminate her. Lucifer sneered. All of you come at once. He assigned Duong Qin to lead the charge while others supported. Everyone attacked together. Otto Hazen calculated. For now support, and if it fails, then retreat. A notification appeared. Righteous Warrior increases nearby allies' physical attack by 20% and restores 1% health per second for 30 seconds. The Spirit Beast Encouragement effect further increases magic attack and defense by 15% and up to 10% maximum health. Augustin swung his staff and unleashed Heaven-Earth Myriad Thunder Apex transformation. Immediately after, Duong Qin threw a punch Extreme Dao Annihilation. Barrage of attacks surged straight toward Lucifer. The sky was engulfed in blazing waves of firepower. Lucifer was surprised to find herself injured. Augustin shouted at work. She is not invincible. Keep attacking. Lucifer sneered coldly, just a swarm of lowly ants. Do you think that little damage can defeat me? Black hole opened as she shouted and dragged everyone in. The system displayed dark engraved domain. Lucifer exclusive skill. Pulls enemies within 500 meters into the barrier and reduces all attributes by 50%. Those being pulled panicked and cried out, "What is this? We are about to be dragged in." Augustin was shocked that the three others were unaffected. What is going on? Valia and Hai Tu ran over calling Tokugawa sir. Teacher Augustin, Duong Qin still stood motionless behind. A sudden attack struck down behind Valia and Duong Qin. Duong appeared, activated the soul imprint, and gave an order. Duong Qin froze, then immediately pulled the two away. Follow me. Hai Tu still did not understand what was happening. Watching them vanish into the spatial rift, he let out a breath. He could only buy a little more time. War God Duong Qin, go slowly, I will not see you all. Duong looked toward Lucifer. Things over there were almost finished. She wondered if this was the representative the monarch spoke of. Why was he so weak? Lucifer landed lightly and said coldly she did not understand why the monarch chose him. But he was no different from an ant. He calmly replied, perhaps so. Duong brushed past and reminded, Lucifer, discard your arrogance. I need you to help bring someone. Lucifer accepted the order, though still unsettled. In that brief moment, she seemed to sense the monarch aura, but it was likely just an illusion. Duong returned safely to the villa. Lilith was watering plants in the garden when she felt a strong gust of wind. A black shadow shot toward the villa, causing the watering can in her hand to fall to the ground. Lilith fell onto the yard and cried out in panic. What is this thing? Black energy condensed into claws that seized her. Come with me. Lilith struggled and shouted, let me go. Who are you? Black energy quickly vanished. Duong stood there observing. The spatial gate closed, and the villa returned to silence. Augustin sat down on the ground in defeat. Lost again. Tokugawa sighed. The gap is too great, we cannot win. Augustin suddenly remembered something important before being pulled in. He urgently asked, did anyone see Duong Qin? Tokugawa replied he did not. Otto Hazen said that before being pulled into the dark space, he saw Duong Qin was completely unaffected, as if Lucifer did not consider him an enemy. Augustin asked in surprise for his opinion. Otto Hazen said he had a bad suspicion. Perhaps Duong Qin and Long Ha had betrayed humanity and allied with demons. Augustin immediately opposed. Impossible, Duong Qin is not that kind of person. He would never betray. Otto Hazen said coldly. Augustin was still defending his old friend. Many here saw the same as I did they not? Someone spoke up to confirm. Lucifer showed no hostility toward him. This is very suspicious. Some began to suspect Duong Qin of betrayal. Otto Hazen continued to guide them, recalling how they killed each other while waiting outside the secret realm. That power could not be explained without demon interference. The final beneficiary was Duong of Long. Augustin could not refute it. That power exceeded ninth turn demigod. Tokugawa immediately objected, not correct. He reminded them that besides Duong Qin there were also Hai Tu and Valia. Could they also be suspected of colluding with demons? Otto Hazen cursed inwardly for forgetting this. He fabricated a reason that Duongqin wanted to monopolize the secret realm, so he kept them behind. Tokugawa was convinced. Otto Hazen calculated that as long as conflict was stirred, he could extract the secret and serve the plan to build Shiva. He emphasized Duongqin's behavior was highly suspicious. Some began to agree despite their doubts. He proposed immediately going to find Duongqin. As soon as he finished speaking, Duongqin appeared behind him. Duongqin's punch struck directly and sent Otto Hazen flying. If you continue to slander me, I will kill you here. Augustin demanded an explanation for why he was not pulled in and disappeared. Where exactly did he go? Duongqin replied there was nothing to say. If you doubt, then go to the holy city and ask the high priest to judge. Valia confirmed he had taken them away, then returned. I too said he seemed to be controlled at that time. Augustin thought that since he dared go to the holy city, the chance of collusion was low. Tokugawa instead suspected Duong was the mastermind. That thought was quickly rejected by themselves. They believed it was absurd. How could someone only at fourth turn achieve that? Augustin decided to go to the holy city to ask the high priest to judge both this matter and the elf issue. Otto Hazen harbored hatred and swore to make Duongqin pay. At the holy city, Euphemia asked whether they had colluded with demons, and if they noticed when being controlled. Everyone confirmed they knew nothing. Light appeared beside Duongqin, proving his words were true, and made everyone trust him. Euphemia asked Valia and Hai-Tu if they were certain they were not lying about what happened in the secret realm. Light appeared above their heads. The light vanished, making them anxious. The high priest could indeed detect lies. They realized they could no longer hide it. Augustin reproached Valia. Tokugawa shouted at Hai-Tu to tell the truth or he would not spare her. Duongqin wondered whether everything was related to Duong. He had investigated everywhere and received many different evaluations of him, but no one said he was extremely evil. In the end, Duong was truly connected to the abyss. Then how should he handle it? Eliminate him or choose another path? Euphemia reminded them that the lie had been exposed, and hiding no longer had meaning. If they did not want to speak here, then follow her into the confession room. Valia discussed with Hai-Tu, then asked to go in to recount the entire truth. Euphemia nodded in agreement and led them into the confession room. Very well. Before stepping forward, both of them turned back to look at Otto Hazen, leaving him confused about what was happening. After more than 10 minutes, Euphemia and the two came out of the room. She pointed her staff at Otto Hazen and asked whether he had incited Bigano to eliminate all participants in the secret realm. His heart trembled. He stammered speechlessly, panic filling his mind. How did the high priest know about this? Could it be those two girls revealed it? Or had Bigano been captured? Impossible. Euphemia continued to announce that according to Hai-Tu and Valia, Duong had exposed Bigano's scheme and killed him. The two did not participate, so now it was necessary to determine who bore the crime. She demanded Otto Hazen answer yes or no. Those behind were shocked. A fourth turn actually killed a sixth turn Bigano, but that was not important. They angrily condemned Otto Hazen. He tried to deny it, but light had already burst forth. The light faded. Euphemia confirmed the truth was clear. In the name of the high priest, she handed authority to Duongqin. Otto Hazen was sentenced to death 3 times and imprisoned in the holy city awaiting execution. He collapsed in despair. Duongqin was enraged. Clearly, we are all innocent. You only wanted to push all the blame onto Duong, did you not? Otto Hazen remained stubborn. Even if he had intent, he did not collude with demons. He accused Duong of killing elves, even the prince. If he was guilty, then Long Ha was the same. Duongqin furiously threw a punch. The force of the blow sent Otto Hazen flying. After reviving, he panted in exhaustion. Duongqin continued attacking without mercy, burning him with the flames in his hand. When he revived again, Duongqin coldly told him to get into prison and await judgment. He roared in threat. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 sharp spears were pressed against his throat. Knowing everything was exposed, he hurriedly sent a final message to his younger brother, urging him to incite the elves and pull Shiva into joining the demon faction for revenge. A faint light flickered. Duong watched this scene and could not help feeling helpless. Was the Shiva kingdom really going to throw itself into the demon faction? Seeing him imprisoned, Duong felt quite satisfied. No matter how carefully you calculate, you could never expect me to be the Abyss Lord. Your path is narrowing more and more. If Shiva joins the demons, then he can manipulate them at will. He might as well accept this gift. As for the elves, most of them are arrogant and always consider themselves noble. In truth, they are only a race that once had god rank. When he reaches Sin Monarch and ascends to godhood, he will let them know who truly rules. turning elves into slaves would not matter. He looked up at the demon statue. Before he did not dare to level up for fear of attracting the holy city attention. Now he could break through to demigod with full force. Livia looked at him in confusion. Why did the monarch choose such a weak one? He replied briefly, no need to ask, just do as told. She frowned, trying to suppress her displeasure. Livia had no choice but to accept. The monarch decision could not be questioned. It was best to maintain a good relationship with the representative. Yet she was still unwilling. System displayed level 100 reached the limit of 4th turn and began the 5th turn quest. He realized the process was similar to the class temple and could set up a similar mechanism. Duong planned carefully. First, let powerful demons complete high-level 5th turn quests in the demon temple. After that, they could encounter Crimson Moon invasions and eliminate monsters to obtain Crimson Moon cores. Next, with the identity of the Lord, he would collect all the cores. If he mass-produced 5th turn individuals, then resources would become endless while also solving the energy problem for the Phi Hong sword. The system issued a 5-star 5th turn quest with great rewards including advancement, attribute boosts, and new skills. Duong pondered. The quest was difficult, but the further it went, the harsher it became. Those who could complete it were all chosen, even God chosen. He was confident he could easily kill 5th turn. He decided to roam the abyss and complete the quest first. At Shiva, Amino paced back and forth in worry. Why was there still no news? He believed that if Biganu obtained the inheritance, then Shiva would rise and surpass other nations, even without needing the elf alliance. A bell rang and he happily opened the message, but immediately froze upon learning Biganu had been killed. His body trembled. His genius son had died at the hands of a 4th turn. This was unacceptable. Tried to remain calm. The truth was exposed and the risk of investigation was extremely high. He had to decide immediately. Amino weighed his options. Joining demons meant betraying humanity with no return, but he could not let his son die in vain. He clenched his teeth. At the Holy City, Euphemia announced the arrest of Otto Hazen and turned to discuss Duong. Augustin said Duong defeating Biganu was still acceptable, but killing the elf prince was too unbelievable. Valia affirmed it was true. He requested a detailed account. Valia said Duong used a strange item to control Eric, making him unable to act or use skills. Carolina commented that this resembled a control state, but lower levels found it hard to suppress higher levels due to level difference effects. She agreed. Augustin believed this rule did not apply to Duong. Perhaps he concealed his level or used an extremely powerful item. Duong Chin believed that no matter what, it was merely a counterattack, not a crime. Tokugawa said the elves would certainly not think so. Everyone discussed. Duong acted in self-defense, but the death of the elf prince would bring trouble to the alliance. Someone hurriedly ran in to report urgent news. Euphemia asked what happened. After hearing it, she struck her staff hard and announced a temporary suspension of the meeting. The news stated that Otto Hazen had incited Amino, causing Shiva to want to join the demon faction. The abyss gate of Shiva, the soldiers had been wiped out. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Amino thought if he could not grow stronger through inheritance, then he would follow demons for revenge and development. Declared that when he returned from the abyss, he would drown his enemies. At that moment, Asura arrived to report. Amino immediately asked about the situation. He reported that more than 20,000 people had been brought in. All of them were class users at the legendary stage. They were gradually descending into the abyss layers to control the infection rate. Over 1,000 had completed demon transformation and were heading toward the demon city. After transforming, their attacks were no longer proactive. Suddenly, someone ran over in panic, reporting to Divine Lord Amino that people from the class temple had appeared and captured many, causing quite a few to hesitate and refuse to descend into the abyss. Hearing this, Amino was stunned in shock. What? He hurriedly asked about the movement of the two groups. The other replied that 70% of Ba Laman had been transferred and about 60% of Chaisha. Amino immediately ordered to prioritize sending Ba Laman first. As for the Chaisha group that had not left, then used the commoners to block the temple to buy time. The two accepted the order. He gritted his teeth, thinking the commoners could not hold them back and could only sacrifice a portion. Amino swore that sooner or later he would return to reclaim everything. For now, he decided to retreat into the abyss. The 20th layer of the abyss, those who had just transformed into demons gathered together. They excitedly discussed. One boasted that after transformation his attributes increased by 4%. Another claimed an increase of up to 6%. Some were curious about the demon city and its mysteries, even looking forward to experiencing it. They exchanged rumors that the class temple had colluded with Long Ha to suppress Shiva. Some believed Long Ha was jealous and wanted to hinder them. They believed that once they grew stronger, they would counterattack under the leadership of the Sin Monarch, and Shiva would gain a high position if allied with the elves. Steps echoed as a figure appeared in the darkness. Seeing half of Duong's face, he asked his identity. He calmly replied, "Guess." He immediately attacked, daring to scare me. Dazzling stream of energy shot straight toward Taduong. A violent explosion occurred, yet his health remained full. Taduong calmly reassured that he was a guide from the demon city sent to receive new recruits, leaving everyone astonished. He smiled lightly, saying that as one of the first to switch to the demon faction, he had been assigned to guide newcomers. One demanded he lead the way. Taduong agreed and walked ahead. He brought them to the statue and introduced it as the center of the demon city, the only revival point, similar to the holy city of the current world. Everyone showed interest. Looking at his back, someone asked which nation he belonged to. Taduong turned and replied he was from Long Ha. Two people behind acted friendly and asked about the rules in the demon city. He replied that if they attacked each other, they would be severely punished by the high priest. He asked further about areas outside the city, whether there were restrictions. He smiled and said outside the city there were no rules. The strong suppressed the weak. Sudden pressure spread, causing the group to startle. Someone asked what he was doing. Taduong wiped his sword and said someone was about to die. During this, everyone tensed. Sweat poured down. A sword slash flashed. One head fell, the rest angrily charged. Taduong said nothing more, only responded with radiant sword strikes. He smiled as everything unfolded according to plan. One survivor trembled and threatened about the rules. Taduong said in the city there are rules, but here he is the rule. Another slash, blood splattered everywhere. Remaining ones panicked and fled, intending to report to Amina. Taduong flew up and blocked them, declaring no one could leave. Screams rang out. The system updated mission progress. He realized that just the Shiva group alone was enough to complete the mission. He decided to continue hunting to finish within one day. Sinister purple flame appeared in his hand. He threw the flame behind and continued deeper into the abyss to hunt. As the fire gradually faded, Livia appeared. He thought this representative was not simple. Despite being only fourth turn, he could kill sixth turn, making her question the monarch purpose. In a dark place filled with sharp rocks, corpses piled up. The system announced that the first phase of the fifth turn quest was completed. Taduong sheathed his sword and moved to the next objective of killing fifth turn, not belonging to the demon faction. He opened the system interface to check. He thought there were still many nobles not transformed in the upper layers. If they died, they would revive at the temple and could cause trouble, so they had to be dealt with thoroughly. Realizing someone was watching, Taduong turned and called Livia. She stepped out, admitted it, and asked what he wanted. Taduong smiled lightly, then pointed his sword and ordered Livia to mobilize demons to the upper layers to eliminate 10 nobles who had not transformed. The sword tip was less than a centimeter from Livia's forehead, startling her. Livia reluctantly obeyed. Though dissatisfied, she still accepted because it was the monarch will. The demons received the mission and discussed excitedly before rushing to hunt down the newcomers, giving them no chance to resist. Throughout the temple, light continuously flared. Those who revived angrily complained that they had to break through the defense line again to enter the abyss, which was nearly impossible. Someone proposed using Sudra as a human shield. Others agreed, thinking the temple soldiers would not kill hostages. As soon as they finished speaking, countless sword strikes suddenly slashed toward them. Their heads had been severed from their bodies. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Taduong stepped out. His voice carried a hint of regret, yet remained cold. Killing you can be considered removing harm for the world. He glanced toward the distant revival pillar and prepared to repeat the process. After 1 hour, the system reported that the fifth turn quest had completed both objectives. Corpses piled all around. He exhaled lightly, finally done. Taduong read the information. A new hidden quest had opened related to the Song of Darkness, requiring him to descend to the 60th layer of the abyss, defeat the primordial boss alone, and bring its core to merge with the demon statue. Felt excited. Finally, a hidden quest, compared to before when he needed the essence blood of the Abyss Earth Dragon. This time it related to the power of wrath. He guessed that if he directly used the dark origin of the Sin Monarch to fuse, the effect would certainly be extremely terrifying. Taduong moved toward the gate, deciding to meet the Abyss Roar boss first. Behind him, those people gradually faded away. A dark swamp, a dried dragon corpse lay there. Athos landed, causing a demon to recognize him and flee in panic. Athos shot forward at extreme speed. The system displayed a level 150 primordial boss ahead. Primordial demon asked in surprise for his identity. Taduong carried his sword forward and coldly said, "Skip the greetings." Fight. Grew enraged at being looked down upon and declared it would make him pay. A radiant sword strike shot upward from below. 5 minutes later, the boss collapsed in disbelief at its defeat. Taduong calmly said it only surpassed the silver dragon in defense, but that was all. It desperately unleashed its final attack, shouting loudly, laughed proudly, saying this was true damage that ignored defense, certain to kill. When the smoke cleared, Taduong still stood there, asking if it was finished. The boss was horrified that he was still alive. His health remained at 98%. He asked whether it understood the rules. The boss cursed in despair, not knowing who the real boss was. Taduong struck with his sword to finish it. declaring he was the true ruler. On the ruined battlefield, Duong held the demon core. If it were before, he might have been excited. But now this thing no longer held value in his eyes. He thought that to obtain the dark origin, he had to enter the extreme abyss domain. Currently impossible, so he must borrow the power of the Sin Monarch. Since he could not go deeper yet, he decided to assign the Sin Monarchs to gather power for him. After that, he returned to the demon city. Lilith ran over happily when she saw Duong return. She asked in surprise where this was. Duong explained it was the demon city in the abyss, leaving her confused. He smiled and said he had brought her to a safe place because the elves were searching for her, at the same time introducing 2 maids who would take care of her. After some hesitation, Lilith accepted and sat down, trusting him. She grabbed his clothes, blushing as she asked whether he was still human, then hurriedly explained she meant nothing by it. Duong smiled and patted her head, saying he was still human, just doing things beyond the ordinary. The scene shifted to the elf royal court. Queen asked why the captain of knights had returned early when the mission was not complete. Her majestic gaze looked down at the one kneeling beneath the throne. Aslian trembled as he reported that Prince Eric could no longer return. The queen grew furious and demanded an explanation. Another person asked about Al. Aslian said he did not know because he was attacked suddenly, only that the human side must be questioned. The queen could not suppress her anger and ordered strict handling. The minister advised her to remain calm and first hold the humans accountable. The queen agreed and ordered them to demand an explanation. Everyone responded in unison. Back to the temple, Euphemia pondered that Shiva joining the demon faction might cause other nations to follow, leading to widespread chaos. She stood in the main hall when someone reported that the elves had arrived. Euphemia showed no surprise. A figure stepped in. Everything froze wherever he passed. He arrogantly demanded the one who killed Prince Eric and Alan be handed over. Otherwise, there would be consequences. He turned his head and threatened to turn the human race into slaves. Akak and Carolina reacted in anger. Euphemia mocked that the elves had not had a god level for a long time. Was he not too confident? The other replied that even so they still had high-level demigods, and he was one of them. The atmosphere instantly became tense as his strength was revealed. Duong Qin slammed the table and retorted that if not a god, then all could be defeated. Long Ha had created many miracles. If you want to fight, then try. The other only sneered. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and threatening. If it is only about the gap in strength, then you may create a miracle. But what if I say we possess 2 divine artifacts and are fully equipped? The whole group immediately fell silent, standing stiff like statues. He continued, good. It seems you all know your place. He continued to bargain with calculation. I heard Knight Tassi mention the kingdom of Sova. It seems they showed more goodwill among you who represent Sova. Euphemia calmly replied, at present Sova no longer belongs to the human realm. They have fallen and chosen to follow the abyssal demons. I thought your human race was very united. If that is the case, then. He stared at the others with an icy gaze. Among you who truly wishes for an alliance and is willing to hand over the one who committed the crime. In the suffocating atmosphere, Tokugawa suddenly spoke. Bowing respectfully, my lord, I know who the culprit is. It is Duong of Long Ha. Hearing that, Duong Qin immediately sprang up, his eyes full of anger as he looked at him. Tokugawa, you dare. Tokugawa continued explaining. He is the representative of Long Ha and also the highest ranked here. Relying on his own strength, he refused to hand Duong over to you. Facing immense pressure, he still stood firm, asking where is Duong now cannot be disclosed. Insulted by the stubbornness, he immediately used magic, shouting loudly, do you want to die? Gather curse technique. Euphemia turned back, her gaze firm, directly challenging, go ahead and try. He suddenly realized something and turned sharply, thinking that he had heard there were still survivors from the secret realm. It was them. Tokugawa pointed at the others with a smug expression, saying they would clarify Duong's crimes. During those slanders, Hai-Tu stood in the hall facing the massive dark shadow, her voice trembling as she called Tokugawa my lord. Augustin clenched his hand on the table. His gaze darkened in thought. Lord Augustin. He stood proudly and declared, if no one knows where Duong is, then I will take the 2 who entered the secret realm for interrogation. There is no problem with this. High Priest Euphemia. Worry appeared in Hai-Tu's eyes. If taken to the spirit kingdom, the consequences would be unpredictable to Duong. What should I do? At that moment, a spatial gate appeared above the temple. Within the swirling dark purple energy, Livia gradually appeared. She said this is the holy city of the human realm. Then mocked, killing one moment and saving the next. That great practitioner really knows how to command. Duong sat on a chair observing everything, coldly saying, the Spirit Queen wants to enslave humans, truly ridiculous. Duong turned his back with confidence. As the ruler of the abyss, how could he allow that to happen? Sitting majestically on the chair, he ordered Livia beside him. Teach that arrogant one a lesson and bring the 2 girls back. Livia responded clearly. Duong revealed a subtle smile. showing anticipation for the power of the King of Envy. Inside the temple, everyone gradually left. Tokugawa continued flattering. Makiko, when you reach the Spirit Kingdom, recount everything about Taduong. This is the time for you to repay the nation. Do not anger the Lord and the Queen, or you will become a sinner. Understood. Those words made Hai-Tu sorrowful. The one who once cared had now become so cold. Tokugawa was truly excessive. Euphemia looked at the departing group with disdain, as the leader acting like that was truly disgraceful. Tokugawa turned back, his eyes full of schemes. As long as we satisfy that Spirit Lord, those previous words will no longer matter. He stood straight, coldly saying, I must return to report to the Queen. I like someone who understands like you, so I will allow you to follow me to the spirit realm and will help you level up. Hurriedly expressed gratitude, then used magic power to bind Hai-Tu and Valia, magic chains. After that, the group left. Outside, the sunlight shone everywhere. Halfway along the road, Tokugawa asked if Duongqin still refused to hand over the one who killed Prince Eric, then how would it be handled? He turned back, coldly replying that he would kill him and replace him with another ruler. Tokugawa secretly smiled with satisfaction. Duongqin would certainly die. Suddenly he stopped, causing him to fail to react and crash into his back. Both looked up at the blue sky, where a figure floated among the clouds. Tokugawa turned pale, sweat pouring as he could not discern any information and sensed danger from that woman. He turned around, raised his hand to cast a spell, energy swirling around creating terrifying pressure, activating arcane essence. Olivia looked down from above with a cruel gaze, saying struggling is useless. From now on all your abilities will belong to me. She unleashed an energy net covering the battlefield. The system displayed a notification of the sin of envy, allowing her to steal opponents' abilities and disable them for a certain time. Looking at the pile of acquired skills, she laughed disdainfully. All useless skills, none of them worth anything. Let me improve your pathetic forbidden spell. From above, Livia released a massive flame engulfing the space, using the forbidden spell Grand Annihilation Flame. He was horrified because it was his own skill, but even stronger. The power of the technique kept increasing. He refused to lose, immediately casting another forbidden spell. He discovered his body could not operate. The skill failed, and he was destroyed by his own technique. Tokugawa panicked and fled, crying for help in despair. Livia tilted her head coldly, raised her hand and said, try this move. He continued to unleash the Forbidden Wind God spell. Hai-Tu and Valia stood frozen, trembling at the horrifying scene. They were sweating, faces full of panic, not knowing what to do. Two stood in an open land, surrounded by overwhelming energy pressure. A massive black energy mass appeared in space. Livia manifested and ordered, follow me. From afar, Euphemia sensed a terrifying surge of power. Then the auras of he and Tokugawa disappeared. Back at the temple, Tokugawa knelt, trembling as he recounted encountering a mysterious woman who could seal and use his power to destroy them. Euphemia was shocked by the power beyond comprehension, believing it was not the strength of a fifth-stage demigod. Suspecting the king of original sin had appeared, she asked where Hai-Tu and Valia were. Tokugawa said they could not have survived as they were destroyed at the same time. Euphemia contemplated the chain of events, realizing that previously they had not been killed by Lucifer, and now were not destroyed by the king of original sin either. Tokugawa trembled, asking what she meant. Suddenly the image of Taduong appeared in her mind. There was no doubt it could only be him. All clues pointed to Taduong. Could it be that the king of original sin was acting under his orders? Livia stood behind, observing Hai-Tu and Valia with a thoughtful expression. She could not understand the intentions of that representative. Why bring along so many women? In the end, they arrived before the demon city with towering spires filled with oppressive presence. Could this be the demon city? Why did she bring us here? Suddenly the door slowly opened. A calm voice echoed, no need to worry. Taduong stepped out from the wide open door, leisurely walking forward to greet them. It has been a long time. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, he smiled gently and politely greeted. Hello to both of you. The two girls stood stunned, sweat forming as they saw Taduong before them. Taduong, why are you here? He turned to order Livia to leave. Livia, go ahead first. Understood. Standing between the two, he explained that for now he could not clearly explain the reason for his appearance, but assured that here they would be absolutely safe. Hai-Tu was still stunned, staring as if unable to believe her eyes. Taduong, you? He turned back calmly, asking, what is it? She lowered her head, her gaze confused, not knowing how to speak. It is nothing. Countless doubts arose in her mind. This place was the demon city of the abyss, the stronghold of demons opposed to humanity. If Taduong appeared here, then did that mean he also belonged to the demon side? Hai-Tu fell silent in thought. Taduong suddenly called out, breaking the atmosphere, Miss Makiko. Taduong showed an unreadable smile, then explained, I saved you because you trusted and helped me. Moreover, you once said that looking into my eyes you saw that I am a good person. His face suddenly darkened, his eyes filled with contemplation. An ancient castle appeared with sharp spires reaching into the gloomy sky. carrying a heavy sense of loneliness. "So now what, in this place, do you still think I am a good person?" The air became silent. Both revealed worried expressions, awkwardly responding to this matter. Hai too pressed her lips together, her inner thoughts fiercely conflicted. After a few seconds, her gaze became firm, clenching her hand as she said she still believed him, or at least wanted to believe. He must have his own reasons. Taduong heard this and smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you." Elia let out a sigh of relief, thinking they had luckily gotten through the situation. Even the king of original sin listened to him. If offended, there would surely be no good outcome. Seeing Haitu happy, Valia felt puzzled. Could this girl truly believe Taduong was a good person? But thinking again, he had saved them, so being a benefactor was enough. After that, Taduong led them to a place to rest, telling them to stay here temporarily. When the situation stabilized, he would send them back. Night fell, covering the quiet space. On the large bed, Lilith crossed her arms and turned away sulking. "You brought back another beauty again, planning to build a harem." Taduong approached, gently lifting her chin, asking if she was jealous. She quickly denied it. Lilith buried her face in the pillow, complaining, "Since you came here, you have always been busy. You have no time for me. I do not oppose you bringing others back. I just hope you spend some time with me." Taduong shrugged, half joking, half serious. Door closed firmly. "Today I will make it up to you." The oil lamp flickered, then gradually went out in the silent night. Taduong sat in deep thought, calculating that after obtaining the origin power of darkness tomorrow, he could complete the 5th transformation. With prior experience, he could reach maximum level and unlock the 6th transformation quest. Everything in the abyss was proceeding as planned, but the spirit world remained a threat. He stood up, continuing to think that if the spirit power was weaker than expected, then he could let the king of original sin take it first. After eliminating the original sin monarch, he would rule all 3 factions. Humans and demons could coexist, but spirits could only become subordinates. Standing by the window looking into the distance, he anticipated their reaction when facing the gift from the abyss, then suddenly remembered the group in the kingdom of Siva, especially Amin. Taduong prepared to act, thinking it was time to make that man pay. The scene shifted to morning at the temple. Euphemia thought that all traces led to Taduong. Could he be related to the Lord of the Abyss? She ordered an inspection of his class advancement records. Before the giant statue, she analyzed that a 5-star advancement quest was very difficult for ordinary people. But if Taduong was the incarnation of the Lord, then it would be easy. She wondered if the priestess who handled it knew anything. The scene shifted to Thien Lin City at the Advancement Temple. A beam of light descended upon Bok Lin, causing her to be shocked, like a summoning of a deity never seen before. Then she disappeared into the light. Euphemia appeared, introducing herself as the 3rd-generation high priest. In the hazy space with falling feathers, she ordered Bok Lin to recount all information about Taduong. Bok Lin sat down, surprised that Euphemia knew Taduong, then began recounting his achievements. After hearing it, Euphemia's dignified expression disappeared, her face full of astonishment. Bok Lin recalled with admiration, recounting the time they met in Dong Lin when Taduong was just an ordinary warrior, but later created many miracles. Euphemia listened attentively. Bok Lin continued recounting Taduong's outstanding accomplishments. She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed when mentioning that even noble ladies were captivated. After finishing, Bok Lin blushed with emotion, asking if Euphemia was satisfied. Euphemia remained silent, gripping her staff tightly, thinking that this behavior resembled someone in love. She seriously asked if there were any secrets between Bok Lin and Taduong that had not been revealed. Bok Lin flushed red, sweating as she recalled intimate moments, stammering. Euphemia rubbed her forehead tiredly, saying if she met Taduong again, she should pass along that she wanted to speak with him. Standing in the vast hall, Euphemia looked at the statue and pondered the future as the situation changed after the death of Kak Lauren. The scene returned to the Demon Palace. The Shiva group gathered in the warehouse yard, whispering among themselves, "Lord High Priest, have you heard the news? The demons are hunting us. There must be some misunderstanding. I will personally ask the High Priest for clarification." Suddenly, a giant demon approached. "Are you Amino?" "Yes, may I ask what is the matter?" The giant demon's hand with sharp claws reached out, intending to grab him. The demon seized his collar, pressing its fanged face close to Amino, declaring in the name of High Priest Otto Hazen, "The one who insulted the sovereign is sentenced to death." The Shiva people cried out in panic. "There must be a mistake. Priest Amino could not have insulted the sovereign. I swear I have never said anything disrespectful. Could you be mistaken?" The demon of mass stared coldly and said, "This is the sovereign's order. If you refuse, then go ask yourself." Demon stood imposingly, forcing Amino to the ground before ordering the soldiers to take him away. The others were anxious and confused, not knowing what to do. Scene shifted to the demon advancement hall. Livia ordered that the one who insulted the sovereign be brought in. Surrounded by giant demons, Amino desperately begged, "I truly did not do it. Please believe me. I hate humans. Give us a chance. We will become loyal demon warriors." Before he could finish, he he was slammed hard to the ground by a demon. A demon knelt, pressing Amino's head to the floor, reporting the criminal has been brought. Livia stood arrogantly looking down with disdain. A worm like you dares to be disrespectful. Amino trembled as he swore he had never insulted the sovereign. Livia narrowed her eyes coldly, her voice threatening. Someone like you is not worthy to speak to me. She swung her staff, sending Amino flying until he crashed into the wall and stopped. Duong appeared from the seat, saying, "You must not understand why you were sentenced. Raise your head and you will know." Amino's face turned pale, full of fear, sweat pouring as he forced himself to raise his head. Amino cried out in shock to Duong, "Why is it you?" Duong calmly introduced his identity as the representative of the Lord of the Abyss, the sovereign of original sin. He could be considered the crown prince of demons. He grabbed Amino's chin, forcing him to look straight ahead, reminding him of how he and Ada once plotted to kill everyone in the spirit dragon's secret realm, including him. Duong sat down at eye level, mocking that after being exposed, his entire nation ran to the demon's side. Truly a clever scheme. Amino panicked and asked how he knew the secret. Duong turned away coldly, saying, "When harming others, did you think of the consequences? Go meet your son first. Ada will follow soon." Amino's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He went mad with rage and desperately attacked Duong with poison serpent strike. Livia waved her hand to shatter the attack, shouting, "You dare assassinate the sovereign's representative, crime upon crime," then used that very skill to torture him. His screams rang out endlessly. The swarm of snakes rushed in to bite and tear, Amino's body gradually being destroyed until it vanished. Duong coldly ordered enough, "Finish him quickly," then declared the Shiva people would be placed in the lowest tier and become slaves. Standing in the grand hall, he thought Shiva was done. Next would be the spirits. His cold eyes filled with killing intent gazed into the distance, targeting Hethokugawa and the others. All of them would pay. At the spirit royal court, a guard reported that he had returned. He held his wounds, troubled that such a powerful enemy could not be ordinary. Recalling the opponent's appearance, he suspected it was a demon from the abyss. He stepped in, worried about how to explain to the queen. Beneath the great tree, the queen sat on her throne, asking if he had returned. She asked where the one who killed Prince Eric was. He suddenly knelt down, bowed his head, and reported that the culprit had been identified as Duong from Long Ha, the one who subdued Athos, shocking the spirits. A spirit said the black dragon was a dangerous sign that must be eliminated, asking how the queen would handle it. The queen clenched the armrest until it shattered. She suppressed her anger and asked where Duong was. He trembled as he recounted being attacked by demons and not knowing the fate of the two survivors. The queen narrowed her eyes coldly, continued saying that demon's strength was extremely powerful, possibly at the level of a king of original sin. The spirits murmured, even the high official had been defeated, and it could even infiltrate the human world. The space grew noisy as many agreed. Queen sighed, deciding to temporarily set aside personal grudges and form an alliance with humans to deal with the abyss. However, she warned they must still investigate Eric's death and offer the culprit as a blood sacrifice. She thought about the number of Athos that had been killed and the abnormality of the ancient bloodline. She smiled, believing that humans subduing Athos could not be mere coincidence. Switching to Duong, he was satisfied that his power had returned, his mood uplifted. He asserted that power must be held by oneself. Sooner or later, he would reach that strength. A sphere of light appeared in his hand along with Lucifer and Livia. He judged that both factions would become wary, and this was the opportunity to strengthen himself. Divine artifacts would help overcome limitations. System displayed information about a semi-divine artifact, with conditions requiring the elimination of a large number of demons of various ranks along with stats and skills. Duong realized the requirement was enormous, and even a demigod would struggle to complete it. He raised his hand, believing that with the power of the sovereign of original sin, it would only take a moment. Duong clenched his hand, activating the sovereign authority of total dominion. Demons outside the castle excitedly watched his figure appear in the sky. "The supreme sovereign is observing us." Duong clenched his fist. "Offer your lives to me." The system continuously notified the elimination of demons of various ranks and massive experience gain. The total experience exceeded tens of billions. He was satisfied. This is what true efficiency looks like. The divine artifact was perfectly unleashed, ancient green runes interwoven. Duong marveled at its perfection. He ordered Lucifer to come closer. She bowed, respectfully awaiting instructions. He handed her a black magic sphere, instructing her to deliver it to the representative. Lucifer immediately obeyed. Duong narrowed his eyes and asked Lucifer what she thought of the representative. Lucifer bowed her head and replied that the sovereign's choice was not something a subordinate could comment on. Duong realized she still did not dare express herself. Livia spoke up requesting to report. Duong permitted her to approach. Hearing Livia speak about the red moon, he showed surprise. She explained that the sudden information had left her confused. Duong thought that abyssal demons had never faced such an event. Otherwise, they would already know. He planned to apply mechanisms from the temple, then began explaining about the red moon. Suddenly he stopped, as if realizing something. The scene shifted elsewhere. A blazing red gate appeared. The demons were astonished by the dazzling red light. On the human world, people panicked as the red moon appeared. Flash of light appeared before Livia and Lucifer. Lucifer looked confused by the situation. The red gate manifested, then slowly expanded. A demon stepped out, Crimson Spirit level 100. Lucifer raised her hand in disdain, considering it a weak creature. She cast magic, but the attack passed through the target. Lucifer was shocked, unable to understand what was happening. Livia angrily shouted and told her to step aside so she could handle it herself. She launched multiple attacks, but all were ineffective. Realizing the opponent was not on the same plane and could not be touched, Duong observed and realized even divine-level attacks were useless. Thinking of the legend of the Crimson Spirit, he raised his hand, creating a red magic sphere infused with dark power. The demon froze, then was pulled back into the red gate. Lucifer called out in shock, "Sovereign." Many streams of light were drawn into the gate. The gate exploded, light flashed and an eye appeared. The eye burned red. Duong calmly faced it, declaring that this time would be different. Realized he was in a red space filled with countless bones, wondering whether it was real or illusion. Duong remained vigilant under the terrifying pressure from the eye. Even he felt threatened. The eye glowed, red light spreading. Duong dropped to his knees, angrily striking the ground as he was completely suppressed. He cast magic to break the illusion. The space shattered. He realized this was an unexpected game. He pondered the existence beyond the sovereign of original sin, and why the temple was wary of the red moon. Lucifer worriedly asked about his soul. Livia also suspected he had been affected by the crimson force. Duong reassured them, telling them to continue forward, and explained about the red moon. Strange blue flames appeared around them. Lucifer contemplated the related concepts. Livia thought the amount of information was overwhelming. Duong explained that real combat would make it clearer. The crimson power was invading the abyss and could trigger the red moon event. Livia asked again. He ordered her to spread the information and eliminate those who emerged from the red gate. Collect the cores to exchange for power. Livia bowed and accepted the order. Duong realized the world was far more vast than imagined and resolved to surpass his current limits. Switching to Euphemia, she was worried as the red moon appeared earlier than expected. She knelt before the statue, praying to be guided through the desperate future. Scene shifted. Duong opened the door and entered the room. Lilith ran over and embraced him, trembling as she spoke of a nightmare about the red moon. Duong stroked her head reassuringly, asking why she did not think of him defeating it. Lilith replied that she was only worried about him. Lucifer appeared, remarking that he was quite busy. Duong stood in front of Lilith, saying he was busy but willing to listen. Lucifer presented the magic sphere as ordered by the sovereign. Duong could only helplessly watch her vanish in an instant, without the slightest hesitation. Clearly her impression of him was not good at all. The scene shifted elsewhere. A demon struggled to reach out from the molten lava. He quickly dissolved. Another rushed forward in excitement to seize the red moon crystal, shouting, "This is mine. I will use it to exchange for origin power. I am about to become a god." Suddenly a flash of light appeared. The demon was cut into 3 pieces. Lucifer looked down from above with disdain. Trash like this dares to dream of the sovereign. She held the crystal in her hand, displeased with the sovereign's choice. That one was weak and even corrupted, truly defiling honor, then gazed at her reflection in the stone with satisfaction. Remembering the sovereign's words, whoever offered enough 1,000 crystals would receive origin power. She resolved to accumulate them to be granted strength by the sovereign. She threw the crystal into the red gate, her eyes filled with excitement. Then began the hunt. Many crystals gathered into the gate. Lucifer smiled coldly as killing intent spread. Another creature stepped out, his voice filled with menace, speaking of the sin of arrogance. The demon fully emerged, a crimson spirit of divine rank. Lucifer grew furious, disregarding the judgment, declaring the one before her would be crushed, then created a black arrow. He shot the arrow into the sky. The arrow descended and pierced straight through the opponent's chest. He calmly pulled it out and crushed it, saying everything would eventually be devoured by the red moon. Cast magic, creating a red wave filled with terrifying eyes. Lucifer stood stunned at the sight, coldly declared this was the fate of those who opposed the red moon. Lucifer immediately formed a black sphere. She flew up and opened a barrier, light covering the entire space. The opponent was shocked by the massive scale of the barrier. Lucifer laughed coldly, launching an attack that pierced through the opponent's body with the charge of arrogance. Streams of red light were pulled back into the gate. Gate shattered. Lucifer smirked, thinking that was all. But she coughed up blood, realizing an enemy of equal rank could harm her. wondering who the previous target had been. The system reported the elimination of a divine rank target and granted 8,000 cores. Lucifer was shocked. This amount was enough to exchange for many origin powers. She smiled with ambition, hoping to be granted more strength by the sovereign. Suddenly she noticed crimson energy clinging to her hand that could not be washed away. For now it had no effect, so she would ask later. Switching to Duong, he raised the red sphere and began completing the mission. Red circle surrounded him. The system confirmed mission completion and job advancement, increasing strength along with new skills. Duong quickly leveled up, surprised by the enormous accumulated experience. System expanded the level cap to 150 and consumed experience to upgrade. Duong's attributes surged. He realized his current power was enough to surpass forbidden spell requirements. The system announced completion of a hidden quest and began fusion. Black magical vortex enveloped him. Duong was surprised. The fusion proceeded smoothly without pain, perhaps because he was already accustomed to the sovereign's power. Felt a surge of magic power, recognizing the familiar aura of the sun. Hundreds of demons knelt down shouting long live. An immense pressure covered the sky. Valia and Hai-Tu felt the pressure, looking toward the temple with concern. They suspected this was a ritual, and that the sovereign of original sin might have descended. Hai-Tu saw Valia collapse, quickly asking and requesting to use magic to observe. After observing, Hai-Tu was shocked to realize it was Duong. Inside the tower, Duong looked at his hand and felt the dark power. System unlocked a new form, allowing the use of original sin authority for a limited time. He was satisfied to unlock this power early. Though the duration was short, it was enough. Lucifer suddenly spoke from behind. She criticized him as an impostor, unworthy of using the sovereign's power. Duong smiled coldly, thinking it was necessary to correct their understanding. He used a new skill. Magical spheres struck Livia and Lucifer. The two immediately fell to their knees, Lucifer trembling while Livia angrily demanded to counterattack. Crimson light flowed out from them. Both were horrified as they realized their power was being stripped away. Duong calmly replied, "The one in power does not only obey orders but also represents the will of the sovereign. Now do you understand?" Lucifer looked at him, a strange stirring rising in her heart, as if before her was not a proxy but the sovereign himself. She immediately dismissed that thought. Impossible if the sovereign truly descended. Why would he care about such a weak spirit? Facing Duong, Lucifer said she acknowledged his strength. But a proxy is still only a proxy, they may obey. But he must understand his position before the sovereign's authority. That was something she could not concede. Duong coldly warned, "Whether you have strength or not, in my eyes you are still just weak." Lucifer turned away. Before leaving, she glanced back and said she hoped he was worthy of that power. Livia added, "We will observe you." Watching them disappear, Duong smiled faintly. "Lucifer, the more arrogant you are, the more interesting I find you." He continued thinking, after all, who would refuse a subordinate both beautiful and loyal like that? Looking at the system panel, he realized the dark origin was enough to resist the fallen state 4 times. 3 times remained. With a 5-turn body, it was already the limit of absorption. Reaching 6 turns could go further. He smiled and checked the 5-star mission. The system displayed the 5-star 6-turn mission at the 90th floor of the Abyss, where the demon Lord Lovick ruled. In the Abyss, the strong devour the weak. Only the strong have territory. The mission was to solo eliminate the Bright Moon tier boss to prove strength. Duong chuckled lightly. A 5-turn solo Bright Moon boss is impossible for others, but for me it is routine. Looking at the green magic power in his hand, he wondered if using Devour Authority to consume it would increase how many attributes, and conveniently test new power, then immediately move to the 90th floor of the Abyss. In Athos form, Duong flew forward in haste, landed in front of a staircase. A demon sneered and said, according to Livia's new rule, the last 10 floors of every 100 floors are reserved for demon nobles to develop. He is Lovick level 195 Bright Moon, asking whose subordinate he was to dare break the rule. Was he not afraid of punishment? Duong coldly stepped forward. Livia even set this rule. Clearly she wants to expand her power. He laughed loudly, saying, "No matter who's subordinate, the rule of the Abyss remains the same. The strong live, the weak die." Barrage of spikes shot straight toward Duong. He immediately transformed into a half-demon, replying coldly, "Well said. Then are you ready to die?" The system reported the sin of pride made those deemed weak unable to deal damage. Duong sneered, "The weak are not even qualified to challenge me." Demon trembled and knelt, stammering as he realized he was a great apostle, begging for mercy for his blindness. Duong pointed his sword, saying he wanted to use him to test new power, told him to obey everything without resistance. Lovick immediately agreed obediently. Duong ordered, "Pride has been tested, next try greed." The system displayed that greed would destroy one's own equipment to exchange for an item of equal rank from the opponent. Endless greed like the Abyss. He asked Lovick if he had any brilliant tier equipment. He hurriedly said yes, and was willing to offer everything including bright moon items. Duong took out an old dagger saying it was outdated, just right to test. He shouted to activate the sin of greed. Dagger shattered. The system granted a new item Demon Roar Shield of Brilliant Tier, granting a domineering body state immune to control and reducing damage by 50%. Duong was satisfied. Although it dealt no damage, it was extremely overpowered, able to strip opponents of equal level completely. He laughed, then prepared to test the Sin of Sloth next. System created a surrounding zone, disabling all skills and equipment. A red barrier enveloped both of them. Duong flew up and threw items down to Lovik, telling him to use skills and scrolls to attack him. Obediently replied yes. Lovik received the items, then cast a forbidden spell, warning to be careful. Duong silently observed. Items and magic rushed toward him, but upon nearing, everything vanished. Lovik cried out in shock that it disappeared. Duong raised his brow in satisfaction. Thought to himself the magic consumption was too great. Just 1 second nearly drained him. Even in harvesting state, it could only last at most 3 minutes. Seeing one authority left in the system, Duong turned away awkwardly, temporarily not testing lust. Lovik knelt and flattered, asking if he was satisfied. Duong indifferently praised him for doing well, then said there was one last task. He obediently asked for instruction. Suddenly Duong swung his sword. Magic power surged out. I invite you to offer your head. The ground was instantly soaked in blood. Scene shifted to the elf palace. The queen asked if Lilith was in Duong's hands. A subordinate replied that spies had seen the princess entering and leaving Duong's residence, but recently she disappeared, likely hidden away. Queen was furious. Duong not only subdued Athos, killed her son Eric, but also abducted Lilith. His crime cannot be forgiven. She stood and declared in the name of the god of nature to eliminate Duong. Kill on sight without mercy. All elves responded in unison. The queen continued ordering the grand secret arts master to go to the human world to negotiate an alliance and prepare to attack the abyss, handing over the divine artifact branch of the sacred tree with 2 purposes: to threaten humanity and eliminate enemies if ambushed. The subordinate received the staff and vowed to spread the divine prestige, making humanity understand that only obedience ensures survival. Queen dismissed the assembly, calling the grand secret arts master to follow her to a lake. She sprinkled something onto the branch, causing him to ask in shock what it was. Queen interrupted, using blood as a guide to track the princess. No regret for wasting blood on a useless one. Light burst from the staff. She said only royal bloodline could use it. She had activated it for him. He received it and felt the magic power nearly go out of control. The queen created a drop of golden magic and placed it on his forehead, telling him to follow the guidance of primal blood to find Lilith. He immediately replied yes. He left. The queen turned to look at the lake. Marita, what have you realized? Why are you so determined to find that cursed daughter of mine, even using the rare primal blood? The girl lay leaning on a sturdy branch. Sister, this is a signal from the divine. Soon you will understand, Marita Sevilla, the grand priestess of the elves. This matter is directly related to the survival of the royal court. The scene returned to the elf castle. The man bowed and reported, the order to eliminate Duong has been issued. It can be carried out at any time. He replied, good. This is our chance to atone for our mistakes. There must be no errors like before. Understood. Through the magic circle, Duong had seen everything. He said irritably, they truly intend to hunt me to the end. I wonder how many crimson moon cores are needed for the divine slayer sword to erase a demigod. What troubled him was that this time they also mentioned Lilith. Could it be they already knew her location or had another way to determine it? He wondered what the consequences would be if the elves revealed his whereabouts. Images of familiar people appeared, making Duong feel a brief sadness. Would he be seen as a traitor to humanity, colluding with abyss demons? He quickly dismissed it. After all, history only records the victor. As long as he eliminates the Sin Sovereigns, all doubts will naturally vanish. The system reminded as he stood before the statue and checked the mission. The 6-turn mission had been completed. Duong sighed that in just 2 days he had advanced from 4 turns to 6 turns. At this rate, he should have been granted a special title. The system announced unlocking the level 200 cap, consuming experience to raise him to level 173. Rewards included 2,000 free attribute points, enhanced passive skill effects along with new skills. Information on Duong's strength, speed, spirit, and other stats was updated. He realized his stats were nearing the Devour King threshold. He was becoming more like a true boss. The feeling of being watched made him frown and glance over. He spoke, do you enjoy spying that much, Livia? What is it? She stepped out from behind a pillar, awkwardly saying it was nothing. In her heart she thought his strength was increasing unbelievably fast. Now she no longer felt he was merely weak. Duong found it interesting that even a Sin King was being suppressed. This feeling was truly intriguing. He left. It was time to move to the next stage. A giant hand stretched out from the deep darkness. Belia was summoned. I have heard the call of the sovereign. Please give your command. The status panel showed she was a sloth demigod with immense power and the ability to create a domain that nullifies all equipment and skills. Duong understood why she was the boss of floor 600. All her stats far surpassed the previous one. He said he would sacrifice her life to grant eternal sleep until summoned again, asking if she objected. Leah immediately agreed, treating death as absolute peace. She was willing to offer her life and obey the command. To Duong's claw released a mass of dark energy. He said your loyalty will not be wasted. Rest in the void and await the day you are called again. The surge of power condensed into a spear that shot straight toward the girl. The dark energy gradually solidified, wrapping the fragmented body into a thick cocoon. When darkness covered her face, the system announced that you had slain Belia, the Sloth King at demigod level. Belia was defeated. You gained 181 million experience and advanced to level 198. A series of notifications appeared. The abyssal demon Belia granted immunity to corrosion at floor 600. Immutable essence increased 50 million HP, 5,000 physical and magical resistance. The silver body could be forged into demigod tier divine armor. The eternal wall skill granted immunity to damage for 1 minute, but disabled skill usage. Duong muttered that these items were originally meant for those who defeated the Sin Kings to strengthen their bodies before facing the sovereign. But now all the rewards of the raid team had fallen entirely to him alone. When he looked at the special reward displayed on the interface, he was shocked to realize it was an extremely defying divine weapon. He shrugged. This was already the third time he had to announce it to the entire world. He only hoped others would not be too overwhelmed. System displayed information about the Sin Reversal Artifact of Sloth, the only item dropped upon defeating Belia. This was a sovereign judgment weapon of the Sin Reversal line. Required demigod level, soul-bound, could not be traded or dropped. Only the killer could use it. In combat, it could steal 30% resistance and 20% HP from the target. Sloth trait created a domain that nullified skills and equipment until mana was depleted. The punishment skill reduced all stats by 10%. After killing a sovereign, the weapon would disappear, and the owner would gain permanent power. Duong realized that if he collected all 7 pieces, he would become an entire army by himself. After that, he contacted the Abyssal Demons, issuing orders for Lucifer and Livia to report the progress of collecting Crimson Moon crystals. The two immediately teleported over. Livia bowed respectfully and reported that she had arrived as summoned. Duong asked about the progress. Livia took out a pile of cores as tall as a small mountain and reported that she had obtained 2,300 from the demon's sanctuary. She said everyone was ready to offer them to the sovereign. He praised her, and she replied that serving him was the greatest honor. After that, she even glanced at Lucifer with a smug expression. It was Lucifer's turn to report. She had eliminated the heretic beyond the Crimson Gate and obtained 8,000 cores as spoils. Countless blazing red cores poured down. Gradually forming a pile, Lucifer bowed and presented them to Duong. Seeing the pile twice as large as her own, Livia could not help but be astonished by the number 8,000. Duong clenched his hand to restrain his excitement, praising Lucifer for doing very well, worthy of being the leader of the 7 sins. During the praise, Lucifer snorted coldly with pride toward the one beside her. Duong projected power toward them, declaring that he would grant origin power according to the pact. Energy flooded into Lucifer's body, causing both of them to be unable to suppress the rising sensation of pleasure. Two blushed in satisfaction and thanked the sovereign. In their hearts, they both hoped to continue receiving that blessing. Duong was speechless at that reaction, then collected all the cores, reaching a total of 10,310. After absorbing them, he paused when looking at the scene before him. Numbers appeared above their heads. Livia 31,932 and Lucifer 6,210. Duong realized this was the ability of the Scarlet Sword, allowing him to see higher tier attributes, and these numbers were astonishing. By rough comparison, the number of cores needed to eliminate the fools in the Spirit Kingdom was likely much lower. He grew even more expectant, then left the throne and stepped forward. Lucifer asked in surprise why the king left the throne. Duong replied to come see the gift that could make even a proud king tremble. He placed his hand on her head, making her confused about what was happening. Duong signaled for silence. Crimson energy surged around him. Lucifer was horrified at the sight. Confirmed his guess. When Crimson frenzy grew stronger, the corruption became more severe. Even Lucifer could not avoid it, only suppress it with power. Duong absorbed all the Crimson frenzy energy from her, feeling the immense source of power and deciding to use it. Every movement he made carried Crimson frenzy, forming a massive sphere of energy filled with overwhelming force. He clenched his fist. All the energy instantly vanished. The sphere shattered, dropping countless cores. Lucifer stared in shock at the formed cores, realizing the corruption had been converted. Duong picked one up and reminded that next time she did not need to endure it, he would help remove it. Watching his departing figure, she bowed her head and responded that she obeyed. Lucifer blushed, silently grateful for the concern, believing that being by the sovereign's side was the greatest honor. Duong returned to the throne, now having nearly 13,000 cores. The scarlet sword in his hand emitted dazzling lightning. He looked at the sword and thought it was time to test its power. In the holy city, an announcement sounded that the delegation from the Spirit Kingdom had arrived, led by the second Prince Andal Severia level 250, Blessed Knight class. People buzzed with discussion about the royal identity. Tokugawa came to receive them, introducing himself as the Lord of Sakura Nation and warmly welcoming them. He promised to fully support the journey. Andal responded that what had been promised would not be forgotten. Tokugawa happily expressed gratitude. In his heart, he thought that Longha had caused trouble for too long. When he became stronger, he would repay everything. Duong Qin stared at the delegation with killing intent. Andal also noticed that gaze. Others secretly looked down on them, thinking that even a weak insider was better than nothing. Andal coldly asked if it was Duong Qin. He replied indifferently without even turning his head. Andal demanded that Longha withdraw from the alliance meeting. Everyone, though angry, tried to restrain themselves. Lam Tam Sung erupted in anger, pointing directly and cursing. He was the Vice Guild Master of the Immortal Warzone level 354, Zodiac Warrior. A mage rushed forward, disdainfully saying that a mere human dared to be disrespectful to the prince. A massive force struck. Tam Sung braced himself to resist and realized the opponent was very strong. Duong Qin anxiously called out his name when seeing him get hit. He turned to question the intent of the Spirit Kingdom. The other side said they came to show goodwill for the alliance. But since the culprit who killed Prince Eric and kidnapped the princess was from Longha, they demanded withdrawal unless the culprit was handed over. Duong Qin realized the scheme. On the surface, it was to expel them from the alliance, but in truth, it was to force the surrender of Duong, even though the opponent was only a young man who had just reached the 4th advancement. He set the condition that only when all Longha representatives were forced to leave the holy city would the spirit delegation enter the holy temple to attend the conference. In the divine hall of the holy city, Euphemia approached the statue, making the vast space fall into a suffocating silence. She raised her head to look up, unease clearly visible on her face and difficult to conceal. Euphemia raised her staff forward, casting a healing spell with holy light. Tam Sung outside received the healing energy and immediately bowed toward the temple in gratitude to the high priest. At the same time, another force shot straight toward them. The other side looked down on them, raising his staff to prepare to block the attack. Two streams of power were about to collide directly in midair. Dazzling explosion erupted. Light and heat spread violently, causing the opponent to suffer minor injuries as well. Euphemia reminded them to maintain proper conduct, asking the envoy to pay attention to his behavior. The other party did not dare go too far and immediately admitted fault and thanked her for the reminder. In his heart, he secretly compared, not expecting this power to surpass even the sacred staff blessed by the goddess, showing that the foundation of the temple could not be underestimated. The group turned and left, at the same time asking the high priest to handle the situation properly. Otherwise, the second prince would find it difficult to sign the alliance. In the meeting room, Euphemia asked Duong Qin for his view on the elves' demand. He replied that the core of the issue seemed to lie with Duong. Clearly, the elves were placing abnormal importance on this person. Duong Qin felt that level of attention was beyond reason, because the death of a single prince was not enough to mobilize such a force. Euphemia nodded in agreement, saying she also had her own speculation related to Duong. At that moment, a world announcement appeared. The third Sin Reversal divine weapon had an owner. The progress of eliminating sovereigns reached 3 out of 7. Duong Qin stood up in shock and asked who had done it. Euphemia seemed to understand and revealed her suspicion that it was Duong, making him even more incredulous. Euphemia opened the screen and began replaying all the events that had happened before. She analyzed from the collected data, from the mysterious mind control to the sudden appearance of the Sin King and the survival of the 2 girls. All showed traces connected to Duong. She recalled the trip to Otto Hazen, initially suspecting he caused everything, but after he was sealed, the events still continued. Duong disappeared after the Long Lin battle. Asumi and Carolina also vanished, making everything even more suspicious. Duong Qin admitted he had suspected it before, but believed Duong had only reached the 4th advancement and could not have done these things. Euphemia proposed a hypothesis. What if Duong was the Abyssal Lord? Duong Qin immediately opposed fiercely, but Euphemia calmly said that after investigation this possibility had been ruled out, though he still could not accept it. She affirmed that Duong certainly had a deep connection with the Abyss, even possessing the authority to summon Sin Kings, explaining how he easily obtained divine weapons. The world map appeared. She analyzed that although the temple's influence was widespread, there was still no information about the appeared divine weapons. Euphemia thought for a moment and said that perhaps the owners of the divine weapons were not in the current world, but within the Abyss. Duong Qin recalled his previous speculation, but still could not understand why Duong could control Sin Kings if he was not the Lord. Euphemia admitted this was only speculation. The chain of evidence was incomplete, but the attitude of the Spirit Kingdom reinforced her suspicion. Two fell into thought, believing Duong might hold an important secret that the elves desperately wanted. Duong Qin suddenly remembered a key point, the Long Lin's secret realm. Euphemia confirmed everything started from there, speculating that Duong had received a special inheritance, formed a link with the Abyss, and from there controlled Sin Kings, collected divine weapons, and manipulated the situation. Duong Qin sighed in agreement, but did not understand why Duong would not cooperate with them. Euphemia believed he had his own difficulties, and hoped to meet him in person to ask clearly. She returned to the main issue, emphasizing that the world mission was the top priority. To conquer the Abyss, they needed the power of the elves. Duong Qin said he had made his decision, declared that Long Ha would withdraw from this alliance, but would not give up the campaign against the Abyss. He affirmed they would continue training, believing that even without assistance they could eliminate the Sin Kings themselves and obtain divine weapons. The people of Long Ha would never submit. Leaving the meeting room, he led everyone to depart immediately. Euphemia watched their departing backs with admiration, silently wishing them luck and success. She turned to Tokugawa and informed him that Long Ha had withdrawn, asking whether to notify the Spirit Kingdom. He hurriedly replied he would contact them immediately. At this time, the elves had already arrived at the conference. Handel heard the news and praised Euphemia for doing well. She responded by suggesting to begin the meeting. He leaned back with his legs on the table, showing annoyance, asking everyone to be silent to hear the conditions. Everyone realized his true nature when the queen was absent. Carolina showed displeasure. Euphemia calmly invited him to state his demands. Handel said humans needed support, so when dividing spoils, the elves would take 6 parts and humans 4 parts. Euphemia accepted. Next condition was that among the remaining 4 divine weapons, the elves would keep 3. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Carolina objected, saying the demand was excessive. Other parties also criticized because it affected strategy. Handel calmly said the human side already had 4 divine weapons, so it was fair. Everyone argued that they did not even know where those divine weapons were, so it could not be considered an advantage. Handel shrugged, saying that was humanity's problem. This attitude angered them, but they could not argue further. On the platform, debates erupted. If they did not agree, the elves would not support. But if the mission failed, the consequences would be severe. In the end, humanity was forced to accept, and the alliance was officially formed. The campaign was expected to begin after 1 month. In the capital, Longdu of Long Ha, a bustling, crowded place, in the center stood a large gate. From the gate, the spirit delegation stepped out. Andal looked at the lively scene in surprise, then showed displeasure at the crowd. Child pointed at them and exclaimed, "Mom, look, those are elves." The little girl ran over eagerly, greeting happily, "Elf big brother, hello everyone." Andal and his group coldly looked at the girl. A force struck out, making her cough blood and be thrown away. The mother rushed forward in panic to hold her child, anxiously asking if she was all right before angrily questioning them. A guard sneered, saying Long Ha was called a nation of etiquette, yet commoners like them dared to look directly at the second prince. Andal stepped in front of the mother and daughter, ordering them to kneel. Duong watched the scene in silence. His expression darkened, saying briefly to go. Lucifer curiously asked where he intended to go. Duong carried the scarlet sword on his shoulder and coldly replied to go kill dogs. Andal's actions enraged the surrounding people. They cursed and demanded an apology. He signaled his guard to handle it. The guard understood and mocked that the trash did not know their limits. He slashed his sword toward the one who spoke, intending to teach them a lesson about power. Guard arrogantly declared that was the fate of the weak. The mother held her child trembling and begged for mercy. She cried that her child was not high enough level to revive, begging them to spare them, then closed her eyes in fear. From above, a beam of light descended accompanied by a thunderous shout. Terrifying blast erupted, but the mother and child were protected. Duong Qin ordered Tam Sung to evacuate the civilians. He angrily demanded who had just injured the people of Long Ha. The injured guard still stubbornly responded with a challenge. The reply was an ultimate punch. Crimson frenzy surged as if to devour him. Violent flames surged forward, completely engulfing the guard's body. His companions immediately shielded Andal, shouting for his highness to be careful. Dust filled the air, the ground cracked into a deep pit. At the bottom, a green light flickered from the man's body. Andal angrily questioned Duongqin about his treatment of guests. Duongqin replied that actions were returned in kind, asking whether his earlier behavior respected Long Ha. Andal showed disdain, saying etiquette was only for nobles. Duongqin emphasized Long Ha did not distinguish classes and asked their true purpose. He sneered and accused to Duong, first of subduing Athos without royal permission, second of killing Prince Eric and many elf geniuses, third of kidnapping Princess Lila. So the queen ordered to Duong's execution. Someone refuted that Athos was subdued by personal strength. The other side replied that Athos was a dangerous creature that should be eliminated, then looked down on him. The man was left speechless. Duongqin said that if they came for Duong it would be useless because no one knew where he was. The other side declared they did not need him handed over, only that all of Long Ha territory be opened for them to search. Tam Sung was furious at the insult to the nation. The guard raised his staff and challenged to see if they could stop them. Duongqin resolved to fight, declaring he would rather die than be humiliated. He activated ultimate divinity, greatly increasing his main attributes tenfold for a short time. He unleashed Dragon God Annihilation Punch. The opponent used his staff to disperse the force and shouted for the Divine Maiden to protect him. Understood that after this move, he would be exposed. Countless branches grew from the staff, forming the verdant tree punishment technique. The branches pierced through Duongqin's body, making him cough blood in pain. Seeing him collapse, his two companions rushed forward, calling his name. The opponent mocked that the power of divine weapons far surpassed mortals, advising them to surrender. At that moment, black feathers fell down. He looked up and felt a bad omen. In the sky, Lucifer appeared with terrifying pressure that shocked everyone. Andal hurriedly hid behind others, asking for protection. The guard reassured him that with the divine weapon there was no need to fear. He thought that the Sin King in this world was only at demigod level. If combined with the divine weapon they could kill her. Duongqin was shocked at Lucifer's appearance. Tam Sung wondered who her target was. He could not clearly see the person beside Lucifer. That person seemed to conceal his identity, but all attention focusing on Lucifer was advantageous. Duong calculated that the attack range had been narrowed. Now was the right opportunity. He ordered all elves to be dragged into the domain, leaving Andal for himself. Lucifer immediately obeyed. A sphere of dark energy spread to cover the area. The domain was deployed. Andal panicked and called for his guard, but no one responded. Duong appeared before him, saying his subordinates were being held back by Lucifer. Andal did not recognize him due to the concealed aura. Duong rushed forward. Andal immediately raised a shield in defense, activating a skill to block all attacks below the 8th advancement. Duong gathered power into his punch, preparing to unleash the decisive strike. The 5th punch slammed straight into Andal's face, making him spit blood. His entire body was sent flying. A miserable cry of pain echoed. Duong grabbed his hair and pulled him up. At this moment, Andal's body was covered in injuries, his face bruised and swollen. Another punch struck his abdomen. The pain surged to his head, making him nearly faint. No longer had the strength to resist. He could only give up, still trying to say that if he was killed, he would revive at the elf temple, and the army would destroy everything. His trembling hand pointed at Tam Sung. He threatened to report to the queen to annihilate Long Ha, making Tam Sung angrily curse him. Duong raised the scarlet sword, his voice cold. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance anymore. He mentioned Eric as a hint. Andal suddenly understood his identity, but was immediately struck down when the activation notification appeared. The system deducted 250 energy. Andal Severia was completely erased from the world, banished into eternal void. Surroundings were filled with shock and panic. That elf vanished without a trace. No aura remained. No one understood what had just happened. Tam Sung was also stunned, realizing he had focused too much on Lucifer and had not noticed this mysterious person, although he did not emit strong aura, making him suspicious of his identity. He observed the barrier gradually fading, understanding that the battle had ended. Lucifer stood above, silently observing, her hand on her chest as if enduring pain. Guard stepped forward, laughing loudly, looking down on Lucifer's strength, then turned to reassure Andal, but suddenly realized he had disappeared. Only then did he panic, realizing Andal's aura had completely vanished, not understanding what had happened. Duong smiled and waved his hand, saying it was just killing a dog. Next it would be his turn. Hearing that, he froze, then burst into manic laughter, his eyes filled with killing intent toward Duong. He fell silent, gripping his staff tightly and raising it forward. He shouted loudly, magic erupted. Streams of energy pierced through everything around. Those struck by the spell were instantly drained of life, turning into dry skeletons. He coldly said there was no need to worry anymore because Andal was already dead. He swung his staff, activating sacred tree punishment, using the blood of resistors to sacrifice to the divine weapon. Tamsung rescued people while shouting for everyone to retreat quickly. Lucifer regained her composure, smiled, and immediately rushed down to continue fighting. The opponent narrowed his eyes, saying Lucifer had fallen into the trap, and from the start she was the true target. He placed his hand on his chest. Light burst forth, preparing to release his power. The staff was raised high, power surged. Lucifer could not react in time to the attack. Tentacles appeared, tightly binding her limbs and completely restraining her. Lucifer struggled but was shocked by electricity, suffering intense pain. He sneered, intending to finish her, but suddenly noticed something rushing toward him. It was Duong, his gaze sharp like a hunter locking onto prey. He looked at him with disdain, thinking he was just someone who did not know his limits. He snapped his fingers, causing the air around Duong to twist violently. He continued casting magic, but Duong dodged cleanly. Even so, the magical attacks and tentacles continued to pursue relentlessly. Duong leapt up, charging straight into the source of magic, slashing it apart and continuing his assault. He dodged to the side, mocking Duong as foolish. Duong sneered, saying the fool was him, then thrust his sword forward. Magic power erupted, the sound of the sword whistled. The invincible body state allowed Duong immunity to control and reduce damage. He thrust straight into the barrier. The opponent had not finished speaking before being shocked as the barrier was shattered. Duong did not hesitate, immediately seizing the staff from his hand. He raised the staff, sneering as the divine weapon was now in his possession. The tentacles binding Lucifer also vanished. Lucifer descended beside him, quietly asking what he had done. Duong glanced at her coldly, saying there was no need to know. Everything was finished, and he prepared to leave. Lucifer watched him with a complicated gaze, realizing Duong's strength far exceeded imagination. Even she could not comprehend it. She silently followed behind. Suddenly someone called for them to stop. Duong Qin was helped to stand, thanked Duong and asked his identity when he could control a Sin King. Duong stopped but did not turn back, remaining silent without answering. Elsewhere, a woman angrily realized that the auras of Andal and the guard had vanished. It was Queen Creed. She shouted, demanding an explanation of what had happened. She sat on the throne, wondering why they had not revived at the temple. A subordinate tremblingly received the order to investigate. The queen thought with irritation, suspecting Duong was behind everything, but not believing a human could kill one who possessed a divine weapon. The train of thought was interrupted when 3 soldiers rushed in reporting their return. Queen Creed looked at them coldly, ordering them to recount everything without missing any detail. The 3 injured soldiers trembled as they described the encounter with Lucifer and the mysterious man. The second prince had been killed, and the guard had sacrificed himself before everything became unclear. Queen narrowed her eyes suspiciously about the mysterious man. The soldiers replied that he used a secret technique to conceal his appearance so he could not be identified. She lost patience, stood up abruptly, and shouted for everyone to leave. The soldiers bowed their heads, trembling as they withdrew. The queen pondered that the one accompanying Lucifer was certainly not weak. Who exactly was he? She ordered Marita to prepare to seek a prophecy from the sacred tree. Marita immediately acknowledged. Not long after, the 2 stood before a gigantic ancient tree, placing their hands on its trunk. Marita used royal blood as an offering, asking the sacred tree to reveal the scene before the guard's death. The tree shook violently as if reacting to something. Loud explosions sounded. A dazzling light burst from the trunk. The light spread across the canopy, forming a vast divine scene. The 2 shielded their eyes and looked, shocked to see a tall, faceless figure defeating the guard. The image dissipated. The queen asked if that was the prophecy. Marita confirmed and said the target must be eliminated. Queen fell into thought because she could not see the opponent's face. Marita explained that the prophecy had marked his soul. Once they met him, they would recognize him. The queen turned away, declaring the will of the sacred tree supreme, ordering cooperation with humans to pour all efforts into conquering the abyss and tracking that man. Hatred surged within her. She swore to avenge Andal and Eric. Duong was now observing the divine staff, a sacred branch blessed by the goddess of nature, capable of punishing the irreverent. The weapon was only for royal elf bloodlines, greatly increasing mental power, restoring mana and elemental strength, and possessing many special skills. Duong sighed that it was indeed an astonishing divine weapon, its effectiveness so great that even Lucifer found it hard to deal damage. He thought about the weapon's limitations, realizing there might still be a way to counter it. Duong decided to ask Lilith. She felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the staff. He asked why she did not recognize her own divine weapon. Lilith asked in surprise where he got it. Duong smiled lightly, saying directly that he seized it, not stole it. Lilith was astonished that he killed its previous owner, then explained that to use the divine weapon required royal blood. He touched the staff but was pricked by a thorn. Duong hurried to check. Lilith said it was fine and told him to look. Her blood was absorbed around the thorn, Duong realized the strong corrosive effect. The weapon's stats were also reduced. He smiled bitterly as the attributes were weakened by about 10%. Lilith apologized awkwardly for her carelessness. Duong patted her head, saying it was fine and promising to protect her, making Lilith blush. Few days later, at the 99th floor of the abyss, a massive explosion shattered the silence. The scene was desolate. Monsters howled as they were crushed. Duong coldly eliminated them, reaching level 199 and about to reach 200. He thought about the elf queen, realizing she must have obtained important information. While observing, a shadow quietly approached from behind. Even so, Duong remained calm, turned and cleanly cut down the monster. He smiled, confirming completion and reaching level 200. That moment the ground shook violently. A global announcement sounded. The Sin Sovereign had recovered 1/3 of its power. Duong thought that leveling up might affect mission progress, but it was still under control. Thinking so, he became excited and swung his sword to open a spatial rift. The sword pierced through space, holding the gap from closing. Duong immediately rushed in and vanished along with the rift. In Longha, Duong Chin and Tam Sung were recovering. Duong Chin woke up on the hospital bed. Tam Sung was glad he had awakened. His daughter ran in shouting when she saw him awake. He asked about her. She hugged her father and said she had been very worried. He reassured her, then asked about Lucifer and the mysterious man. Tam Sung reported they had left. Duong Chin recalled and suspected that the mysterious man was Duong. Vice Guild Master Tran entered and reported 2 important events. She announced that the elves had temporarily stopped pursuing Duong and were focusing on the abyss, and that the Sin Sovereign had recovered 1/3 of its power. Many experts were preparing for battle. Tam Sung lost his composure, his voice low and furious as he shouted. Clearly a prince and a high official had just died. He was still wondering whether they would send troops, and now something else had happened again. Vice President Tran only replied briefly. Who knows, perhaps it is related to the disturbance of the Sin Sovereign. Duong Chin frowned and thought, could something like that really be enough to completely change the attitude of the elf race? It must have directly touched their core interests. His master remained silent. Vice President Tran spoke. Chairman, to show goodwill, the Elven royal family has prepared 3 high-level demigod secret realms, one more than the Eagle American Federation. Please give your next instructions. Duong Chin remained silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense like a drawn bowstring. After a while, Tam Sung burst out, I am not going. Who needs that fake favor? He spat angrily, cursing those arrogant mixed-blood elves, relying on divine artifacts to look down on them. Now that they lost them, they turned to flattery. Chairman must not accept. Duong Chin shook his head, struggling to get out of bed. No, at this moment we must prioritize the greater situation. Everyone prepare to go. We will head to the elf realm and hurried to support him. You were just seriously injured. He silently took his coat and said, the current target is not the elves but the abyss. After dealing with the abyss, he put on his coat and walked forward, his voice firm. It will not be too late to settle accounts with them then. Hearing that, no one objected further. They followed him toward a construction site that was still unfinished. Duong Chin looked at the stacked bricks and asked if this teleportation gate was still usable. Tam Sung followed behind and replied that it had already been repaired. The technical team worked urgently. Other public facilities had also been restored. He nodded slightly, and then looked around in astonishment. The destruction was truly terrifying. Was this the power of a 9th turn expert, or the might of an elven divine artifact? Duong Chin looked at her affectionately, recalling how he once wanted her to meet Duong, but did not expect him to cause so much trouble and then disappear. Even so, that was only self-defense, not a crime. And stepped closer, you always defend him. What is so special about that Duong that makes you value him so much? Duong Chin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps he could help you wipe out those hateful elves. And then tossed her hair and walked away, clearly not believing at all. Meanwhile, where Duong had just returned, the system displayed his level. Level 200 reached the limit of the 6th turn. The 7th turn mission was unlocked. 5 stars, Dragon Feast of the Demon Grand Chef at Abyss Floor 190. Requirement to hunt a blazing sun-level dragon and bring back its heart. Coincidentally, the dragon-devouring greatsword also required killing this type of dragon to unlock, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even so, he was still worried. Without Bok Lin's assistance, it would be difficult to locate the dragon's secret realm in the human world, and the remaining locations seemed to only exist within the Dragon Nation. He recalled the massive stone gate. The only path to the Dragon Kingdom lay within Elven territory. To get there, he must first pass through the human world teleportation gate. After thinking, Duong came up with a plan. The guards of the Elf Kingdom were at most 6th or 7th turn, not worth worrying about. With that in mind, he stood up and calculated his next step. Duong looked ahead and smiled confidently. Sooner or later, he would conquer the elf realm anyway. Scouting it in advance made sense. He looked at Athos and said regretfully that he originally wanted to treat him to a good meal, but he was too conspicuous. If his identity was exposed, it would cause trouble, so he could not bring him to the Dragon Nation. Athos lowered his head. Duong reached out to stroke his nose to comfort him, but suddenly he sprang up and roared, startling him. Lightning surged across Athos's body. In just an instant, his body emitted an unusual glow. Immediately after, Athos disappeared, leaving only a dragon tattoo on the back of Duong's right hand. Duong scolded him with mock annoyance. You could transform like this and did not say earlier, asking for a beating. At this moment, in a dark cave, he appeared in the form of an abyss boss, the Sin Sovereign with terrifying stats. Sitting on the throne, he leisurely remarked that his strength had increased greatly after recovering 1/3. If he reached his peak, it would be unimaginable. More importantly, the Sin Sovereign effect had been updated. Consume a portion of Dark Origin power to summon an unlimited number of Sin Kings. Duong looked at the system panel, no longer limited by time. As long as there was enough Dark Origin, he could revive them. This was a huge change. The consumption levels were clearly displayed. He smiled. This was extremely beneficial for the upcoming battle. He chose to revive Samuel. Command activated. 1/7 of the Dark Origin was consumed. Thunder enveloped the throne. Samuel was summoned. Samuel appeared and knelt in gratitude, vowing loyalty unto death. Duong ordered him to follow his main body and participate in the conquest of the Elf Kingdom. Samuel responded firmly. A few days later, at the passage between the human world and the Elf Kingdom, people lined up waiting to pass through the gate. Tokugawa rode forward on horseback but was stopped. He introduced himself as coming from Manhwa Nation, invited to participate in the advancement's secret realm, and requested passage. The soldier opened a panel to check and told him to wait a moment. Tokugawa urged them to hurry. The longer he waited, the more anxious Tokugawa became. Why would the elves ignore their conflict with Long Ha and allow them to join the Abyss Alliance? This made it difficult for Manhwa Nation to surpass them. When he saw the soldiers pointing spears, he panicked and asked what they intended to do. Soldiers ignored him and moved toward the back. Their target was not him, but the one standing behind. Tokugawa turned his head to look behind him. Behind him stood Duong wearing a hood along with Samuel in human form. The soldiers immediately surrounded them, detecting abnormal energy and demanding identity verification. Samuel turned to ask for instructions. Duong said he originally wanted to infiltrate in disguise, but it seemed not easy. He smiled coldly. In that case, there was no need to be sneaky. Crush them directly, Samuel. Samuel immediately responded. His eyes lit up. Then he instantly returned to his monster form. He roared loudly and charged forward like a storm, terrifying everyone. Before the soldiers could react, Samuel had already appeared behind them. Alarms rang everywhere. The system warned that a Sin Sovereign boss had appeared. Tokugawa shouted a warning and spurred his horse to flee. People panicked and scattered, not understanding why an abyss boss had appeared here. Before they could run far, their bodies were sliced by an invisible force. Blood splattered, screams echoed. Samuel, with his massive body yet terrifying speed, no one could see clearly. Tokugawa and the soldiers fled. Someone asked whether they should save others. He shouted to ignore them since they were just low-level grinders. Duong stood at a distance observing, coldly remarking that abandoning teammates was truly shameless, then ordered Samuel to pursue. Samuel immediately shifted targets and rushed straight toward Tokugawa, terrifying them. Without a word, Samuel knocked down a soldier, grabbed his head and threw him into the air amid screams. He opened his mouth and swallowed the soldier whole. The victim screamed in despair. System announced that Samuel had killed Zamabe Taro level 276, gaining an additional 50,000 health. Duong calmly looked at the panel. Accumulating gradually was still considerable. Samuel laughed madly, continuously shouting for slaughter, then created a spear and threw it toward Tokugawa. Tokugawa had no choice. He raised his hand and activated his skill, determined to risk everything using Heavenly Radiant Shield. The spear was blocked by the shield, which absorbed up to 100,000 damage from him. The two weapons clashed violently. A cracking sound like shattering glass came from the shield. In an instant, it exploded into countless fragments, and Samuel's spear pierced straight through. Seizing the opportunity, Tokugawa slipped behind his opponent, activating divine power that allowed him to move through shadows. The attack after reappearing would deal 4 times damage. His gaze locked onto Samuel, slowly drawing his sword, unleashing the ultimate technique named Falling Crescent of Manhwa. Tokugawa rushed forward, slashing around Samuel's body and cried out thinking he had succeeded. But the roar that followed was not pain but furious rage. Tokugawa broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he looked at his opponent, unable to believe what he saw. Samuel did not hesitate, swinging his arm to grab Tokugawa, causing him to cry out in pain. Hand tightened, blood gushed from his eyes and nose, then spread across Tokugawa's body. Samuel madly slammed him into the ground repeatedly, roaring about slaughter. Taduong stepped closer, his voice calm as he ordered him to stop. He coldly reminded him there was still the main mission. There was no need to waste time. Samuel, though unsatisfied, still lowered his head and obeyed. After that, he threw Tokugawa into the air, his body torn apart. The system announced that Samuel had killed Tokugawa Manino level 302 and gained an additional 230,000 health. Taduong looked at the information panel with satisfaction. Adding the monsters just defeated, the total HP was nearly 600,000, now exceeding 700,000, truly an astonishing number. He stepped forward and pointed at the spatial gate, ordering entry. Samuel immediately shot through the gate. On the other side in the Elf Kingdom, a crowd gathered before the gate and discussed. Today people were supposed to arrive for the secret realm, yet none had appeared. Some even looked down on humans. As soon as the words ended, the gate trembled. Everyone shouted that they had finally arrived. Contrary to expectations, Samuel rushed out roaring that all who defied the Sin's sovereign would die. The soldiers were stunned, while Taduong did not step through but stood outside and spoke coldly. "I hope you enjoy this gift." He revealed a meaningful smile. The soul mark was enough to observe the entire situation. In the palace, ministers were discussing with the queen about sending humans to the Dragon Nation to hunt dragons for leveling without consuming resources. Some opposed, fearing that if they grasped the power of blood dragons and spirit dragons, they would become an even greater threat. Queen Chris silently listened. They continued speaking about the rare divine power and the learning ability of humans, but she was thinking about that mysterious hooded man. Her thoughts were interrupted by an urgent alarm. Something critical had happened. Soldier ran in gasping, reporting that the barrier passage was being attacked by a Sin King. The queen stood up in shock, immediately ordering the royal guards to eliminate the enemy. Everyone knelt down together to receive the order. Veins bulged on her forehead. She could not understand why the Sin King ignored humans and attacked this place. Outside, Samuel had already turned the area into a sea of fire, roaring about executing offenders. People fled in panic as he seized a soldier as sacrifice. From the palace, strange beams of light shot straight into the sky. Royal Guard squad flew to stand before Samuel, receiving the order to eliminate him. Samuel laughed in disdain, mocking their strength. One person angrily charged forward with a demigod sword, declaring he would break the defense. Samuel only used one hand to block the attack, showing contempt. He gripped the blade tightly and roared, his other hand clenched into a fist. The punch slammed into the opponent's abdomen, causing blood to spurt. Samuel roared loudly in challenge, making the ground tremble. The others retreated to keep distance, realizing his attacks ignored defense, so they prepared to use magic. Samuel was about to charge when he sensed an unusual energy behind him and stopped. 5 guards combined their power to form a massive spell that shot toward him. The fireball rushed forward at extreme speed. Massive explosion rang out. The sea of fire surged violently. Samuel stood within the flames, casually dispersing them without any injury. The group thought it had worked, so they cheered and continued attacking. But when the smoke cleared, Samuel had vanished. He appeared behind them, using his claws to tear an enemy in half, coldly saying they had angered him. Suddenly, he stabbed into his own chest, blood gushing out. Ignoring the wound, Samuel tore out his heart and devoured it brutally. Lightning enveloped his body. He roared as he activated his enraged state. The skill that burned everything was activated. His power surged. His attacks carried immense firepower, and his HP could not drop below 10% for 3 minutes. Samuel soared into the air, tearing apart another soldier, declaring punishment through wrath. The remaining people panicked, trying to stop him. He moved like a phantom. Wherever he went, his claws slaughtered relentlessly. In just a moment, dozens were dead or injured. Samuel continued charging forward. Everyone saw his health bar not decreasing and became terrified, realizing the health lock mechanism, and switched to control skills. Cast together, vines grew and bound Samuel tightly. He allowed himself to be bound and then sneered coldly. "Wood restrains fire, how foolish." With a single motion, the vines were torn apart. He declared that when the time ended, he would burn the entire city. At that moment, the queen appeared to stop him. The queen closed her eyes. Behind her appeared the image of a massive divine being staring at Samuel. The divine being raised its hand above Samuel. A veil of magic instantly spread, sealing and nullifying his energy. Samuel looked around in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Queen Chris coldly ordered him to disappear. Engulfed by that power, he still tried to speak to Taduong, saying the mission was not complete and asking forgiveness from his sovereign. The queen's power gradually devoured Samuel, leaving him unable to resist. A moment later, the energy withdrew and Samuel vanished into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Soldiers all knelt down to admit fault for failing to stop the Sin King. The queen turned her back and said she did not blame them and told them to clean up. Someone brought Samuel's book to Eslian. He ordered it to be kept carefully. Eslian frowned in concern. The mention of slandering the sovereign made him suspicious, because the Elf Kingdom had never had contact with the Abyss. Scene shifted to a mining site where workers were laboring. A guard loudly urged them to work faster. On a balcony, a man holding wine looked down and complained about the appearance of the Sin King. The person opposite said fortunately the queen was there to suppress it, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. He frowned and blamed the useless guards, unable to even hold the teleportation gate. He looked down and saw commoners hugging the coffins of their relatives and crying. He coldly said they were just weak lowborn. Being able to live in the royal city was already fortunate. He lamented the property that had been burned. The other mentioned the newly rising Sin sect. The two raised their glasses to praise the queen. The maid heard everything but only frowned silently. Scene shifted to an old street in the Elf Kingdom. Inside a dilapidated house, a group gathered around a fire, angrily saying the nobles despised them and the society was unjust. They discussed. The maid appeared, affirming their words and accusing the nobles of committing many sins without any remorse. She removed her wig, revealing white hair, introducing herself as Glorious. Took off her glasses, revealing her true eyes. With heterochromatic eyes, she said if a god protected the wicked, then it was an evil god. One person stepped forward saying he did not want to live like this anymore and asked how to resist the nobles. Gloria stood in the center, raising her hand and explaining that nobles were protected by gods so commoners could not touch them. Someone proposed finding power equal to gods to judge them. Glorious agreed and said only the Abyss Sovereign could punish them. Everyone became restless at the mention of the Sin King. Glorious asserted that trials always came with suffering, and the Sin Sovereign was actually a benevolent god misunderstood. After speaking, she drew a dagger, looked at the flowing blood, then continued. She declared that royal blood was tied to sin, and evil gods must be punished. Everyone responded in unison to her words. The group dispersed. Glorious left and placed her hand before her chest in prayer, her body glowing. She prayed for the Sin Sovereign to grant salvation. Her shadow twisted into something like another creature. Scene returned to the damaged teleportation gate. A cloaked figure observed from afar, remarking that the defenses here were still strict. Duong stood above calculating that there were 9 sixth-turn guards including hidden scouts. He decided to eliminate them swiftly and activated the fallen form state. After preparing, only a streak of light remained of his position. The guards detected the enemy, but the light rushed forward and instantly took them down. Duong revealed himself in red armor with horns, calmly stepping into the gate after eliminating the guards, activating revival and erasing the memories of the dead. Passing through the gate, he removed his hood and realized he had arrived in the Dragon Kingdom. For him was a magnificent scene with a vast sky and dragons soaring, making him exclaim in amazement. Athos emerged from the mark on his hand, appearing excited. Duong guessed it had recognized its homeland and told it to fly out. Athos freely soared. Duong told it to scout for opportunities. On the ground, Duong drew his sword and quickly subdued a red dragon, then stood atop its head. He jumped down after the dragon submitted. Skeletal dragons appeared around him, his body ignited with blue flames. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, causing a massive explosion and leaving a long, scorched mark. Duong was numbed by the electric shock, but joked it felt like a massage, only regretting that his hair was messed up. In front was a black dragon emitting electricity. It asked why a human had appeared. Duong charged forward with his sword, replying that it was his mission. At that moment, a sharp black claw appeared. Athos returned, unleashing an overwhelming attack on the dragon. It was questioned for submitting to a human but did not stop. Dust and smoke filled the air. Duong seized the chance to rush in, saying there was no glory in it. Dragons were also just the strong bullying the weak. He stabbed his sword into the dragon's chest. Blood splattered and it roared in pain. Dragon collapsed to the ground, sending debris flying everywhere, spewing blood. After killing it, Duong called Athos to eat the dragon corpse together. After eating, his stomach was full and round. He lay down to rest, saying the thunder dragon heart helped increase strength, and he was close to meeting the condition to learn forbidden magic. Athos served as a cushion for him. Both were satisfied. This was already the 10th one, and they needed to kill a king-level dragon to go further. Duong checked the hidden mission about a level 350 sacred giant dragon, realizing it was a rare creature not present in the data, leaving him astonished. He thought about the growth process of dragons, from diamond to blazing sun, and evaluated the difficulty of the mission. Even Athos had not reached that level when young, so the sacred giant dragon was far stronger. Hearing that Athos growled, Taduong teased it for being jealous, then patted its head to comfort it, while reminding that the mission was still to eliminate that dragon. Taduong stroked Athos's head, his gaze suddenly deepened. His lips pressed together as he thought. This sacred giant dragon also fell because it swallowed something strange. Could it be that rotten flesh if that thing also fell here? After calming Athos, Taduong stepped forward and told him to go together to that wasteland. Athos immediately flew up excitedly after hearing that. Two quickly arrived at a valley covered in thick fog. Taduong looked down and remarked that not even grass grew here, truly a forbidden land of light, then narrowed his eyes through the mist and said it seemed he had already been discovered. Athos lowered his body to observe the ground and let out a low growl. Taduong, who was kneeling and looking down, asked, "What is it? Rarely do I see you like this." He supported himself with his hand and thought, if facing a max-level blazing sun giant dragon, then Athos would not be able to help much. It might even expose his position. Thinking that, Taduong recalled Athos into the mark, telling him to rest as he would handle this battle himself. As soon as he finished speaking, within the mist, a multi-horned dragon with red eyes appeared. It was a level 350 blazing sun fallen sacred giant dragon with 14 million HP and extremely high stats. Looking at its size and information, Taduong frowned and muttered, "This one is really big, at least twice the size of Athos." He opened his status panel, curled his lips into a smile, feeling like he was the real boss. Its HP was far lower than his, then closed the panel and said he still had to be careful. Two streams of purple and golden energy wrapped around his body, activating the harvesting state, greatly increasing all attributes and damage. Taduong looked at his hand and said since he had surpassed its level, he had to go all out. Extreme dual cultivation, along with the Dragon Slayer heart, greatly increased damage against dragons. The dragon noticed him, paused briefly, then immediately entered combat state, swinging its tail to attack. Taduong blocked it with his bare hand, laughing loudly and telling it to hold steady. He twisted his body to gain momentum, then threw the dragon far away. The dragon landed steadily, then rushed forward, opening its mouth to gather purple energy and unleash the death breath. Taduong refused to be outdone, raised his hand to summon dark power, casting the forbidden spell Spear Flame Prison. A massive glowing chain appeared in his hand. He threw the chain to bind the dragon tightly, then rushed onto its head, swinging his sword to unleash the ultimate ninefold shield slaying slash. The dragon was hit, its HP continuously decreasing from multiple slashes. Taduong turned his back. The chain of attacks caused the dragon's body to explode. He coldly remarked that a 14 million HP boss being defeated so quickly proved his strength was terrifying, then prepared to use the devouring ability. Looking at the dragon's corpse still moving, he was surprised. It had not died completely. Immediately after, the dragon flew into the sky, its shadow covering the entire area, shocking Taduong. Its form transformed into a massive eye, its information unreadable, its twisted body terrifying, leaving Taduong confused. The dragon lowered its head and exhaled a cold breath. Its gaze locked onto Taduong. Immediately fired a barrage of sharp projectiles toward him. Taduong dodged in time. The ground exploded. He thought to himself the speed was too fast. Strange stone rings appeared on the ground. Stone spikes rose up, surrounding him and blocking his escape. He was tightly bound and unable to move, exclaiming in shock. Being tightly restrained, Taduong laughed loudly and released dark energy to break free, his body shifting into a black-clad form with red horns. The dragon spewed blue flames toward him. Taduong quickly dodged. The land was burned into a crater and turned blue. Taduong charged forward, saying that was not enough, then swung his sword with the ultimate ninefold shield slaying slash. The relentless purple slashes caused the dragon to spit blood. He continued to cast Spear Flame Prison. An explosion occurred, but the dragon was barely injured. Taduong was shocked, as it only took a quarter of the damage. The dragon roared and fired purple lightning along with a sound wave. Sound disoriented Taduong. His stats were reduced by 10%. He realized in alarm this was a trait of legendary monsters. Suspecting it was related to Si Thun Hu, then was blasted away by the attack. Taduong realized he could not drag it out. He had to end it quickly before the state expired. He raised his hand. Black flames appeared as he continued casting Spear Flame Prison. Rings of fire surrounded the dragon. Taduong rushed in, combining lightning and fire to attack. The flames erupted violently. With the forbidden spell Thunder Flame Annihilation burst, Taduong charged forward with lightning flashing in his eyes, declaring he would go all out to take its life. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving no chance to counter, then landed panting as the state ended. The dragon was still not dead. The system showed 15% HP remaining. Taduong encouraged himself that only a little remained. The dragon charged forward, opening its mouth, preparing its final strike. Duong pointed his sword, calling Athos and the Bone Dragon army to assist, his aura full of confidence. The skeletal dragons gathered energy to form a blue fireball. They simultaneously launched a terrifying surge of energy to attack the dragon. The dragon immediately interwove its horns to form a shield to block the attack. Seeing that, Duong opened a vial and said the battle had reached its end. This was high-grade mana recovery potion, capable of instantly restoring 50% mana, cooldown 60 seconds. After drinking it, Duong raised his sword and charged straight toward the dragon. Consecutive slashes rained down, causing blood to splatter. The dragon collapsed, and the system announced the elimination of the fallen creature, granting experience, gold, and a strange rotten meat item. Landing on the ground, Duong let out a sigh of relief and said he had finally won. It had been a long time since such a difficult battle, but when he saw the dropped item he was surprised because it was something familiar. He picked up the piece of meat, searching his inventory with his other hand, and realized it resembled what Athos had eaten before. Wondered whether the two were different when they suddenly glowed and merged into a larger mass. Duong was surprised, but saw no obvious change. At that moment, he looked up and sensed a powerful aura rapidly gathering, suspecting the previous battle had attracted experts of the dragon race. Duong immediately ordered a retreat. Athos flapped his wings and flew away at once. Not long after, a golden dragon landed. Seeing no one left, it said it had arrived too late. Looked at the slain dragon's corpse and judged that whoever killed it was certainly not ordinary. Observing the surroundings, it sensed a familiar aura and began to suspect. It denied its own thoughts because it was too unbelievable. Then the scene shifted to a person stepping out from a gate. Seeing the cloaked figure, the guards immediately asked for identity. It was Duong. He raised his hand bearing the dragon mark and said the nature of the black dragon in the elf kingdom was quite special. He told Athos to rest. Then blue flames surged behind him. Athos appeared and was ordered to summon all bone dragons to attack the royal city. Athos immediately released the undead army. Lightning struck repeatedly across the sky. The skeletal dragon swarm charged into attack, causing the elves to panic, flee, and cry for help. An elven commander hiding behind rocks gave orders to stop them, but the soldiers could not withstand the thunder. Some were poisoned and screamed for retreat and purification. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and slashed apart a bone dragon. That person was Eslian. The severed dragon immediately regenerated. Eslian became furious, realizing a necromancer was controlling them, and ordered a search. Duong stood at a distance, observing, and remarked that their reaction was very fast, truly an elite force. He looked at Athos's fading mark and understood its power was running out, so he decided to stop. Thought he would return next time with a decisive strike, then sensed someone approaching. Duong immediately turned back alert, asking who it was. Laura stepped out, reassuring that she had no ill intent. Duong asked her identity but could not sense her aura. Gloris instead asked if he came from the abyss, making him wary. After a moment, he cautiously replied, "So what?" Gloris took out a glowing object and asked for his help. She stepped closer, asking him to deliver a letter to the abyss. Duong coldly refused, suspecting it was a trap. Gloris explained she was not certain he would help, but if refused, she would wait for someone else. Duong asked who the recipient was. She answered it was the Sin Sovereign. Behind her, a massive shadow appeared, making Duong wary and suspect a connection with the queen. The massive shadow behind her spoke, asking if he still had doubts. Duong asked why she did not go herself with her strength. Gloris pretended to be weak, saying she was just an ordinary elf, making Duong inwardly sneer. Then she explained she could not leave this place. Duong thought that being unable to leave was abnormal, possibly due to being sealed by some force. After considering, he agreed to help, but warned her not to deceive him. Gloris bowed in thanks and handed him the object. At that moment, sounds of pursuit rang out, so she told him to leave immediately. Duong asked what about her. Gloris smiled and said not to worry, urging him to return. He responded and immediately left, disappearing. Bone dragons flew into the sky. Gloris watched them and murmured about old memories. Eslian and his subordinates arrived, but saw no one. They wondered because the aura still remained. In the palace, Marita walked with the queen. She asked about the meaning of the bone dragons. Marita replied that only the ancient devourer could control them, a creature that once brought calamity. Hearing that, the queen gritted her teeth and asked whether that legend had returned. The scene shifted as the two arrived before the sacred tree. The queen asked how long until the day of divine birth. Marita replied 3 months remain. She fell into deep thought about the omen. The queen placed her hand on the sacred tree, sensed it, and declared the god would be reborn to cleanse the sins from the abyss. Queen smiled, slowly saying that for 100 years the gods had never disappeared, but only slept within the sacred tree. Once awakened, the spirits would rule all 3 realms. She continued to assert that both the dragon race and humans were godless, and would eventually bow their heads. After speaking, she revealed a twisted smile. Marita grew worried and asked what the purification of demons meant. Chris turned back, frowned at Marita, then replied that both of them understood the gods revived to erase what frightened the sacred tree and caused the disappearance. As she walked while holding her staff, she said that humans could not destroy the Lord of original sin within 3 months, nor could they create divine envoys. Standing before the spirit city, she declared that in 3 months glory would arrive. All forces from demons to humans or ancient devourers would tremble before the gods. Then the scene shifted to a teleportation gate. Duong immediately ran quickly toward the teleport gate. Seeing that no one was here, he thought that earlier there were guards, but now they had vanished. Could it be her doing? Without hesitation, he stepped into the gate and judged that this was not a trap, so he left first. In just a moment, he reached the desired place. While inside the gate, Duong noticed something and slightly frowned. Outside was another city with helicopters and recording devices densely filling the sky. He observed and said these defense lines were only for surveillance and could not stop demons. If not for him blocking Lucifer, then humanity would have already collapsed. After speaking, he moved at extreme speed without a sound and quickly reached the entrance of the abyss. The marked item Glorious gave him suddenly glowed in his hand. Before he could react, the mark flew out on its own and rushed forward. Duong frowned and muttered about the self-moving letter, but ignored it due to the important mission, then reached the class advancement point and took out the dragon heart. The system received a lost mission and announced completion of the 5-star mission Demon Grand Lord Dragon Feast. His life stats surged and basic attributes increased by 50%. Light and lightning erupted behind him. The system rewarded 5,000 free points, unlocked the level cap from 200 to 250, consumed experience to raise him to level 202. He sighed because leveling was too slow, yet felt his progress speed was still terrifying. The system continued to activate a passive skill that converted strength and spirit back and forth, while increasing damage based on these two stats. Duong reached level 202 with the class Demon Spirit Reaper. His health, strength, spirit, agility, and resistance were all extremely high. Looking at the sharply increased stats, he was satisfied as the damage limit doubled. He could face an 8th rank if using full power. He encouraged himself to reach the peak. The system reported completion of a hidden mission. Golden light appeared announcing the unlocking of hidden class Evolution Blasphemer, leaving him shocked. System confirmed the hidden mission completion, unlocking a new skill allowing him to turn strange flesh into aberrant weapons called Blasphemy Blade. Red light pointed to an item in the inventory. The skill caused blood and spirit erosion over time, while also unlocking a blasphemy form that increased power but continuously consumed spirit. Duong's body was clad in bone armor. His hand held a red sword. His eyes also turned crimson, full of authority. He observed the sword and judged it could eliminate most targets. The bleeding effect was insignificant, but prolonged combat. The longer it went, the more useful it became. However, he worried about the spirit consumption. If it reached 0, he would lose sanity and become a madman, so it had to be used carefully. Then he retracted the armor and sword, intending to find a target to test. Scene shifted to the 56th floor of the dark abyss. A man was controlling a half-girl, half-spider woman, threatening to kill her if she did not stay still. The girl resisted and cursed him as a pervert. He pressed her against the wall and spoke filthy words. At that moment, Duong appeared and immediately intervened, drawing his attention. Before he could react, his shoulder was pierced by Duong. He only had time to cry out in pain and spit blood. With blazing red eyes, Duong coldly said he would use him to test the power of the new blade. He gave him 1 minute to escape. The girl rejoiced. The man was terrified as he could not sense any aura, so he immediately fled. While running, he kept drinking potions, but his blood and spirit still decreased. He was confused as the lingering effect had no clear cause. The man painfully clutched his head. Veins bulged as he screamed as if his head was about to explode. Duong stood watching and counting down. When his spirit was nearly depleted, the man collapsed, wounds sprouting writhing red tentacles. Shortly after, he stood up with his body covered in terrifying tentacles. Duong and the spider girl witnessed the entire mutation. He remarked that the man had lost his mind and turned into a monster, then immediately split him in half. The corpse melted into a pile of mushy sludge. Duong wondered why he did not revive like normal demons. Perhaps being blasphemed had stripped him of the right to revive. He understood that in this world death was not the end, because one could revive at the sacred temple at the cost of experience and level. But true death, such as being burned by Atho's spirit fire or erased completely, could not return. After leaving the Black Stream Fortress, he sealed Atho's power to avoid trouble and limit the destruction behind him. Flying into the sky, he realized the blasphemy sword altered the nature of life through a mental curse, allowing targets to be permanently destroyed. Though not direct like repair, the Crimson Moon Core was precious, so this sword was useful when facing difficult opponents. It could even be combined into dual swords to increase power. Turning home, he called out and was greeted by Lilith embracing him. She asked where he had gone. Duong reassured that he had been very careful when going to the dragon and spirit kingdoms, then shifted to another topic. He asked about the silver-haired person in the spirit world. Lilith was surprised and said she had never met such a person. He continued asking about azure blue eyes. Lilith explained that only the royal family had blue eyes. The purer the blood, the clearer they were. The deep azure color belonged only to the queen and the high priestess, making Duong think about the noble identity of that girl. Duong looked at Lilith sitting across from him. If speaking of royal bearing, then she was truly a genuine princess, especially the way she sipped tea, both elegant and refined. As soon as he finished praising her, she immediately spat out a mouthful of tea because it was too hot, leaving him only able to sigh. The perfect score instantly dropped by 1 level. Duong waved goodbye, then returned to his room. Along the corridor, the maids all bowed respectfully. His figure quietly walked through the silent corridor, carrying a clear sense of loneliness. He stopped before a slightly open door. Taking out a scroll, he set up a barrier that prevented those with weaker spirit from approaching, then activated the link and his body gradually faded away. Duong consciousness merged into the abyss demon body, sitting upon the throne. He stared intently at the object in his hand with impatience. It was time to uncover the hidden secret within this letter. Rays of light gradually gathered into one point, then condensed into a human form. Duong was stunned. Was this the condensation of a physical body? The spirit bowed respectfully, greeting the abyssal lord, the sovereign who holds original sin, just as expected. You are indeed a true god. Spoke as a reminder, spirit. I already know you have arrived. State your name and clarify your purpose. A true god. She introduced herself. I am Glorious, the deity who bridges the human world and the spirit world, responsible for growth and nature. Duong suddenly realized Severia was a royal surname of the spirits, yet this Glorious was asking him to help kill Glorious herself. He found it strange. The phantom in the Long Lin's secret realm had once mentioned it, based on the ancient stone tablet. Could it be that the spirit god Glorious had betrayed him? He recalled that phantom and its request before it dissipated. She pleaded urgently, I came here to seek your assistance. I asked to borrow your power to destroy another version of myself. Duong paused because the request was too sudden. Glorious continued, Supreme Majesty, as a true god who has descended, you must understand that beyond order there exists chaos belonging to evil gods of calamity and despair. And the evil known as the Mother Tree has invaded the sacred tree of the spirit world. It has also nurtured another self of mine, one who believes in the Mother Tree. Its goal is to replace me, then seize the entire spirit world and invade other worlds. Its power is growing rapidly and is about to be born from the sacred tree. If not stopped, both the human world and your abyss will be devoured by chaotic evil gods. Please lend your hand to help me. Duong rubbed his forehead. Although he guessed she was connected to the queen, he did not expect her to be a god. Talk of other worlds, evil gods, chaos, the Mother Tree. He had never heard of any of it. How should he respond? He steadied himself. As long as he did not reveal flaws, it would be fine. Moreover, she was the one seeking help, so he had the advantage. He could not be led by her. This was also a chance to gather information. He maintained a dignified expression. Before answering, I will ask you one thing. Duong went straight to the point. Glorious, have you ever met that other self? She froze upon hearing that, unable to say a word. Seeing her reaction, he became suspicious. You have never met it. The atmosphere instantly became tense. She answered honestly, Your Majesty, before you I dare not conceal anything. But I truly do not remember. That self within the sacred tree separated from me. Perhaps it took away part of my memories. Duong thought inwardly. Memory loss sounded rather forced. Or perhaps that sacred tree truly hid a great scheme. Spoke in a low voice, If you want my help, then how will you repay me? Glorious presented a scroll. I am willing to sign a divine contract, become your subordinate, manage the spirit world on your behalf, and offer 70% of the faith power. The proposal startled Duong. 70%, far too generous. He stood up and said, But once I recover, I could directly devour your work. Duong demanded, Give me a reason worth taking action. She respectfully replied, As far as I know, you are severely weakened, only possessing divinity without the power of a true god, even with the Mother Tree assisting. Glorious believed that in such a state you might not defeat that other self. He stepped closer and asked, Are you threatening me? Glorious lowered her head. I would not dare. I only speak the truth. If you cannot defeat it, then this swamp will be sacrificed to the Mother Tree. Please consider carefully. Duong felt displeased. Was the weakening debuff really this severe? What did recovering 1/3 even mean? This was not simple. Duong asked, How much power do you have left, and what must I do? Glorious answered, my power has nearly been completely absorbed. Only the divinity of a world god remains. Although I cannot use real power, I can establish a cult of original sin in the spirit world under another identity. Once enough faith is gathered, it can help you descend. At that time, please eliminate her from within. Duong found it interesting. Hearing it like that, it did not seem too complicated. She added, my strength cannot last long. If you accept to save me, I will offer the divine contract. He took it. In that case, I agree. Glorious was overjoyed. Many thanks for your salvation. Opening it, Duong felt that although it was his first time seeing it, he understood it clearly. This was an absolutely genuine divine contract. Perhaps it was the power of rules. The content clearly stated that Glorious Voria voluntarily became a subordinate of the sovereign of original sin, managing the spirit world, submitting 70% of faith every month, and assisting in eliminating the evil god within the sacred tree. Duong read it carefully. It was exactly as she said. There was also a clause allowing the sovereign to void the contract at any time. It seemed quite sincere. Duong was surprised. Why is there no place for my name in the signature? Do I still have to sign manually? The signature area only had a colon waiting for a name. Glorious placed her hand on her chest, respectfully waiting. Scroll dissolved into light and circled around him. The contract had activated. Duong was bewildered. Could it be because the title matched, so it completed automatically? Did this count as using it for free? Would there be consequences? He snapped his fingers. There was too much information. Better ask the Angel Tower. She was a divine-level being and should know something. Lucifer immediately appeared. After listening, she asked, you mentioned divinity. All divine authority comes from you. Without you, how could there be divinity? This subordinate does not understand. Duong pretended to explain. I just woke from a long slumber, so my memories are still disordered. He admitted fault for her disrespect. Not considering the state of the sovereign, she asked to be punished. He ordered her to withdraw. When he was alone, Duong let out a sigh of relief. He almost exposed himself. It seemed that gods after 9 transformations were only a title. Even Lucifer was far inferior to a true god. Korik's warning was not without reason. If careless, he could face danger in the spirit world. Duong condensed a sphere of darkness. Now to continue advancing the progress of the divine weapon of reverses. That energy swirled around a throne. On the ground, dark energy gradually gathered. Duong called out, be reborn, king of greed Mammon. The evil energy connected. Mammon form appeared. He was shocked. I have been revived. He rushed toward him. O heavens, praise be to you, supreme sovereign. The system reported. King of original sin Mammon at demigod level. HP 120 million. Strength 152,271. Spirit 295,632. Agility 114,313. Talent greed, skill destroy items in the treasury to seize corresponding equipment from the target. Duong was surprised. Mammon guarding floor 200 was weaker than Samil, but his spirit was extremely high, near 300,000. Most importantly was this special ability. Mammon respectfully asked, please give your command. I will devote all my strength to serve. He ordered Mammon, open your treasury. He immediately responded, as you command. Door slowly opened. Light from within spilled outward. Behind Mammon, the palace gate opened wide. He said, welcome to Mammon Treasury. Please choose freely. Inside is filled with golden treasures. Golden light shimmered from piles of treasures, illuminating everywhere. Duong walked around. Mammon asked, what type do you need? Would you like me to introduce them? He replied, no need, I will look myself. Duong calculated. Most were blazing sun and radiant moon-grade equipment. The large quantity showed long accumulation, but for him now their effect was insignificant. His gaze stopped on an item nearby. On the shelf there was a glowing compartment. Duong felt puzzled. What is that? He placed the box in his palm and held it tightly. Then he opened it for him to observe. The sovereign is indeed perceptive. This is the collection item I cherish most. Information displayed, demigod tier, gift of the void. Only gods can clearly see its form, requires 50,000 spirit, adds 8,000 spirit. Effect allows entry into a void state. Before attacking, he becomes invisible and cannot be detected unless the opponent has spirit 1.5 times higher. Consumes mana to maintain invisibility and grants damage immunity. Duong held the ring and calculated. Current spirit is 54,000, just meeting the requirement. Mana is enough to maintain for 30 minutes or forcibly activate for 8 seconds. This effect is extremely useful for both assassination and survival. He flattered that pleasing the sovereign was an honor. Is there anything else needed? He coldly refused. Duong's gaze turned icy as he looked at him. Your value ends here. Crimson surged forward. He was terrified and asked why he was being killed right after being revived. A sphere gathered into Duong's hand. No need for more words. Become my power. Return to the darkness and wait for the next summoning. He immediately bowed his head in obedience. I will follow you. Sphere struck straight into his body. The system reported Mammon, king of greed of original sin, has been eliminated. Gained 11.4 billion experience. Level increased from 202 to 217. Received items including Flesh Essence increasing 10,000 Spirit, Demon Origin granting immunity to erosion in deep layers, and Demon Eye increasing luck and rare drop rate. Duong looked at the equipment panel. This time he only gained 15 levels. The speed had clearly slowed. The items were still the familiar set showing it was a fixed drop. Seeing nothing else, he grew impatient then surprised. Is that all? He sighed. Luck did not seem to be on his side. He still had not obtained the divine weapon of reversed sin. The remaining dark power was only about 1/3. Duong left, temporarily not reviving the king of original sin anymore. Even so, he still had a way to gain experience. He snapped his fingers, activating the consumption of 1/6 of dark power to eliminate the deep layer archdemon. Gained an additional 10.6 billion experience. Level increased from 217 to 227. After that, he returned to the large room and drank a sip of potion. He stood up and wiped his mouth. Spirit power nearly reached 70,000. Combined with the Reaper state, even a demigod mage like Augustin would find it hard to detect his stealth. Tokugawa will not escape this time. Otto, Hazen, and Amino have already gone ahead. Now it is your turn, Tokugawa. For those who intend to harm him, he will show absolutely no mercy. Manhwa Nation. Tokugawa slammed the table and cursed. He crushed the glass in his hand. Where did that king of wrath come from? This was already the 4th death, causing his level to drop by more than 100. He was furious that Long Ha was allowed back into the alliance. The plan to exploit the spirits had failed. The glass shattered in his grip. Tokugawa recalled the incident where the spirit envoy was attacked but not investigated. They even supported with another secret realm. Duong Qin continued to grow stronger, making him furious. Someone outside requested to report. Guard asked about his condition after hearing the loud noise. Tokugawa ordered him to get straight to the point. He immediately obeyed. News from the border reported a new secret realm appearing between the two nations. Inside there is a demigod boss. Tokugawa asked which side it belonged to. The guard replied it leaned toward Long Ha. He sneered coldly as the experts of Long Ha had already left. This secret realm would belong to him. At the border, the barrier gate had opened. Both sides gathered in large numbers, confronting each other with tension. No one willing to yield. Dong Sun, level 306, coldly asked what Anhwa intended. Kita Kagoro replied that they only came to farm the dungeon. Is there a problem? And then refuted that according to regulations, the secret realm belonged to Long Ha. One man mocked her for daring to interfere. He launched a concealed weapon from his hand. He was startled as the hidden weapon shot toward her. Dong Sun intercepted it in time with 2 fingers, then mocked the despicable act. That man was furious but did not respond. He raised his finger, showing contempt. Suddenly, a force pierced through his head, causing him to collapse. The Anhwa side immediately reacted. He was horrified at being taken down instantly and suspected the opponent was a 9th transformation. Dong Sun waved his hand, creating light on the ground. An energy wall rose up. He warned that anyone who crossed would be attacked. Tokugawa stepped forward to greet Dong Sun and recognized an as Duong Qin daughter. Dong Sun coldly asked Tokugawa purpose. Tokugawa released a powerful aura, then ordered them to leave. The shockwave spread, causing the guards to be blown away. Someone shielded An. Tokugawa was confident no one could stop him with Duong Qin absent. If they did not withdraw, they would be killed. Dong Sun warned that if he did not retreat, he would be forced out. At the same time, he looked down on Tokugawa level. Tokugawa sneered and declared that no one could stop him today. Suddenly, a tree branch pierced through Tokugawa's chest while he was still speaking. Tokugawa was startled and reacted, swinging his sword wildly with an extremely powerful technique. Ground cracked densely, causing Tokugawa to freeze, yet no one could be seen around. He clutched the wound on his chest, calculating that from the moment he was hit to drawing his sword, it was only about half a second. Normally, no one could escape his sword formation, not even Duong Qin, yet he did not feel that he had struck any target. Tokugawa suspected they were assassins sent by Long Ha, but Dong Sun denied it and said even he could not detect the stealth technique of that person. He remained doubtful, believing that no matter how superb the stealth technique was, the opponent's strength was still weak. That bit of damage could not possibly kill him. Tokugawa's face suddenly turned pale. He realized his health was continuously decreasing in a strange way. He immediately used a full recovery and purification scroll, but his body trembled with no effect. He began to suspect this was a forbidden curse. He ordered the healers behind him to use all their recovery and cleansing skills with full force. Waves of healing light poured into his body. His blood continued to flow. A red pool spread beneath his feet. Tokugawa fell to his knees as a tentacle grew from his chest. He was confused. What kind of forbidden curse could be this terrifying? The tentacle swelled and tightened around his body, causing everyone to panic. Some stepped back cautiously, asking what was happening. Tokugawa screamed in pain, From his body grew grotesque tentacles. Those tentacles swung wildly, attacking even the surrounding allies. His face was also covered with small tentacles, his body trembling violently. A girl was terrified as they lunged toward her. At that moment, a powerful strike pierced straight into Tokugawa's waist. A massive explosion erupted. Shockwaves spread across the area. Izanagi level 300, a 9 transmission on Myoji, stated that this was a never-seen forbidden curse. Even his strongest dispel skill was ineffective. For now, the only way was to kill Tokugawa so that after revival he could return to normal. Then he ordered an attack. But Tokugawa's body released countless tentacles to counterattack, forcing those around to cry out in danger. One person threw a binding rope to restrain him, trying to force him to control himself, and then asked anxiously what to do. The old man calmly told her to stand aside and observe, while Izanagi took out talismans preparing to summon. Gigantic golden spirit martial deity appeared right in front of Tokugawa. It threw a heavy punch, causing the surrounding ground to crack. Debris flew everywhere, dust filled the air, yet Tokugawa was still not eliminated. He stomped hard on the ground. Power within his body was erupting violently. From afar, a long chain shot rapidly toward him. Everyone held one end of the chain, trying to restrain him. At that moment, a sword slash cut through, severing both the tentacles and the chains. Deep slash appeared on his body from top to bottom, his mouth still screaming. Blood burst out from the wound in thick and violent streams. Tokugawa finally melted into a mass of slime on the ground. Everyone stood frozen, unable to speak. Akita questioned. Izanagi said he would contact the temple to investigate because the corpse had vanished in a strange way. After receiving the news, he was horrified to learn that Tokugawa could not be revived. They suspected he might have been transferred to another temple, but there was no sign. Everyone looked at the ground with pale faces. Looking at the slime on the ground, they gradually realized a terrifying truth, that Tokugawa had completely died. All eyes immediately turned toward the one who initiated everything. Izanagi panicked and defended himself, saying he had no intention to harm Tokugawa, but then shifted blame to Long Ha, claiming they had an evil ability that caused this death, and then angrily refuted, asking where he got the evidence to accuse them. They did not even know who the assassin was. Izanagi remained stubborn, insisting that since Tokugawa died at the contested border with Long Ha, denial was useless. Long Sun coldly asked his intention. Izanagi only smiled faintly, saying they would know soon. After that, he led everyone away, returning to Kyoto, and then felt uneasy. The old man agreed and believed Izanagi was certainly plotting something. A residence in Kyoto, Akita sought out Izanagi to ask about the next plan. Akita said Tokugawa had died, so Izanagi was now the shogunate leader. He was willing to follow orders. Izanagi hinted that this death was not only a blow to Manhwa, but could also cause greater damage to Long Ha, making Akita curious. He analyzed that if Long Ha was exposed to have the ability to kill permanently, they would be condemned by the whole world, even isolated, and lead to national destruction. And merely spreading that they possessed an ability like Hong and Gaiet would be enough to weaken them. He revealed he would spread the news that Tokugawa was assassinated and could not be revived, and display the corpse to create shock, aiming to make the world fear Long Ha. News of Tokugawa's death quickly spread across the globe and caused a huge shock. Everyone was stunned and began discussing this death intensely. Adventurers from many countries secretly went to Manhwa to gather verified information. The Yuvan Guild, Yuvu was delighted, but Yuvan reminded him to keep it secret, while Anungu kept eating, causing Dung Tiat to be annoyed. At Thinko Pavilion, Chu Tai explained that bringing them along was to ensure safety amid the tense situation between the two nations, and Yuvan was a suitable choice. Yuvan responded politely that they would give their all to complete the mission. Lin Nhi came to ask about Duong and his current situation within the guild. During the question, the Yuvan Guild side paused, and Ngu replied that since the accidental meeting at the dungeon gate they had not seen Duong again. Yuvu added that his name in the list was always gray, completely out of contact. The girl showed a trace of sadness, softly saying, "It is like that, I thought. Never mind, it is nothing." Ngu handed a skewer of food to Lin Nhi, then teased, asking if there was something between her and Duong, making her flustered as she repeatedly denied it. Lin Nhi turned and ran while Ngu chased after her, teasing. Jiaviet silently thought that since the defeat to Duong, the young lady had desperately trained beast control and subdued many dragons to prepare for a rematch. But Duong's disappearance always made her uneasy. Duong, the outstanding young genius of Thien Lin City and the pride of Long Ha, now no one knew where he was. Dung Tiat pointed ahead, reminding everyone that they had arrived at the morning hall. And Ngu and Lin Nhi looked over, where a solemn funeral was taking place with a portrait placed at the center. He looked into the coffin and recognized it was Tokugawa's corpse. Everyone was horrified, covering their mouths. Yuvu did not even dare to look, while Yuvan was confused why they displayed the corpse like this. Lin Vu was furious. Chu Tai said in shock that he had never seen such a bizarre death. Giaviet realized this was a scheme using rumors and shocking imagery to manipulate public opinion and smear Long Ha. Chu Tai still doubted whether other nations would believe it, but Giaviet believed the truth was no longer the most important factor. Key was to make the forces believe Long Ha had that ability. Even a trace of doubt would be enough to have them suppressed. Taking advantage of Duong Qin's absence was truly a vicious plan. It fell, the morning hall became silent. The space inside was cold and desolate. But in one corner, Izanagi and his group were celebrating, believing Long Ha would be condemned by the whole world and Manhwa would take its place. Others even flattered his achievements. He raised his cup and drank it dry, arrogantly thinking the plan that eliminated Tokugawa and crushed Long Ha was perfect, believing the day of dominating the world was not far. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in panic to report urgent news. Izanagi shouted, asking what caused the panic. The man knelt, reporting that demons had attacked the room holding Tokugawa's body, and the situation was extremely chaotic. The entire table froze. Izanagi shouted in shock. He stood up, asking how many demons. The man, trembling, replied there were only 2. Izanagi angrily kicked him for panicking over just 2, but the man said those 2 demons were extremely powerful. The guards could not resist. One of them even had 6 pairs of black wings. Hearing that, Izanagi's expression changed, suspecting it was Lucifer. The others panicked, asking how to handle it, since this was a serious situation. Izanagi calculated that demons leaving the abyss would quickly weaken, so they only needed to avoid direct combat. But they still had to maintain face. So he ordered Tokugawa guard squad to fight while he would wait for an opportunity. Someone remarked that using demons to eliminate Tokugawa remnants was truly ruthless. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Duong had been teleported there. He realized Manhwa schemed to incite the world against Long Ha. He decided not to let them bear the consequences for him. The sky dragons circled. On the ground, corpses were everywhere. Lucifer reported no strong experts of Manhwa were present. They only knew how to hide. He coldly remarked that it suited their nature. He called the one pretending to be dead on the ground to get up, making him tremble and beg for mercy. He asked where their leader was and why only weaklings like these were present. That man confessed that Izanagi had fled and forced the Tokugawa family to act as scapegoats. They were merely expendable pawns. Realized Izanagi was even more dangerous than Tokugawa. He asked if they could sense his location, but no one could determine it. Understood that today he could not find the mastermind, but there was still something to resolve. When he raised his sword, that man asked in fear what he intended to do with his summoned beast. Blood splattered was the answer. Red tentacles grew from the summoned beast body, making it scream in agony. He said that man should be grateful because he did not kill innocent people, but that did not apply to monsters. The entire body of the dragon was covered with grotesque tentacles. Signaled to leave, Lucifer asked why not continue the slaughter. He replied it was unnecessary because they were not direct enemies. She asked about those hiding. He only smiled lightly, showing he had already planned. Duong left, while the Yuvan group was hiding behind the wall, observing. They reported that the other side had left. Everyone breathed in relief for almost being discovered. Dung Tiat was curious about the demon's purpose. Nhi speculated that the masked demon seemed extremely resentful toward Manhwa. She pointed out the transformed dragon resembled Tokugawa, proving the demon had killed him, but Manhwa blamed Long Ha, which angered them. She stepped forward to block the dragon path. Chu Tai thought the hypothesis sounded absurd but not impossible. Giaviet said the suspicion on Long Ha had been cleared and handed the monster to them to handle. Lin Nhi began casting magic, determined not to retreat before the enemy. He ordered the 2 to attack together. They immediately obeyed as the dragon surrounded them. Elsewhere in an underground chamber, Izanagi looked at the screen with anger. He clenched his fist, trying to suppress his rage. Bitterly realized the plan had been ruined and did not understand why the demons intervened, causing everything to deviate from expectation. Suddenly, he felt a cold blade at his neck. He turned to see Akita and asked in panic what he was doing. Looking at the eyes of the group behind, Izanagi sensed something was wrong and asked what their intention was. He emphasized that now the scheme had been exposed, Manhwa nation must give an explanation before the entire world, especially to Long Ha. And as the mastermind and leader, Izanagi must bear all responsibility. Izanagi could not accept reality. His ambition and domination collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, after the fierce battle, Lin Nhi group finally eliminated the mutated Earth Dragon. The news quickly spread back to Long Ha, and soon all nations clearly knew about this scheme of Manhwa nation. Izanagi was arrested as the main mastermind, awaiting trial at the temple, causing Manhwa nation international reputation to plummet severely. At the same time, everyone realized the threat from abyss demons far exceeded imagination, with the terrifying ability to turn people into monsters and strip away resurrection. Fortunately, they had not fully recovered and could not freely leave the abyss. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, dealing with the abyss once again became the top priority. Duong calmly observed everything unfolding as expected and thanked the one who helped gather information. Lin gently replied that being able to help him was good. She asked about his recent situation and worried whether the spirit kingdom would cause trouble. Duong reassured that his place was very safe and he was not afraid at all. She blushed and suggested that when everything settled, he should return to visit her because she had something to say. Duong agreed, hearing that she happily confirmed. While Duong sat thinking that these ties reminded him he was still human after a long time in the abyss. Hai-Tu from behind softly asked whether Tokugawa had truly died. Duong confirmed he had completely died and could not be revived. So Hai-Tu did not need to worry about being troubled if she returned. She hesitantly asked whether he would allow her to return. Duong admitted he still had things to do. Hai-Tu said she would wait, and even if she could not leave, she saw no problem. Duong only smiled lightly, inwardly judging that this girl was not simple as she appeared. Night fell, the city became quiet. Valia walked along the road thinking about her time in the abyss and reminded herself not to let her guard down. She realized Duong seemed to have a special status in the abyss, unclear whether due to an item or ability. Although younger, his thoughts were hard to predict. She decided to find Hai-Tu to discuss. While Hai-Tu saw Duong off at the door and arranged to meet him, Valia hid behind the wall witnessing that scene and was surprised, wondering when the two had become so close. Hai-Tu called her out because Duong had already left. Being discovered, Valia stepped out asking how far they had progressed. Hai-Tu innocently said they had done many things together, just now making Valia misunderstand. She explained that she only helped Duong with a massage because he was tired. After that, they played games and exchanged knowledge about beast control. He explained many things to her. Hearing that, Valia realized she had misunderstood. She breathed a sigh of relief because her sister was not that kind of person. Valia advised Hai-Tu to keep distance because humans and demons were enemies. But Hai-Tu said Duong was not a bad person and had even saved them. Valia admitted she was grateful but dissatisfied with being restricted. Hai-Tu said if she wanted to leave, no one would stop her, making Valia confused. He suggested self-destruction to revive at the temple even though it would cost levels, making Valia shocked. Valia became awkward because this method was too extreme. Hai-Tu said she chose to stay because she was interested in Duong and did not want to miss the chance to understand him. Valia thought this girl was indeed special, and elsewhere a fierce battle was taking place. That overwhelming power came from the coordination between Duong and Athos. Duong felt leveling was enough. Although farming monsters was efficient, he still needed real combat. Currently, he had reached level 245. Suddenly, he was shocked, sensing the connection with his demon body in the abyss. The system suddenly activated, making him uneasy, as if signaling something was about to happen. In his floating demon form, he realized the time had come. In just 9 days, he had accumulated enough faith power. If successful, this would be the first time he used the true power of the sovereign of original sin, making him extremely expectant. In the spirit kingdom, a majestic voice resounded. Those of royal blood who commit crimes will be punished more severely. The crowd gathered around the execution pillar. A person was tightly bound on it with a body full of wounds. The one below listed the crimes of the Lauren family and declared punishment. Glorious realized everything was moving too fast and could not be reversed. Someone ordered the ritual to begin. A formation was erected with 7 pillars. The person in the center called upon the Supreme King. He used blood and faith as sacrifice. Glorious absorbed the power and summoned the sovereign of original sin. She called upon the Abyss Lord to descend and spread his power. The city sank into gloom with golden currents spreading. An aura spread everywhere and a pillar of light appeared. The people were horrified while some went to report. Others greedily accepted that source of power. A massive gate opened. Inside was pitch black. Everyone knelt calling for the sovereign to descend. Inside, a red light appeared. A hand reached out. Within it was the abyss demon Duong. Dark energy surrounded him, making him even more mysterious. Glorious lowered her head, feeling the terrifying pressure, then apologized, because the summoning gate could only last 1 minute, and admitted her power was still insufficient. He stood high above, observing the entire city stretching below. Duong muttered, "Only 1 minute," thinking about it. Until now, he had never truly used the full power of the Sin Sovereign. Perhaps this was the right opportunity. Seeing him shoot across, Glorious called out in confusion, "Sovereign." At this moment, Duong was suspended right at the center of the city. A massive wave of energy spread out, making the sky grow dim. Feel the power of darkness from the abyss. The elves below panicked upon seeing the gigantic black sphere. That is a demon. The demon is attacking again. He is about to strike. Hurry, activate the barrier. Duong continued to push his power higher. At the same time, the barrier was erected just as the sphere of dark energy descended. However, it was crushed in an instant. A notification appeared. You have eliminated an elf noble level 195. You have eliminated an elf noble level 214. You have eliminated an elf noble level 236. You have eliminated an elf guard level 200. You have eliminated an elf guard level 200. To Duong called out, "Sword come." The Phi Hong sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword. The sovereign greatsword radiated a terrifying pressure. Duong lowered his hand as a signal. The gigantic Phi Hong sword descended straight onto the barrier. This time the barrier shattered completely. Houses collapsed. Great trees were split in half. The ground cracked into two parts. Duong thought, this level of resistance matches the data, but is weaker than expected. If just one clone has reached this level, then how terrifying would the complete state be? In the distance, beams of light shot into the sky. The other elves were bewildered. What is that? The highest level sacred barrier shattered upon contact. What on earth is that? The supreme barrier broke so easily. They unleashed their power at once. Heretic, daring to destroy the royal city and harm the sacred tree. Today you must die. Release the spells. Eliminate him. A sea of fire surged toward to Duong, but a crimson aura spread from him. Duong summoned his subordinate, the Sin of Sloth. The sphere of light in his hand burst forth, illuminating the entire area. The opposing side expanded a nullification field. They stood within a red shield. The heretics were shocked. My spell has been nullified. Even weapons do not respond. What kind of magic is this? To Duong exhaled a stream of cold smoke, continuing to call forth the sin. Everyone looked up, then froze in place. The eyes were filled with dark energy. To Duong called out, "Pride." As soon as the words ended, those people all vomited blood. He glanced down at the city below. There was not much time left. Continue. To Duong noticed the egg beneath the tree. This was the divine altar. In 3 months it would be born from the sacred tree, carrying all divine power. At that time, it even intended to enter the abyss to eliminate someone weakened like him. He raised the sword, taking advantage of the enemy being weak to finish it. The blade shot straight toward the tree. Elsewhere, someone was coughing blood from exhaustion. Seeing Chloris like that, the person behind suggested High Priestess. She forced herself to endure. "I am fine. Continue the ritual." Seeing that scene, Glories was astonished. "It has succeeded already." To Duong spoke. "Then it is over." The sword pierced straight into the egg. Suddenly he realized the dark power attached to the blade had vanished. What happened? Seeing someone beside the egg, To Duong was stunned. When did that man appear? Rita embraced the egg and said, "How weak." She laughed cruelly. "Such a weak demigod is the perfect offering for my mother goddess." She began absorbing power from the egg, her entire body covered in green energy. Marita said arrogantly, "This place is my battlefield. Your power is worthless here." The egg shattered, green flames burst violently. The blasphemous blade, emitting a mysterious aura, appeared from within. Marita took the blade. Her aura erupted with immense power. Duong thought, so it is the blasphemous blade. Could that embryo be related to that rotten mass of flesh? She laughed proudly. "Die. This is the power blessed by the mother goddess." A torrent of green energy surged with the slash. That force formed into an arc rushing toward him. To Duong sneered, "Mother goddess, I see only a rotten parasite of the sacred tree." Two forces collided midair. A thunderous explosion resounded. At his position, the surrounding barrier cracked. To Duong thought, the destructive power is truly terrifying. The opponent has fused divine power and is fighting on her own territory. She absolutely cannot be underestimated. Marita raised her hand. A faint green aura gradually appeared. Restored her power, natural energy gathered, roots extended. The 10,000 roots abyss formed a cage trapping him. Marita said, "From the moment you appeared, I already sensed it. You may have been very strong before, but now you are this weak. Why not stay obediently in the abyss? Yet you dare to break the grace my mother goddess bestowed upon me. Once I destroy your shadow, I will enter the abyss, offering your true body as a sacrifice to the great mother goddess. Then perhaps I will be granted true divinity and break free from the chains of this world." Marita clenched her hand. Cage tightened around To Duong's body. She floated in the air, roots extended from the divine tree. He wondered what kind of evil aura this was. It turned out the sacred tree had long been corrupted by that mother tree belief. But to think she wants to absorb his divinity, truly arrogant. Therefore To Duong activated the Sin of Wrath. Dark energy erupted in all directions. Countless strands of dark energy fell across the city. Marita stiffened, using the blade to block those currents. All of them gathered into immense power. An explosion erupted. She was blasted downward. Marita, her body covered in wounds, realized that the residual power of a true god was still terrifying. To Duong felt a trace of regret, but it seemed today could only end here. Time was up, he said coldly. "You should feel lucky. If not for the time limit, then today you would certainly die here." Rita replied calmly, "That is exactly what I want to say. Next time we meet will be when you are sacrificed to the mother goddess." The abyss demon body dissipated into the air. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Marita decided, even just a remnant of a true god still possesses such terrifying power. She must quickly capture another true body to absorb and complete her strength. At this moment, Chris stepped forward and asked, "Marita, what exactly is happening? Have you merged with a god?" She replied, "The current situation is too urgent. I have no other choice." Marita raised her hand. Massive branches began restoring the destroyed city. The structures were gradually rebuilt to their original state. Branches and leaves spread covering the entire capital. She exclaimed, "In just a moment the royal city has been restored, Marita. It truly is you." She interrupted, "This is only my sacred duty. Next I will go find the missing part of my body. The elf world will still remain in your hands." She thought, although not exactly as originally planned, once the gods are revived even in a weakened state, they will still be enough to destroy humanity. However, now is not the time. Must wait until the Abyss Demon is completely eliminated before the elves can rule the three realms. In another area, a massive explosion suddenly erupted. Gloris lowered her head. The others around had all fainted. She thought to herself, to actually fail. What exactly did Marita do to the sacred tree? Marita is certainly searching for her everywhere. She absolutely must not be allowed to achieve her goal. The Abyss Sovereign will certainly need time to recover after the battle. She must find a way to stall until he fully recovers. Next time it must succeed. At the Round Table Conference, everyone had witnessed the entire scene. On the large screen, the image froze on Marita holding the blade, while he had already returned to the territory of the Abyss Demon, a place filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Duong sat on the throne, silently analyzing the situation, the elf divine realm and that mysterious mother goddess. Current situation was no longer as before. With the current strength of the Sin Monarch, victory could not be guaranteed. He could even fail. If he recovered in the usual way, it was unknown how long it would take to return to peak condition. At present, there are three options. One is to wait for the Sin Sovereign to recover, then use absolute power to eliminate Marita, but it would take a great deal of time. Two is to quickly level up and change class, then eliminate the Sin Sovereign so the system connects to a stronger boss. If something beyond a true god exists, then she could be easily eliminated. Third option is to eliminate the opponent using the upgraded power of the Phi Hong Sword, but it requires a large amount of Crimson Moon cores. Previously, he had seen the number reach 80,000, more than double that of Lucifer. Gathering that amount is nearly impossible. Duong returned to his original form and continued hunting monsters. A notification sounded. "You have eliminated an 8th transformation archdemon. Gained 860 million experience. Level increased from 245 to 248. He continued plunging into the massacre of monsters. One massive monster after another collapsed. Blood splattered everywhere. Sharp sword strikes continuously cut through enemy bodies. Duong pushed on. Only 2 levels remained to step from legendary into the divine stage. A huge leap in life, not only greatly increasing attributes but also gaining divinity. Looking at the swarm of monsters charging in, he judged this was still the most efficient way to level up. Duong smiled with excitement. 8th transformation, I am coming. The slaughter continued. System notifications rang non-stop. You have eliminated an 8th transformation archdemon. Gained 790 million experience. You have eliminated a 9th transformation demon king. Gained over 2 billion experience. Level reached 250. Unlocked 8th transformation quest. Before him stood a divine statue with many demons gathered. He stepped forward and ordered Livia, "I need to use the class advancement temple. Remove all irrelevant individuals." She immediately responded. Looking at Duong, Livia was astonished. In just a few months, his strength had grown tremendously. He must be favored by the sovereign. But how could a mortal be valued like this? Who exactly is he? His cold voice rang out. "Begin class advancement." The system checked level 250 has reached the limit of 7th transformation, opening the interface to choose the next level after advancement. Duong calmly chose 5 stars. Until now, no one in the world had completed the 8th transformation 5-star difficulty quest. Even peak powerhouses like Duong Qin or Augustin had stopped at 7th transformation. If he could complete it, he would be the first. The system announced the 8th transformation 5-star quest. To prove strength, one must complete the trial. Prerequisites include personally eliminating 1/8 transformation primordial demon and 1/8 transformation player. He smiled helplessly. The task was already difficult, yet added more conditions. This requirement alone was already heaven-defying. No wonder no one has completed it. The gap between 7th and 8th transformation is not just rank, but total suppression. An 8th transformation can use divinity. Defeating one is already hard, let alone killing. The 5-star difficulty is indeed not simple, but that is the path to becoming a god. He continued entering the desolate area and launched into a frenzied slaughter. Ahead was a monster raising a bone weapon. Behind, another roared as it charged forward. The monster in front raised its claws to attack. Duong raised his hand and said coldly, Die order. He tilted his body to dodge, then grabbed its hand and crushed the arm, causing blood to splatter. Casually, he swung his blade for another strike. To Duong's side, his attributes suppressed to this extent made him feel powerless. The monster trembled in fear as he closed in. He tore off its head, wiped the blood from his face. The first objective completed. Now it is the turn of the people from the Shiva kingdom. In another corner, the sound of chewing echoed. Before the corpse of a giant monster, a demon sat complaining, "It tastes terrible, damn it. Truly impossible to swallow. It is all because of that damned representative. We did nothing yet were hunted relentlessly. If I see him again, I will tear him into pieces." He spat out a chunk of flesh. Without eating meat and drinking blood, there is nothing to live on, but there is no other choice. This place cannot be stayed in for long. The smell of blood will attract more demons. It is time to leave. As he stood up, his chest was pierced through. Blood pooled out. He trembled and touched the wound. "Who are you?" Duong pulled out his sword. "Am I not the one you are looking for?" He collapsed. "Why are you doing this? We have no grudge." To Duong replied, "It is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, then blame Otto Hazen and Amin." He suddenly realized, "You are to Duong, the Long Ha who killed the elf prince." He released killing intent. "Since you know, then I cannot let you live." Fled in panic, calling for help. To Duong said coldly, "You have already been struck by the blasphemous blade. Let me see how far you can run." But seeing that man had already run quite far, yet still had not collapsed, To Duong felt somewhat embarrassed. Only when his figure became just a small dot in the distance did To Duong accelerate in pursuit. The blasphemous blade had not taken effect. Was it luck, or was his willpower too strong? He threw a punch straight into his face. "Stop right there." That man lost balance and fell forward. To Duong drew his sword and pierced through his body, wiped his sweat, then said, "It has come to this, so die. No way I will let you escape." That man died in an extremely miserable state. System displayed a notification checking compatibility. Selecting a suitable divinity trial. Selection complete. 8th transformation 5-star advancement quest. Death trial. At the marked location lies the secret realm Fallen Garden, where cursed souls wander eternally. Enter and uncover the truth to obtain the power of death divinity. To Duong thought, death divinity is a power related to death. Currently, he already has 2 ways to make enemies truly die in the game. Athos has Infernal Flame Annihilation, but it is limited against strong opponents. The second method is the conversion effect. The blasphemous blade can strip the opponent of resurrection, causing permanent death. To Duong wondered whether the enemy this time would possess a similar ability. If it is an 8th transformation quest, then the maximum difficulty would only be comparable to a demigod. With his remaining strength, he could still handle it precisely. He stepped through the gate. This would be the first trial on the path to becoming a god. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. A dazzling light pierced through the doorway, making his eyes ache. Loud slam echoed. The door behind it locked. Elsewhere, a spatial rift opened. Purple light flickered. A cross emitted a mysterious energy. It floated in the air, absorbing the surrounding dark energy before completely disappearing. This moment, in the snow-covered Siberian region, To Duong walked through the harsh snowstorm, each step heavy, no people or magical beasts around, perhaps due to the extremely low temperature. Each step caused snow to scatter upward. He looked at the gloomy gate ahead. Perhaps the reason lay within this secret realm. The system warned, this area is not protected by divine power. Anyone who dies here cannot be revived. To Duong was surprised, then muttered, "Truly a harsh trial. Ordinary people would likely give up, but not him." He stepped in. Without courage, how could one become the strongest? Duong remained calm. The lingering aura still surrounded his body. Before him was Fallen Garden, a desolate, gloomy graveyard. He stepped on dry branches, making crisp sounds. Duong approached the tree tied with red cloth. The mission required uncovering the truth. But what truth was here? Was it related to some hidden secret? From the ground, massive arms emerged. The undead crawled up screaming for blood. The dark space suddenly lit up. To Duong swung his sword and destroyed them. These things are no different from horror films. Who are they trying to scare? Just after clearing them, more undead rose up. Felt annoyed. Are these endless? To Duong accelerated away. Cannot waste time on small monsters. Must find the boss. He eliminated all undead, blocking his path. Looking back and seeing them left far behind, To Duong let out a sigh of relief. He stopped to observe ahead. This was likely the boss room, an altar with a floating sphere absorbing energy from 4 pillars. The center was a level 260 boss, the sole priest of Fallen Garden. To Duong remained cautious. An 8th transformation boss is certainly stronger than ordinary demons, but still can be killed. However, he needed to see what it was doing first. When it turned around, its eyes burned red, its face pitch black. He was startled. He had been detected. The void walk state should have avoided those with lower spirit, but this one had higher spirit than him. It raised the cross and chanted ancient incantations. Energy from the altar shot outward. Duong snorted coldly, deflecting the incoming sword. At this moment, the priest had created a protective shield, swung his sword, slashing straight into the shield. Break for me. The barrier shattered and scattered. Duong suddenly looked at the mark on his hand. This is Athos. Athos appeared with a massive body. The priest froze in fear. He chanted ancient spells to block the flames from Athos's mouth. Athos seemed confused. The sound of swallowing echoed clearly. Duong realized it seemed he really liked that thing. The priest suddenly knelt down. Duong was surprised. What is happening? He asked. Why are you kneeling before Athos? What is that stone? The priest spoke an ancient language with gestures, making him even more confused. What are you saying? Athos suddenly raised his head. Duong shouted loudly. Its eyes flared with red fire. Duong felt helpless. What is going on? Only then did the priest speak in human language. Are you all right? Glanced at him, finally speaking human language. Duong looked at Athos, perhaps because it had swallowed that orb it could understand the language, and he also gained this ability through the contract. He asked directly, what exactly happened here? Tell me the truth. He replied, yes, Zio, you will tell everything. This place was once the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, a dead land separated by spatial turbulence, and became a secret realm in another dimension. This land once belonged to the great ancient devourer. That black dragon is the descendant of that bloodline. I can clearly feel the powerful aura from it. There is no mistake. Duong suddenly understood. No wonder it respected Athos so much. It turns out it is related to the ancient devourer. Continued asking about that gemstone. The priest confessed everything. That soul stone is a tool used by the devourer to consume and control souls. I'm only imitating it, so I need a medium to use it. Duong pondered. The land of death, absorbing souls, undead and death divinity. Everything is connected. He raised his hand, bearing Athos's mark. I need to go to the deepest part of the secret realm. Lead the way. Priest immediately knelt. Understood. Athos led to Duong. The priest followed behind. Stopping before a stone door, he said, My lord, we have arrived. Behind it is the ancient guardian. It requires Athos's bloodline to open. Please be careful. Duong looked at Athos. It let out a low growl to show it understood. The dragon claw touched the door. Energy was immediately Massive door slowly opened. Duong stepped in first, observing the surroundings as he walked. All torches ignited automatically, illuminating the entire room. In the distance were giant figures guarding the gate. The priest explained they are soulless giants, controlled by souls. Their weakness lies in the rune on their heads. It must be struck. The statues began to move. One raised its axe, preparing to strike down. Axe blade struck Athos's wing, creating cracks. An explosion flared. Duong immediately closed in from behind the giant. Break for me. That giant froze when he approached. Two other giants quickly coordinated. They surrounded Duong. He sneered. With this many, it is even more interesting. The bone dragon sword was raised, preparing to attack. With a single slash, all the giants were destroyed. Duong ordered. Too much time wasted. Continue forward. The priest hurriedly responded. He thought to himself he had first assumed just a lucky contractor, but did not expect such a terrifying existence. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly. When they arrived before a massive creature, the priest introduced it as the ancient devourer. In its mouth it held a small dagger. Duong sensed that dagger was not ordinary. His instinct told him it was the greatest secret here. Suddenly the monster opened its blazing eyes. It roared fiercely at the intruder. Seeing Athos being targeted, Duong shouted loudly. Athos prepared to fight. The priest anxiously asked if help was needed. Duong replied, this is its trial. It must overcome it alone. No interference allowed. He fully trusted it. Moreover, Athos was certainly stronger than that opponent. Before long, the monster was smashed to the ground and bitten by Athos. The dagger flew out of its mouth. Athos quickly caught it, then used the dagger to stab into the opponent's body. When it ended, Athos pulled the dagger from the thick hide. The monster was completely motionless. Athos smashed its body apart. Fragments scattered everywhere. Duong praised, well done. Item information appeared, level unknown. Divine Hunter's Dagger. Contains death divinity, once used by the Apostle of Death to hunt gods. Double death of both body and soul is permanent. Applies a mark and removes resurrection. Slain souls are converted into power. Duong thought exactly what he needed. Another way to eliminate without resurrection. Even gods can be killed. On the 700th floor of the Black Abyss, an angel appeared. You demons shall undergo purification. The monster recognized the angel in terror and immediately fled, calling for Mugalivia. The angel raised his hand. Sacred light of purification erupted. Everything was burned within the light. The space drowned in a sea of flames. Streaks of light blades slashed down continuously. Corpses lay everywhere. The angel stood proudly in the battlefield. The holy staff struck the ground, causing rocks to shatter. He showed no fear even in the deep layer. Where the staff struck formed a deep crater. The smoke, a figure appeared. Lucifer said disdainfully, just a four-winged angel. She spoke coldly, daring to intrude into the abyss and cause chaos. He introduced himself as Enfang of the 3rd Legion. Your sovereign has been exposed. The supreme angel will soon descend. Before he finished speaking, Lucifer appeared behind and slashed down. One of Enfang's wings was severed. He retreated to evade and admitted his carelessness. Lucifer mocked. Even if careless, so what? Even ants must know their limits. He grew enraged. Demon, do not be arrogant. His hand clenched the cross. Cross judgment was activated. A massive cross appeared protecting Enfang. He held a spear, the spear of judgment. The spear pierced into the center of the cross, then pressed down toward Lucifer's position. He showed boredom, no longer interested in continuing. The sin of pride was activated, forming a protective shield. Outside the abyss gate, the atmosphere became extremely tense. A dazzling golden light burst forth, leaving the guards stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Inside, Enfang let out a sigh of relief, as he had managed to erect a resurrection statue in time. The priest beside him thought perhaps the heavens had sent an angel to save them. He felt a power far beyond High Priest Teophemia. Humanity seemed to have hope, while Enfang reflected that he had underestimated the Sin Sovereign, not expecting the opponent to be this powerful. The spatial gate created by the Silver Cross was still unstable, so he could not rely on reinforcements from the Holy Court. He had no choice but to act on his own, holding a box covered in talismans and chanting to unseal it in the name of the Holy Court. Layers of talismans attached to the box peeled off one by one. Countless blazing red demon souls poured out from the box, leaving the guards frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what it was. Fang declared that he would grant hope within despair and protection within fear. He continued reciting the incantation, bringing peace amid disaster, redeeming sins and guiding the world toward light and faith. Fang spread his wings and rose into the air, asking if that man wished to become his first believer. The man trembled at first, then quickly submitted and swore loyalty. And Fang ordered him to gather more followers. Guard immediately responded and obeyed. Onto Duong's side near the divine statue. He was calculating that after reaching the 8th transformation, his current strength was enough to face an army alone. The status panel displayed level 305, with power, spirit, and speed soaring. He was surprised that divine power was unlocked after the 8th transformation. The blasphemous blade and the dark orb both added divinity, and the orb seemed to be the source of the Sin Sovereign. A series of notifications appeared about death divinity and blasphemy divinity, with qualities surpassing world limits, along with intensity and quantity values. In addition, there was sin divinity from the dark orb. Duong thought these powers exceeded normal rules and even surpassed true gods, then turned back upon hearing someone call him. Lucifer informed him about a 4-winged angel from the Holy Court, and explained that heaven and the abyss have always been opposing forces. Duong nodded, acknowledging that explanation was very clear. Lucifer warned that the passage between the two sides had long been destroyed, but this time the opponent used a divine artifact to create a spatial rift. She could handle the vanguard, but if the main army arrived, the outcome would be uncertain. This made Duong reconsider the situation. After thinking it through, he let out a faint laugh, the corner of his mouth curling with hidden intent. Lucifer was surprised, unable to understand why he was laughing. Duong held the small blade and replied that he simply wanted to test it on an angel to see whether this god-slaying weapon was truly effective.